don't listen. Don't do it.
Yeah, just don't worry about it.
It's
Just
fine.
don't.
This is. Don't worry.
It's
Don't worry about it.
fine.
Just move on. But you said if it's gonna pick up right, a fist away from your face, ideally.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. But if not, it's fine. And since you like to stand up too, so you can still.
Yeah, because I can be like, "Nyah."
Yeah, you can still do this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, sick.
If you want. If not.
Yeah, I can pull my strings all the way from back here. No, this is great. Okay. So, actually, let's see. Oh, I'm just looking for music. Not that it's necessarily sad, but this is more apropos to.
See, I'm gonna need a recap.
Mm-hmm. We almost died.
It's been a while.
We almost died.
Which time?
Exactly. You got impaled.
Which time?
Which time? I'll say so. The most recent was you guys. There was an assassination attempt on your lives.
Yeah, the sky ship
on the sky
yeah,
train.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you guys.
We got a sky ship.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
I forgot.
so that you guys know for the future, the particular class of airship that you guys managed to
Steal
is
Abscond with.
yes, is an arrowhead. But we'll get into more details with that once you guys get back and take stock with everything and find out if you need a license.
Wait. She did it just fine. With no prior training.
Exactly.
Definitely not a one-time thing.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I could fly. It's the same thing.
Yeah, right.
You parked it.
Exactly. It's like when you drive in your yard when you're a kid and your parent is right next to you and has their foot on the gas.
It's exactly the same.
So, you guys came back in, the Sky Tram largely intact, but all the people were okay. The few surviving members of Talon that ended up flying away and retreating, you haven't heard anything about, but you also just got back. And we left Revix in the dust. He was the one who transformed into a monster and crashed into that abandoned warehouse, and all of it blew up with the shuttle that he was on.
Right, and the chances he is dead are probably very slim with our luck.
I'm just saying I would need to see a body.
Yeah.
So for now,
You're not dead until you're warm and dead.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm. It's the same.
Oh. Don't dead bodies get cold?
Until they, warm up and acclimate.
Oh, that too.
So it means like you're very dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like if they're cold, it's like they only just died, bro. So, you guys pull in on the Sky Tram. The sun has fully set at this point. Night has fallen. As you guys pull in, you can see the lights of the Mar Hotel as you come in. As you pull in, Amali is actually there.
Do we still have the one guy with us until?
Oh, yeah, the guy we tied up.
Yeah.
You do. Yes, you do.
Okay.
Which two survived?
The two who survived.
So I can mark it down.
My best
Yes.
friend. Can't remember her name though.
So
Fox?
I'll send this picture again.
Fox survived. Revix became a monster. Belmont died.
There we go. If they have an X, they
Okay,
are
you already
for sure
did that.
dead.
I was gonna do that.
Check mark, they escaped. the lines over them because they're captured. They're behind bars.
Perfect.
Question mark on Revix, since we want to be absolutely certain he's dead. We don't know. And so as you guys pulled into the Mar Hotel, the shuttle whirring in before setting down on the Mar Hotel. The ports are these hemisphere cylinders, and when you park the shuttle, the Arrowhead, into it, magnetics end up holding the Arrowhead just a foot off the ground, and it comes level. As soon as it parks, that's when the sphere that is the steering wheel pops out, turns into a small marble, and you guys can hang on to that. It is both steering wheel and key.
Which you gave to me. Which I marked that
put
down.
on your bracelet, I think.
Yeah. So if you want, you can also put like Arrowhead key, if that helps you remember it. As you pulled in and parked, you guys see Amali coming over, and she actually has Luca in tow. As they approach you guys, Amali is standing just outside of the Sky Tram, so that when the doors open, you just see her standing there, tapping her foot.
How'd they know?
I was gonna say, nice to see you too. As I'm like pushing Jasper along, just shoving him forward.
She like takes stock of Jasper and looks at the rest of you, and then looks at the Sky Tram. We're going to Station 12 right now, and she starts marching the other direction.
Are we bringing Jasper with us, or?
Yeah, he's a prisoner.
She turns around. Yes, bring him.
Is this like an urgent thing? Can I come back in a half hour?
Oh, you're right, because you had to meet Zane.
She says, "Do you have somewhere else to be?"
What time is it?
It's like
yeah, we're coming up on like 10 o'clock.
It's like, yes. Unfortunately, I'll try to make. I have somewhere else I need to be.
Okay, go do what you have to do. The rest of you, please come with me.
I grab Jasper. Sorry, pushing him along.
Grab him by the belt.
That's right. Yeah.
So you.
I wink at you as you leave.
Let's just get red faces.
Yes.
Wait, we don't know.
Running.
We don't know what she's doing.
Oh, that's right.
I'm just winking because she's going.
Oh.
She's never had anywhere else to be before.
That's right.
There's only one reason.
Because we weren't there. We were doing our ego thing when she was hearing that.
That's true. That's true.
Oh yeah, because you guys didn't see the letter or anything like
No.
that. Yeah.
But I figured something's
Yeah.
up.
Intuition.
Yes.
Intuition. I figured something's up. I thought I had. Oh, it's because I put it in the World Anvil. I'm working on that. It's coming along. But I have a picture of the Iron Exchange where you are meeting Zane.
I was going to say, does Alentia like know where that's at, or do I need to stop and ask for directions?
So you would probably before leaving have to be like, probably have to ask Amali. So how?
But Amali's mad at her.
I'm probably
You don't
gonna
have to ask Amali. You can ask somebody else.
I'm probably gonna we're at the Mar Hotel, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's people.
There's
There's dolls.
There's probably
Yeah.
like an information desk or something.
That's run by a doll.
reasonable facsimile thereof.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are here.
Yeah, right, exactly. So as the rest of them march off towards Station 12, it would only take a moment for you to look around at the station and see a kiosk of sorts where there are attendants. Most of the attendants are dolls. So you could approach any of them and ask.
Okay, I would run up to them and still very hazard from the exchange. Flustered. Soot all over my face, whatnot.
Yeah.
I think I got burned too a little bit.
Yeah. A small explosion right in front of your face, you know.
Yeah. just a little bit. I'd be like, I'll run up and be like, where do I find the iron exchange?
One of the dolls, just blank-faced. If you wish to go to the iron exchange, and they point you in the right direction, they point you over to one of the trolleys that leads up, and they said, once you reach the 10th tier, you will step off the tram onto the elevator lift and take it all the way up.
Is there another way other than the trolleys right now?
Because you're traumatized.
Just a little bit.
Public transportation is traumatizing.
You know, it's not like we almost died or anything. It's just premature death.
They pause for a moment and say, well, of course, should you desire, there are also transport ships that will come by. You'll just have to wait about 5 minutes.
Okay. I would wait for the transport.
Okay. So time passes, and there is a sort of bus-sized shuttle that comes down, an airship that lowers down onto a dock, and you see people come out of it and everything. You see parents with their children walking out and everything who come from the Iron Exchange. And when you go to board onto it, they don't ask for anything. You can just take a seat. You sit down. There's not very many other people there with you. It's late. As you sit down, the pilot at the front says, "This is the last trip to the Iron Exchange for the night, and then I clock out, much the same as the rest of you." And he starts things up. And you hear it, and then it lifts up. The airship then takes you, as well as the few other people on there, up onto the Iron Exchange. The shuttle actually goes up and over all the way past the 13th tier of the Mar Hotel that you have been accustomed to, and it takes you all the way to the actual crown of the Mar Hotel. Up above, the final floor is a vast mechanical city that sits atop the Mar Hotel, the Iron Exchange. Overflowing with markets and shops, it is the sleepless ward of the Mar Hotel. Even as you are coming up, you can see the lights and sounds, and the aromas of markets, bazaars, all mingling into this one space, all hitting you with the steam as you fly in.
And is at the top?
On the very top of the
So is this not a part of the level system?
It is not.
That you need different keys to get to?
Mm-hmm. It is completely excluded. The Iron Exchange, go ahead and do a history check for me.
18.
Okay. The Iron Exchange is the one part of the Mar Hotel that is completely open to everybody. You do not have to be a citizen of Analir to access the Iron Exchange. It is completely open to any and all citizens, and even foreigners, refugees. The Iron Exchange is essentially the cauldron from which all foreign entities and bodies come to sell things, to market their new products, inventors to bring their devices, and so on. It is an open market in the truest sense. So, when eventually the shuttle docks, presume you step off and begin looking around. As soon as you step off, I want you to make a perception check.
Why haven't we gone here before?
Dirty 20.
Oh,
wow.
okay.
So you step off and you immediately look around and you're like pointing out the avenues and the alleys and the roads and the streets, and you make out all the things. You're like, clock tower, okay, bazaar, shop, market. And then you look over by the where the trolleys would have gotten off, and you see Zane leaning up against them on the wall next to the trolleys, and he's just like sitting there kind of like brushing his facial hair and just like looking a little tired.
Okay.
I left him waiting.
Unfortunately, I would like run up to him like very like out of breath. Of course, I'm like all flustered.
Frizzled and
Be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm late.
And he would snap awake and be like, no, it's fine. And he's like looking you up and down. What? Are you okay?
I don't know. We went to Mr. Knight. We went to his estate. They have a museum. Who has a museum in their estate? But he was very nice, very honest, very upfront, but in a terrible situation. And we have to try to figure out what to do. More on that later. But then his sister, not quite kidnapped us, but there was like a creepy hand that came out of the carriage, just like, and I took the hand. We went up into the carriage, and like just very abrupt, and it was like, you better do this or else type thing. And we were able to leave the carriage, but then on the way back, we went to trolley, and then this guy just walked up to us, and be like, there's a bounty on your head. Okay, bye. And then not 2 seconds later, trolley almost fall, and then these mercenaries come up trying to kill us all. Durin got impaled. Kai had to jump across to an airship. I had to jump out of the trolley. And I'm here.
So eventful in the most basic sense.
Oh yeah, and one of the mercenaries is a Skinner. Missed that part. It's sort of important. But also on the plus side, I captured someone, so we have someone to question.
That's great.
My thing seems so much less important now.
He's like, I definitely feel a little bad that I thought you might have ghosted me.
I was like, no, I'm so sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. A lot happened. Do you need a second? He like kind of looks over at like the bathrooms, like, do you want to like, do you need to like wash your face, like give yourself a second, breathe?
Do I know that I look this rough? Is there like a mirror or like something reflective nearby?
He did roll a dirty 20.
I would say, yeah. So when you came off the tram, we'll say that right before you stepped off, you like looked in your reflection in the glass window of the airship, and definitely saw like your nose was black, and there were like some little singed parts in your hair and stuff like that. That it would have been a brief moment of like, oh, and then you would have been like, oh, Zane, and just left your mind.
I'd be like, yes, I'll be right back. Stay right here, and I would scurry off.
Okay. So you take a second for yourself to breathe, get yourself...
It's kidnapped in the bathroom.
I was wondering about the one guy that was like following me after the hospital, if he would reappear, but anyways, continue.
Gotta roll for that.
So, we'll say you take a second. By the time you come out... Zane is waiting there, and he has 2 short pitchers with him of something to drink.
Pitchers.
Big mugs, we'll say.
Like Steins.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Steins. And he's just sitting there patiently waiting. And he's like, admittedly, besides coffee, I don't know what you drink. And he passes it over to you.
But he does remember the coffee.
Yes. I would thank him for it, and what is it?
So it's foaming at the top, and it looks to be a dark ale. But given the autumn chill, maybe that'll be comforting.
In the events of today, yes.
So he passes it over to you, and he like holds it out to like clink mugs with you. Dink. And so then he begins drinking, and he says, well, there was a few other things I thought we could see while we were here, but he kind of like looks up at the moon for a moment and then keeps walking. He's like, but given the day you've had and how late it's getting, I figured I would just show you the one thing.
Absolutely, let's go.
So he leads you down through the Iron Exchange, and you see people. You still see some kids running here and there, whether it's with cotton candy, what have you. You see some very tired-looking parents walking around trying to wrangle them. But you see people of all sorts, all species, passing through the Iron Exchange, and until eventually you come upon a gate with the words 1 point in bronze above the gate, and he gestures for you to lead the way. And if you step inside, you are greeted with an amusement park of sorts.
I
Aw.
do.
What?
And I'm just like flabbergasted. I'm like, what is this place? Like, what is this? Because I've been in the desert. Yeah.
He's like, admittedly, I'm a bit unfamiliar myself. We didn't have these in the Welded Valleys. But from what I've gathered, having come here once or twice in my spare time, they are rides. You are supposed to pay, you take a seat, and you are just supposed to enjoy the thrill of it, I guess. Mind you, given the night you've had, I'm not sure you need any more thrills. But there is at least one that I thought you might enjoy despite everything. So he keeps walking, and say the two of you probably are finishing your mugs by the time you reach this place. And you see a little place for you to set your glasses where there's just like a heap of other glasses that people have set down. And he sets his mug there, and he leads you to a Ferris wheel. And he walks over and grabs the little door and pulls it open, and it's comically small compared to him. But he opens the door and says, "This will not send us spinning into the sky. It is nothing as exciting as those." And you see like a going on another
People
track.
screaming.
But he says, if you wouldn't mind taking a seat.
I would just like look at him and like walk in and take a seat.
So he would join you. He closes the little door and sits down. And he's like, and then for a second nothing happens. And he's like, trust me, it's great. You just got to give it a second. And it's like nothing happens for a moment. And then he like looks outside, and then right then it begins to move again.
This implies that Zane rode a Ferris wheel by himself.
Yes.
To test it out.
Yeah.
Is this
I love
scary
that.
like
Yeah.
the others?
He tested all the rides out first.
Yeah.
Given the elevation you guys are at, this is atop the Mar Hotel in the Iron Exchange, and the Ferris wheel is actually set off to the side. There are no large buildings surrounding it. So as it goes higher and higher, you are able to see more of Analir than you ever have at this height. Autumn drapes the land, shimmering leaves fall through the distant clouds and dance until they vanish in the steam. Yet you see more than red, orange, and gold in the isle trees' leaves. You see some that resemble white snow off to the west, while others shine like emeralds and blue diamonds. A prismatic descent from the isle tree. And far below, you can see Analir, and it hardly resembles a nation of district states. You only see the lights mingling across the land. You see Analir as it is, a vast machine of life. And as you guys get to the top, it slows down and stops. seemingly you guys are the only ones on the Ferris wheel, and it stays at the top for a moment.
I feel like it's absolutely beautiful looking out across the horizon.
And when you look across all of it, when you look back to him, he's been staring at you, and then he turns back to the rest of Analir, and he like focuses on Analir for a moment. He says, yes, it is. He stops for a moment and says, I saw something in the library that didn't make me remember things, but it made me feel things I'd forgotten. Given my oath, in that moment when he says his oath, his eyes sort of flare purple for a second. It might be hard to believe, but I've not done much for myself over the course of my life. Anyone born in the Welded Valleys can tell you it's anything but a solitary life. All is for the clan. As we're always at war, we're always fighting a new battle, we always have a new enemy. And most don't understand that, but I think if anyone would be able to wrap their head around that, or better, their heart around that, it would be you. You come from a life that is similar in many of the worst ways. He opens up his jacket and he says, I haven't shown anyone this since I was in the valleys, and the last person I showed this to, I don't remember what happened to them. It's the one thing I chose to forget when I went to an obsidian warlock. And he unbuttons some of his shirt, and you can see on his chest this hideous black scar. He says, I don't have a heart. I gave it in a ritual to a dragon when I was uncut, a child to my peers. It's an old, very, we'll say, brutal tradition for orcs and their clans. All that sits there now is a web of cables knotted around a dragon scale.
And is it the cables that are keeping you alive then if you don't have a heart?
I live off the fumes of dragon fire. And he pulls out his pipe that he smokes from time to time and shows on the inside of his jacket that what he puts in his pipe is actually kept in little vials. They are imported ingredients from Nelabor. Real, he like looks at them for a moment and says, real bleeders when it comes to Kronas. And that's, of course, Nelabor. See a need, tax it. And
USA.
I have to smoke daily these particular ingredients to, we'll say, stoke the scale. If I don't, it loses its heat and its warmth, and I no longer have a means of running my body, for lack of a better way to put it.
Isn't that also hard on your lungs at the same time?
Yes. Hence why eventually, when I gave up that power, I had to turn to something else to give me that spark I needed, hence my oath. Before I was an oath of vengeance, I was an oath of guardians. And maybe you're beginning to see a pattern here. I gave up my heart in a ritual, eventually decided, those powers and that magic don't really meet me. They don't know me. Well, now maybe this oath will do it. So I turned to an oath and lost the powers that were given to me in that ritual. You can't have two. The dragons and Leviathans don't allow it. And then when another tragedy came along and I got tired of guarding and protecting, I gave up that oath and decided I would avenge someone. And apparently I was so wishy-washy about that I decided to forget who I was trying to avenge. And now I sit here with you on Alir with the other Sterlings, and I have this oath, this vengeance I must seek. But I stand beside a follower of Maya who believes in sanctity of life, spring, new beginnings. And I find that part of me wondering once again if I want to change it, but knowing that I can't. As you likely recall, if I change it again without fulfilling my oath, the Leviathan will have its due. I am not entirely sure why I wanted to tell you all of this, but I thought that maybe someone who's followed Maya into the eternal war and has not given up on her faith even after whatever happened, and you come all the way here and you still believe in those tenets. I think that the reason I told you all these things is because I admire your commitment. I admire the kind of character it would take to hold fast to something for so long and in the face of so many things. I don't think I'm that strong.
I'm not that strong either. I only cling to it because it's the only thing I have. I've lost things, but I have no idea what. I've been searching, trying to find the answers to the screams that call out to me at night when I'm asleep. Try to figure out whose voices they belong to. And the only part of me that I know is my faith. That's the only thing. Everything else is lost and gone. So I understand the wanting to adapt, to change. I want to so much, but I have no idea who I would change into and how. I feel like I'm clinging to the past, trying to find answers.
Whatever you decide, I can't say I have an answer or that I know what is best for you. Like I said, every time I thought I was going the wrong direction, I just pivoted hard. But despite that, there is one thing I can say, which is if you need anyone to lean on, I may not have a heart anymore, but I have the same warmth that a heart once had. And there is a hole where there's a hole, and I can't say that I'm trying to fill it, just that if it were filled by someone, he sort of trails off.
We can try to find those empty spaces together. Find the answers to our past and figure out ways to move forward.
He finishes buttoning his shirt back up and adjusts his overcoat and says, "That's all I want." And he would smile his big, goofy, but also very hardened smile. And he would take off his glasses and put them into his shirt and lean back and stare out over Annaleer and say, "Whatever I lost that brought me here, I'm glad I'm here."
The feelings is mutual. Meeting you, meeting Durin, Kaya, discovering Niall. You guys are my family now, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
He smiles and nods, and the Ferris wheel begins to move again. And you see all the leaves shining and shimmering together as more and more lights of Annaleer go out and night falls ever darker. And I want you to roll an instincts check. So you can see that Zane clearly either wants to say something or do something, but he is not. He's holding himself back, and like he keeps rubbing his hands together, holding them together, looking out over Annaleer.
Is he sitting in front of me or beside me?
In front of you, like across from you.
Okay. And he's like writhing his hands?
Yeah.
I would reach forward to like hand over his as they're writhing and be like, all we can do right now is look at the stars, and then lean back.
His hands would calm, and he would nod and lean back to look up at the sky with you. Eventually the Ferris wheel stops, and you see other parts of the amusement park shutting down as Zane leads you back toward the trolley, and the streets grow darker and the noise dampens and the night comes to a close.
Okay. I would tell him, unfortunately, we have to get back to Station 12. I promised Molly that I would not be gone long.
Duty calls. And he would follow you back to the tram.
Is there another way other than the...
He looks...
Trauma.
How strong are my wings?
How long are they active?
Where are the stairs?
Yeah. There's got to be a fire escape, right?
Yeah.
Down 14 level.
Yeah. So first you look over to the airship that brought you up here, and it has docked. The lights are out.
It's done. Yep.
But you do see a staircase, and it has like a little arrow on it next to it that points to like Mar Hotel Flats.
Oh no, that's so many stairs. I would like pause. I will look at the trolley, look at the stairs, just like back and forth, trying to like make up my mind. I would eventually go onto the trolley.
It's a very big
That's got to be a
sign.
lot of stairs.
Yeah.
That was
Probably.
So Zane follows you on, kind of like seeing your trepidatious attitude toward the tram, but also not really questioning it, just sort of like looking at the tram like there might be something wrong with it as he follows you on. So you guys eventually make it back to Station 12.
Cut to.
It's during punching his knee.
The perks of being a dwarf.
No, that's just like getting down to one knee, then you can grab him by his hair.
That's right.
I think of there's a character, I won't say who because you haven't gotten very far into it yet, Sarah, but there's a great character in Baldur's Gate 3 who, when she gets really riled up, she's like, once we take care of this, we're gonna take Faerun by the short hairs. And
Ow.
yeah, I was like, ugh, but also, damn.
You didn't show off your fancy crossbow arm. Remember
I
you got
forgot
that from
about
Jasper?
Yeah, she was literally
completely
so
forgot
frazzled.
I was gonna say Zane would probably
Notice it,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it's a giant.
Yeah. It's a full, like, gauntlet
Arm,
sleeve. Yeah. But you guys eventually make it back, and when you guys were going, you guys eventually got down to Station 12 with Amali.
Okay,
And
why
Luca.
is Amali mad at us? What's going on?
So,
That's my question. No,
Do you
hey,
wanna
no. She's giving me attitude. We were almost assassinated.
so
I want some sympathy.
what do you ask her?
I'm just watching like that.
Is there like a prison cell Jasper's in, or like is he like in the main foyer?
We'll say this is like right when you guys walked in, Amali, you still have Jasper. And would you ask Amali if you guys have something like a holding cell?
Yes.
Okay. So Amali leads you around the corner, and past where she's normally sitting, there is a small, like, it's a door, but it has like a small vault lock on it. And she walks over to it, and she spins it, catches it, spins it the other way, catches it, and spins it back, and then it opens, and there's a viewer into it. And she says, you can toss him in there.
He won't be able to hear us.
She says, once we close the viewer, it's basically silent in there.
Let's push him as hard as I can.
And he like,
Probably not very hard.
he like stumbles and just like slumps down to his knees again and just like lays down on his side.
Talk about trauma.
And Amali, like even on her skull face, you can see her just go, like, just disappointed in how pathetic he is before she closes it
okay.
and spins it, and then turns back to you, Luca, and Kaya and Niall. Do you want to ask her anything? Since you were
Okay.
talking earlier.
Well, now I feel like she was more upset at that guy than at us. All right. I don't know, Kai. You want to take the lead? You want me to take the lead?
I feel like I would just step forward. Are we going to sit anywhere? Does she just turn to face us? Like,
So she turns around and begins to move over to the large table in the center of the room, from that picture I
yeah.
sent way back when.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
But she goes to sit at the head of that table, and she pulls out her chair and just puts her hands on the table and and then she sits down.
I would go sit down as well.
Okay. Niall would
Yeah.
follow suit, Durin as well. So there at the table, once everybody's sitting down, Amali also closed the viewer to the cell. Amali, all of you guys sitting there, she says, Jack, no disrespect. And then she turns and points. There's a doll in the room with you guys that she turns to and says, lock up.
Jack.
Or, I'm sorry, Niall. I did it again. It was Jack from Lost War.
Yeah.
I did it again. She turns to
I
Niall.
was really confused for a second. Like, who's she talking to?
Yeah, no, she turns to Niall and says, no disrespect, Niall. And then she turns to the doll and says, lock up. The doll turns toward the doors that...
Since when has there been a doll in here?
There hasn't.
Oh.
This is new.
This is new.
Okay.
She turns to the doll and says, lock up. The doll leaves the room and closes the gates to Station 12, and then steps out further and closes another set of doors that you guys didn't know were there, and locks it.
I look at Kaya like,
We're either in trouble or what we're talking about is very, very, very secret.
I would ask, oh, who was that?
That doll is X3, but it's not important. I locked down the room because you were someone very recently attempted to assassinate you, and I don't know if they're done attempting. So this is for your safety, as well as discussing what the hell happened on the Skytram. It's not your fault. I'm not angry at the Sterlings, but I do need to know what the fuck happened.
Well, we got on the tram. We sat down. We were approached by someone we don't know, and they said, just wanted to warn you guys one time that I have been asked to orchestrate to assassinate you, and I just wanted to give you a warning. And then he walked away. And about 10 seconds later, this all happened. So
We were
the battle
attacked.
ensued.
We were
from
attacked by the
there.
mercenary group known as Talon.
And she looks back to the holding cell where Jasper is, and
Which he is a member of.
Really? Him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. I presume the others were a bit more professional.
Yeah.
Well,
There was Belmont did his best. He's dead.
thanks to Alentia.
Yes, Valentia did a great job with that. I wasn't there for that part.
Accidents happen.
Yes, their leader, Revix, was a Skinner.
Oh.
Yes.
He's also a dick, but
Yes, that too. Not your typical mercenary. A bit personally invested to be a mercenary, in my opinion. But he did do the Skinner thing. And then he was on the tram or the airship, I'm sorry, that crashed into the abandoned building and blew up.
So we have a demolished building, a Skinner in said demolished building.
Yes.
When you say that he was a Skinner, what do you mean? Like, You like the one that you described and took a picture of in Tanta Villa?
Yes.
Yes.
Bit angrier too.
My question here is, when Revix attacked you, did he look like that?
No.
No.
He looked very normal.
Okay.
And as we battled, and it got to a point where clearly he was overpowered, he then transformed into...
Oh.
Yes.
Which I took personally.
It just wasn't fair. Like, we'd won.
Well, they are mercenaries.
And they were bested. So walk away.
I hate when an enemy has a level 2 power.
I hate when the second health bar shows up.
Not fair.
So you're saying midway or toward the tail end of your encounter with Revix, he just transformed into a Skinner.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it might go without saying, you don't tell anyone outside this room about that.
I wasn't planning on it.
You don't talk about it outside of this room, even amongst each other. The public cannot know that there was a Skinner involved in the fight that happened on the Skytram. We can only hope the people who were on the Skytram were too flustered to see what happened.
Most likely they didn't. It was on an airship that was a bit away.
And fortunately, this seems to have happened as night was falling, which also helped with visibility. Okay, we have a lot of factors working for us.
So should we send people to that abandoned building to make sure he's dead?
Yes. Yes, we do need to do that. So she stands up and walks over to her desk, and she pulls out one of those black letters she pulled out before and writes into it. And once she finishes, she puts it in a special slot and it sends it away. Right about this time, you and Zane would be getting back to Station 12.
I would go push on the door. I'm assuming it doesn't budge.
No.
And
Was
I would push
X3
again.
out there?
Yeah.
Can we see them?
I would push again.
No.
I'd be like, what the heck? Zane?
Zane would look the door up and down to like, we're at Station 12, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've been here many a times.
He looks up at the 12 above the door. Yeah.
That does say 12.
He's lucky he's strong.
His looks and his muscle have a lot going for him. So as you guys are trying to figure out what's going on, a doll steps out of the shadows and and literally you jump a little bit. Zane immediately grabs to his sword and goes to swing, and then the doll just, one moment please. And the doll walks over to the doors and puts their hands on each side of the door. And when he does so, you can see that his hands actually push into handprints that are outlined for his hands before he slides it open and the door unlocks.
Like, since when? Who are you?
I am designated as X3. I presently work for Amali. Please step inside.
I would step inside and I'm like, since when have you worked for Molly?
I was assigned to her about 45 minutes ago.
Ah, okay. And I would just walk in.
So
We'll deal with it later, don't worry.
as the two of you and Zane step in, the doll plants their hands on the door again and you hear as it all locks up again. So Amali sees the two of you as she puts the letter in the slot and it goes away, and she says, "Oh, did you take care of that thing that was oh so vital?"
Yes.
Splendid. Please have a seat. We are discussing the attack on the Skytram. And as I just told Kaya, Niall, and Durin, you do not discuss the Skinner with anyone outside of this room, and you do not mention the Skinner to each other outside of this room. The public cannot know there was a Skinner involved. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them, but only here, only in this room, if it involves Skinners.
How much do you know about Skinners and the prevalence of them? Because I kind of assumed potentially they would just be confined to Tantavilla area, but now they're just kind of popping up everywhere. How
Yes.
prevalent is this?
That's, at present, what we're trying to figure out, given that it seems like this Skinner problem stems directly from Vox being a factor within Analir. And the longer Vox is here, the more cases of Skinners have been popping up. Skinners are extremely rare. Most people are lucky to never encounter one across their entire life. An elf who lives 900 or so years will be lucky to see 3 or 4. You've seen 2 in a week? That's bad.
How long has this been a thing with the Skinners? How long have they been in this part of the country?
Your case of seeing one in Tantavilla was case 1. And now, case 2 has just popped up with the 3 of you again. Sorry, the 4 of you again. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying both case 1 and case 2 of a Skinner appearing and being a problem, a substantial problem, clearly, has happened in less than a week, all surrounding the one organization that was put together to hunt down Vox. Clearly, you play some sort of role in what Vox is planning. And I would imagine you, the 3 of you especially, are some kind of wrench in whatever plan Vox has. Now, to say the Skinners are specifically here to kill you 3, I don't believe that for a moment. I believe the Skinners are an extension of a much larger plan.
I have no physical evidence to back this up. However, I think it's important that you should know. I think that they're about, and you, it's like, yeah, duh, probably. They're about to become a much more prevalent issue. It's not just going to stay at the 2 and that be done. They're going to be everywhere soon, and we can't hide it from the public forever.
Not forever.
I don't even know if you can for another week. It's about to be an explosion of this issue.
Until it does explode, we need to keep a lid on it.
Why?
You saw the Skinners in the cauldron, correct?
Yes.
You also saw what happens to someone when a Skinner enters the body and evolves them.
Twice.
Yes.
Twice. Mind you, from what you've described, the one that happened in Tantavilla was slower than the one that happened on the airship. The one that happened on the airship was nigh instantaneous. The one that happened in Tantavilla took a few moments. There were stages to it. Skinners are a nightmare scenario to the average civilian. What would be more ruinous to one's life than a parasite coming in and taking away one of your loved ones and transforming them into a monster, plain and simple, and a monster that is already being piloted by this parasite before they transform? The reason we need to keep this under wraps for as long as we can is because the public is going to freak out.
But why can't we choose to control how the public sees it now that we know that it is going to become an issue? There is an opportunity to control how this explosion happens. I'm not saying we will talk about this outside of here. If that's the call, that's the call. But it's not a matter of if, it's when. And you have the power to control it to an extent, or someone does.
Even if it's a little bit at a time, it might also help protect the civilians as well. So they're on guard. They are aware. They can try to protect themselves.
They know what to look for. I mean, if they don't even know this is an issue, if anything, the public knowing could be of help to us.
Ignorance is not always bliss.
Might be bliss, but it's not helpful to living.
Mm-hmm.
I will elevate this to Duke Brander.
Thank you.
If Duke Brander believes it is something we should act on, then we will. A notion will be put forth to High Helm. Should they agree with you, we'll go from there. I can't promise anything, but you make compelling points.
Gene, Duke Brander's my guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you believe this is only a matter of when, then hopefully Brander will see it the same way.
Meta question. The name of the restaurant that we were looking at when we came back to Onalier.
Hour 13.
Hour 13, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. When we came back from doing the ego thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to go back doing that again.
That was the one that when you were in Rilana, all the things were coming out of it.
Right.
I'm wondering if
All
it's
the
a
mail.
potential distribution
Isn't that
center of
also
some kind.
isn't that also where
One of the regions
one of
is.
the regions is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 reasons to go there now.
And then tomorrow, when it's an even day, I could talk to Duke Brander in the silo.
Hey,
There you
that
go.
is true. That would be very helpful.
Now, given that Talon were the ones who were hired to come after you, retcon, they were only going to be paid 100 krona
Not
per
10,000.
person. No.
Were you thinking about that? Going like, that's
Yes,
way too much.
That's way too much. I'm like, retcon, we're just changing that now. Put a pin in it. My mistake. Moving on.
You know, that's okay.
I will admit to my wrongdoings, and we will move forward. All better people for it.
Dang it, so we're only worth 100 krona.
Yeah, we're not that cool yet.
Yeah.
But it's more befitting of our level 5 status.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, 100 krona's not bad though.
Yeah.
That's
I wish I had 100 krona.
Me too.
Yeah.
I can buy that gun I want. Haven't forgotten.
Oh no, I know. Granted, you did get the cross rifle, so there's also that.
I did.
I got stabbed in the chest.
You're like,
You got an airship.
got an airship.
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
it.
yeah. Guess that's fair.
Can't believe you forgot about the airship.
Chop liver for you.
No, you're right. That's fair.
I got a consolation prize. Looks at the airship.
So she would also tack on to the end of that. Mind you, given the circumstances, I don't believe anything will come of it. But I would imagine none of you have a aeronautic license.
A what?
That's what I thought.
How do we get one of those?
Well, we're going to discuss
Who
that.
cares?
Durin, remember how sometimes we have to follow the rules even though we don't like it?
Thought we were the cops.
Do you want to fly the airship or not?
Yes.
Okay, then let's hear the nice lady out.
You simply have to take a course. Once it's done, you will get your license, just like... I almost said just like cars, but there are no cars in says, mind you, this license thing is a new prospect, but we're testing it. We're testing the waters. Perhaps we'll use licenses like these for other things in the future, but for now it's for aeronautic vessels.
You love learning new things.
Yeah.
And you could use the practice.
Hey.
Make it.
Not all of us are naturals, Alicia.
Yeah.
And at least in the meantime, we'll see if we can find a pilot for your ship while each of you takes the course. Mind you, you only need to take the course if you plan to fly the ship. So not all of you necessarily need to take the course. If you're a natural talent at it, you might as well take the course. If you want to do it, then you got to do it.
You guys have fun.
Hey.
I'm a better passenger.
Niall says, I too like the passenger seat. And Zane says, I've never flown, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to do it, given that we have an airship now.
You don't sound less than enthused, Zane. Come on, it's an airship. That's cool.
It's so much fun.
Not many things excite me, and this is exciting.
He's like, he rubs his chest and he says, I have flown. I had mixed feelings about it.
Oh. Well, agree to disagree then.
Great.
Amali continues. I also believe that Luca has something to share with all of you. And Luca says, it's about time! And he walks over. And when he walks over, he sets down armbands on the table for each of you. And on these armbands, each of you see brass vials on them. And he's like, now, mind you, these are adjustable. You could put it on your leg. You could put it on your arm. You could put it around your neck, though I don't recommend that. You could put it around your shin. It doesn't matter. The point is, these are a modified sleepwalker potion.
Modified?
And he turns the vials toward you and says, and like points at them. And he says, these denote how much time you will be lucid dreaming. I can make more, but for now, I have 4 vials for each of you to use. All you need to do is keep them on your person somewhere, drink the one you want, and out.
How long currently do they last?
1, 2, 3, and 4 hours. Now, you can compound that effect. You could drink all 4 and get
A long time.
9 hours if you needed to. But given that you guys seem to have some sort of special interest in these potions, I thought I might as well just go ahead, take the initiative, put them out there. Now you have them. Strap them on you wherever you want them.
So we all have 4.
Yes.
Thank you, Luca. And
Much appreciated.
I'll strap mine to the other, upper arm.
Okay. He says,
Mine's going on my leg.
Niall grabs onto it and stares at it for a moment, and he kind of tries to fiddle with it, putting it around his arm, trying to figure it out.
Can I help him with it?
Yeah. So you're just buddy, there you go. Zane puts his over his thigh as well.
Put mine in my beard.
Huh?
In the beard.
You
So
said
he's like,
he
when I want it,
doesn't-
I just...
Yeah.
Is that directly against what Luca said about
not on
it
my
not
neck.
being around your neck? Oh, okay. It's close.
It's it's adjacent to my neck.
Yeah.
Luca steps back and says, "Nah, don't mention it. I just wanted to make sure you had these because you seem interested in lucid dreaming. Mind you, I don't fully understand why you're so interested, but we're all Sterlings and you're the field agents. I make what you need." And he begins waddling back over to his desk.
My mind went to waddle waddle.
No.
Until the very next day. Ba, 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 da, da.
And as he's walking away, he says, "I can only make a full batch for all of you once every 4 days.
That should be a problem.
So in the meantime, I got to get brewing. And he waddles.
Waddle, waddle.
To the very next day.
Bum, 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 bum.
It's copyrighted. I'm joking.
I believe you
I
sing
think
it
there's a
very
duration
well. Yeah.
with that, though.
I'm joking. There is a duration with stuff like that. And there's also there's laws there that it's like, as long as it's you can argue it's, what is it?
Parody.
Yeah, parody and
Free
things
use.
like that. Yeah, free use. Yeah.
It's only if it's an exact copy. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
No offense.
You making a comment?
Do that? No.
Is ours singing that good?
Wow.
Amazing.
So after that, you guys hear on the metal door, and Amali stands up and looks at all of you and just like nods in agreement, like, we're done with the Skinner conversation. And she moves over there as the door opens, and a red knight comes in.
Do we know this red knight?
Go ahead and do a politics check.
I have
17.
No idea.
Okay.
11.
Okay. So you've seen this red knight in passing before. They are viling. Their horn does not actually come out from their head. It looks like their horn rides the side of their skull going back. Both of them do. And he has sort of like a red short mohawk going between the two rows of horns.
So it's not one of the 4 from last time.
No. Technically from tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he comes in, and like I said, sort of red, wild mohawk hair. But he comes in and says, Ms. Amali, I have an update on the Skytram. And she says, go ahead. And he mentions that we investigated the tram for the explosives that we believe were used to derail the Skytram. There was another explosive found on the remaining cup link on that second tram that was supposed to be blown up. The triggers were intact. If the detonator was nearby, it should have exploded.
The guy with the cigarette
Mm-hmm.
didn't set it off.
Guess not.
He set up one of them.
So, just giving you that information. Only one of the bombs went off. The other bomb should have. I don't know what to make of it. And Amali says, thank you for the information. You're excused. and he nods and just backs out before the door closes again.
I guess he did give us a fighting chance
Yeah.
anyway.
Enough of this guessing. Let's get some answers. Where's Jasper at?
Locked up somewhere.
Amali stands up and walks over to the holding cell, and she opens the slider to look inside, and she says, currently in a puddle of self-loathing, and she begins to open up the vault door.
Are the vines still holding?
She looks in there real quick and says, well, I'd say so. It doesn't look like he's struggled against them in a while. She
Okay.
opens the
Jesus.
door.
Is he okay?
I will walk in. Is there anything to like tie someone to the wall or anything, like getting hooks or anything?
Damn.
Any mounts?
So Amali, once she pulls him out of there, she stops for a moment, and like when you ask that, and she says, oh, it's not perfect. She walks over to Luca's desk and grabs one of the metal chairs and pulls it over and sets it down, sets Jasper in it, and she turns back and finds belts that were over by her desk, and she wraps them around him to tie him to the steel chair.
Okay. I would take another chair, and I would just sit it right across in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And be like, you want to deal with me. You don't want to deal with the ones behind me. Just putting that out there.
I'd get out my gun and I start cleaning it.
Oh, you're trying to be Freddy.
Yep.
Yes. We're doing good cop, bad cop. I'm bad cop.
I'm
I'm Ollie's worst cop.
I'm Molly's worst cop.
I mean, she's scaly.
She is scaly. Let's see. You can.
I'd be like, who hired you guys? Let's start there.
He sitting there. He lifts his head. You know what? I'm not gonna tell you that.
I have the vines tighten up, like tighter around him, have the thorns stick in a little bit more.
See, first, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Enlighten me. I love games. Let's.
I want you to roll an intimidation check.
Say, why are you the one doing this?
She sat down for
I
it.
know,
she
like-
went into it.
I
Okay.
know.
It's funny, we have, like, Zane's got a
Zane-
plus
yeah, I
6 in
know.
intimidation. But hey, go for it.
Like I said, he wants to deal with me first before everyone else comes in.
All right, so if this doesn't work,
She's
Zane,
the good cop.
break his
Exactly.
kneecaps.
I gave him that option. If he doesn't want to play, can't say I didn't try. Oh goodness, where's intimidation at? I'm trying to find it.
It should be at the bottom.
Bottom.
Yeah, very close to the bottom. It's third from the bottom.
Oh, 5.
So it tightens up around him and he winces from it. And he just says, some tight thorns are not going to cut it.
Can I, like, hit Zane on the arm, like, hey, get in there?
Sure. So Zane, when you tap him on the arm, he like looks toward Jasper, and just making his steps as heavy as he can, walks over until he's beside Alentia, and he leans down toward him. And I'm gonna roll for Zane, hopefully. 17.
All
So-
right. There we go.
So Zane leans down toward him, puts his thumb on the outside of one of the thorns, like on the other side of the vine, and just squeezes his hand on his arm. And he says, I can do this with every single thorn.
I didn't realize we were going to be torturing this guy.
Yes.
Can I put like a thorn like near his downstairs?
Go ahead and do let's do a biowave check.
Bro.
I think the universe is trying
9.
to tell you something.
You shouldn't be torturing people.
So a small, like, a little wiggly vine kind of pushes out, covering his nether regions just barely, and a very, very small thorn pops out of it.
Very tiny thorn.
And
Much
while
like-
Zane's doing that, he like looks down and sees that happen, and he says, "And I can be very deliberate about which ones I use." And Jasper, like, wincing again from it, he says, "Come on, I'll answer anything except for who hired us. Please."
How much were they going to pay you?
We were going to be paid 100 kronas each. All of us would get 100 kronas.
You sure? Seems a little cheap.
Final answer.
Had you been hired by this mysterious person before?
No. We never got a call from this person.
Seemed like a normal job, though.
I mean, normally we're going after people with a bit more, no offense, renown.
Hey.
But, so no, kind of out of the ordinary. We're not usually hired to go after, essentially, cops.
Had your guys' jobs been outside of ours? Any of the other ones been out of the ordinary lately that you had taken on?
No, just normal jobs. Revix takes a lot of odd jobs.
Ooh, tell me more.
Revix, anything that sounds even remotely, we'll say, failable, he usually signs us up for. I'd say the man had a death wish, but I'd say he probably got it.
Did you know he was a monster?
He like crooks his head for a moment. He says, "Monster." He didn't
See that, I know.
Oh, okay. I mean, he was a little had probably a few screws loose, but I mean,
This person that contacted you guys, how did they get a hold of you?
there was a middleman, which, if I'm correct, you probably met Mr. Kite.
How did they get a hold of Mr. Kite?
That's Kite's business. I don't know how.
How can we get a hold of Mr. Kite?
If you wanted to get a hold of Kite, you have to. I mean, well, we could. No.
I look at Zane.
Ooh, 21.
Ooh.
So Zane pulls his hand back and like grabs onto one of the vines and twists it so it's like a thumbtack, and he just sort of lightly drags it against the guy's collarbone and says, "You can tell us now, or you can tell us in a few minutes when you have a couple more holes than you used to." And
Ew.
and Jasper like, okay. I could try to arrange a meeting with Kite myself, and then you could hop in, so to speak.
You're not getting out of here. Come on.
See? I didn't think you'd go with it either. But he like looks down at the thorn, looks at Zane. It's an option.
Hey, Amali. What is Jasper's best case scenario after the attack he participated in today?
Amali says, "Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Kaya." And she walks over and she pats Zane on the shoulder, and Zane just sort of steps back for a moment. Amali crouches down so that she is eye level with Jasper and says, "I'd say that the idea of him seeing a bright and sunny day outside of a cell is nil. He'll probably, all the while, like, she's saying this kind of to you, but staring at Jasper in the face and saying, yeah, he'll probably be sitting in a cell, given that he went after federal agents of Analir, of High Helm specifically. They'll probably even think about putting him in the drowned cells. Down there, light doesn't reach. You only have what bulbs they put down there. I'm not even sure if they use light bulbs. And you'll sit down there. All you'll hear is the water and those who are being waterboarded. And you'll get fed whatever questionable fish they manage to bring into the prison that day. No matter how you slice it, it's just a miserable life from here on.
Do you think his holding cell situation could be improved upon his cooperation?
I think there's a good chance, should he decide to cooperate, we could, maybe argue that he gets a much more amicable prison.
Maybe where he's not hearing waterboarding and the deaths of those around him all night.
Probably. He'd probably still be isolated, but, at least it could be surrounded by maybe like some chirping birds and some city life sounds going on. But that's just a possibility.
What if he were to reveal the name of his employer?
If he were to reveal the name of his employer, there might be a way for him to not have to sit in a cell for the rest of his life. He will probably lose any license he has to carry weapons of any sort, mind you, unless we give him a particular job that is for that and he's watched.
Maybe for his own safety he would need to be.
That's true, because whenever a mercenary group fails, it's not long after that the one who hired them tends to cut what few strings remain, expressly because this might happen.
Especially when word leaks to the rest of his friends that he completely sold them out.
Jasper, seems like you have more choices than you thought you did, but it is up to you what your future looks like, I think.
I want all three of you to roll persuasion or intimidation, whichever one is higher, with true advantage.
Merciful DM, thank you.
17.
19.
Jamie took a minute to find it on her sheet.
The bottom.
Oh wow, look at that, 6. I rolled 2 4s, which is really impressive in a terrible kind of way.
Which is really impressive.
But since it's a group roll,
Since it's a group roll,
does that help?
I would say I'm also I'll add Zane to that too. Oh, thank God he gets a +6. Jesus. We'll add Niall there too.
So I say good Niall.
Okay.
One more and it's dice jail for you.
So, the whole contingent surrounding Jasper, having heard everything, Jasper is sweating bullets.
Yes.
He's sitting there like, he's like, I hate water. He's like, and he looks back at the holding cell, and I hated that. I don't know. You're not gonna believe me. You're not gonna believe me.
give us a
Try
try.
me.
Yeah.
Chief Galahad.
Oh.
Not as surprised as I thought I'd be, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've never met him.
Yeah.
Kind of hurtful.
I'm a little bit whelmed.
How's Molly reacting to that? Because don't we technically work for Chief Galahad?
You technically work for Commissioner Hale,
Who works for
She-
Chief Galahad?
who works
Yeah.
for Chief Galahad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would be Hale's superior. Technically, in a weird way, not entirely your guys' superior. You more report to Amali and High Helm. But
He's
Yeah.
in this organization, though, in a
Yes.
position.
He's one of the
in-
Vatican figureheads.
yes, he is the figurehead of Vatican.
Right.
Interesting.
So how's Molly reacting to that?
So roll an instincts check on Amali.
8.
19.
Nice.
14.
So you can see Amali's
Dice jail?
skeletal sockets widen as she straightens up, and she shakes her head for a moment and turns around and begins pacing around the large table.
He can afford more than 100 gold.
Durin's gonna be like, "You cheap ass."
Yeah.
Amali seems disturbed by that, but also, I don't want to say not surprised. She seems more. You can tell that she has a lot of gears turning in her head right now.
Calculating.
Yes.
I would look back to Jasper and say, I don't suppose you would know why.
Hey, that's mercenary code. Don't ask. Just do it.
How do you know it was Chief Galahad?
Because Revix had a big mouth. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Well, how did Revix reveal this?
Revix was bragging about having a wealthy client finally under our belt. He was going on and on about how excited he was for future prospects and that he would finally get to be officially paid to kill cops.
By a cop.
Doesn't matter. He got to kill cops. That's all he cared about.
Well, he tried.
All right.
But Mr. Kite was your go-between with Chief Galahad?
Yeah, he's the middleman. Kite is... That's all he does. He's a middleman, a negotiator. Supposedly he's a cipher too, but that's all I know. You can roll a investigation check about cipher.
13.
Okay.
12.
18.
So ciphers are what Jean Hugh was. They're info brokers. And each cipher has their own methods of gathering information. Some it's networking, some have more magical means. Different ciphers, different ways.
So since you're being so helpful, where is Kite's hangout?
Kite gets around. Wherever Kite supposedly lives, I have no idea. He is extremely secretive about where he lives.
But you can set us up a meeting with him.
Or you said you could.
Yes, maybe.
Where is his preferred places? Bars to get a drink after a long day, shopping.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, he shows up.
Shopping.
Man, every person has their vices.
Yep. He seems like a very distinguished
Gentleman.
Yeah.
As far as I know, he goes to a lot of different bars, but at least in our case, we met him at Chasm Casino.
How would setting up a meeting how would that work? What would you do?
I would, were I to set up a meeting, which it's not usually me. I feel the need to preface. It was usually Revix, and as far as we know, he's incinerated. So
He is a bit indisposed at the moment.
yeah, and Kite knows Revix is his guy. I'm not the guy. I'm not the one who sets these things up.
You're not telling me anything I don't know.
Well, I would meet him at the last lift that takes you down to the Undercity. You wait there. Sometimes you wait for hours. But if you wait at the lift long enough, supposedly Kite shows up.
Do
all I
you
got.
have to send him a message?
Apparently he has a way of knowing if you hang around the lift long enough, he knows. I don't know if he's got people that watch the lift and then tell him. Somehow he shows up one way or another.
Well, I do believe your freedom is going to depend on him showing up when we go there.
I thought so.
else?
Not for him.
Amali?
She stops pacing and walks over to Jasper, and she sort of like puts a closed fist on his shoulder, and she says, "There's this wonderful thing I can do as a trespasser. I can make it so you never forget something. And if you're lying, I will take the time to find your worst memory, the one you hate most, the one that keeps you up at night, and I will crystallize it in your brain forever. So don't fucking lie." And she grabs him by the jacket and leads him over and pushes him back in the cell. Closes it, walks back over, and she stares at the fireplace. Anything else from the rest of you? Okay. No. So, Amali would sort of like turn back to all of you and say, "For now, come by again tomorrow morning. We'll talk about what we do next. Get some rest. It's more than deserved. Also, last time you were paid as sterlings, what did you roll? Do you recall?"
I don't remember.
Okay, I think I have it right here.
Although you were reading my mind because I was about to be like, do we get paid for what we just did? And
We get paid?
survive?
We get paid?
Yes.
You guys are getting paid?
Yeah, what?
Part of the reason we agreed to this whole shindig.
Because that's my bad.
I mean,
I think we all rolled 20.
That's what that sounds right.
I mean, I
no
feel
idea.
like that's right.
I just want to see if I wrote it.
Or was it a D100? We all rolled 100.
Hey.
Listen, whatever's in the budget.
Okay, so I want, and this is actually to encompass multiple missions because that's my bad. I want each of you to roll. I'm doing some math. I want you to roll 5d20.
Oh. My calculator. Not off to a great start. That's better. Yes. $60.
50.
42.
42 plus 20.
Ooh.
That was rolling I rolled 2, 4, 18, 20, and 16.
The last one saved me. I was
Yeah.
all single digits, and then I got like a 19. It's like,
Mm.
oof.
Like, thank goodness. Like, please save me.
That's what we're getting paid?
Yes.
Yes. I needed money. I have 105.
I was say, let me know what all of you guys are at after that.
For Kronos.
Yes.
116.
Hey.
Nice. 101.
We're not broke anymore.
Is that gun on sale?
I was like, given how long you guys have been doing things, I was like,
Time to
You guys are
Let's go shopping.
Yeah, I would say you guys are also probably hurting for money.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going down. We got 10 days. We're going down that plot line. If we're going shopping.
I was gonna say we also need to meet up not in Station 12 and figure out the decision that was set.
Because we never told her
Yeah.
about the knights.
Well, yeah, exactly. Can't tell her.
Well, does Chief Galahad work at station or whatever?
He works at Precinct 9, yes.
Precinct 9? So he would be one of those
Tempting.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he knows about the offer from
May-
the knights.
Maybe he's the one behind it. Sounds like he's trying to sabotage.
He wants to kill his own precinct?
Yeah. Wants to kill us.
Maybe
We should
he
go talk
wants
to
to
him.
like invoke like martial law.
He's on the list.
Yeah.
Let's sleep first and go shopping.
All right, fine.
Shopping spree! So, you guys head back to your rooms, I presume, chill out, and speaking of going back to your rooms, can you break out the hotel map?
Hey.
There's a line.
What?
See it. What do you mean you spent time on all these maps?
Home sweet hotel.
Oh, how we missed you and all of your many mysteries. Not to mention, getting a C-class airline license.
Hey.
It's got to be easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on.
for sure.
Come on.
They'd let anyone fly those.
So, which kind of rest do you guys want to take? Just a normal free rest, depending on what you plan to do today.
rest.
Okay. So it
Yes.
doesn't cost anything to do a normal long rest. You're good to go, but you do get to select. Double check. Even with the usual rest, you still get to select 2 checks and put +1 on 2 different checks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the day.
Can't forget the day.
I won't.
Very important.
I won't forget the day.
I know you won't.
20 seconds.
Can I get anyone anything?
May I have another sparkly water? Thank you.
I'll go with you.
Fair. Can I have a cookie? Sweet. Thanks, Levi. Me too. In a while. I am enjoying it immensely. There's no way. Yeah. you said.
Oh, right. Your AC was only 17 because of the rest here.
Mm-hmm.
And your AC determined is 18. Sorry, not your AC, your shell. Is 18.
Let me double check. I'm sorry, do you have a bigger map, Garrison? That you haven't shared?
But yes. Thank you for cooking.
Mine is 28.
Your shell is 28?
Yeah. And my HP is 34. It was 40 because of the rest.
34, you said?
Yep. It's my normal max shell.
You mean HP?
Yeah, HP, sorry.
No, you're I was like...
34 and 28.
34. Millennia, what's your max HP? 41?
6.
Yes.
Sorry, I have to put these in
You're
here.
good. I just knew the best time to ask. And what's your shell? That's was that 40 there? That was there because of the rest of you. That's right. 40 shell. Okay. So, you guys take your long rests, nap, enjoy yourselves, prepare for the next day, and I presume you guys. You're good. I was saying,
Oh no!
I'm good.
okay.
Choking on the cookie.
Oh no!
Oh,
Death by cookie.
Alright.
you're good.
What a way to go.
What? Right?
To be so betrayed.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever actually sent this picture over to you guys, but I think it paints a nice image for the interior of the Mar Hotel,
Mm-hmm.
especially the side of the Mar Hotel that you're in.
Mm.
Very cozy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we on
So-
the east side or the west side?
East side.
So good sunrises.
Yes, very good sunrises. Not so great sunsets.
No, terrible.
Unless you're on a Ferris wheel.
Should have looked north to Argo.
He's like, we fly!
I can just go there now.
The Arrowhead has enough fuel for that, right?
Fuel.
He's like, wait.
What?
What? Are you telling me you have to pay for fuel?
I swear to God.
Find out how. Be like,
I love it, but that would be so.
like, damn it. Like, you can go anywhere, provided you can pay.
Capitalism.
Yay! Time is money. Literally.
Literally.
So, you guys get up the next morning, and I presume you typically go to your usual spot to enjoy breakfast and all that good stuff amongst yourselves.
Can I just say, I'm looking at the star key throughout the day,
Yes.
waiting for it to tell me when Duke Brander is inside.
Perfect.
This
Most
island.
likely right when we're talking to the French people.
I swear to God.
I'll let you know.
So just let me know. I have it like out looking at it throughout.
Oh,
the
yeah,
day.
yeah. No, I gotcha. Perfect. I
So when he's
appreciate
in there,
that.
I can talk to him
Perfect.
and do my research.
Yes, yes. So, you guys are sitting down, enjoying breakfast. It's all of you. You have your little booth that you typically sit at. It's funny because at this point, as you guys are congregating at your booth, you notice that there are a pair of older men sitting where you guys typically sit, and as you approach, they each of them close up their newspapers and kind of like wave them at you and move to let you guys sit in your spots.
Aww, wait, that's nice.
It's only been like a week, too. Nice.
Right.
two weeks, something like that. But no, they nod and smile and head over to a different spot. As you guys sit down, I want you to make a perception check.
9.
So vigilant. Always aware.
Always aware.
18.
13.
Okay. So as you guys are sitting down, Millennia, you happen to hear someone nearby going, "Come on, I just one more chance, please, please, please. I just need one more chance." And then you hear another voice that is familiar for some reason, but you're not quite sure why the voice is familiar. They're going, I can't do that. We've tried. This is. You can only mess up so many times. We gotta let you cut you loose. And the other voice going, "No, but please, I need this money." He's like, "Well, you're gonna have to find the time somewhere else." And person walks away, and it's Nyx. Nyx, the one who flew you through the brass halls, walks past you guys. As he's walking by, he throws a very polite smile and keeps walking.
He's the one getting fired or doing the firing?
Doing the firing. And then you see another person, another Sif, actually, step around the corner, and they, over their, the typical black butler suit, they have their own jacket, and this is a picture of said person. She, over her black butler suit, has a leather aviation jacket, and looks like she just threw it on.
You son of a... I see where this is going.
She steps around the corner, and her shoulders slumped, and she's walking like... As she walks over to the bar top and sits down, and the bartender walks over, a Minotaur Yuko who works at the bar.
How many people work at this bar? This is like 4 different bartenders. Every time we're here, you name a different bartender.
Jamie, that's how it is, right?
Yeah.
He walks over and he
turnover is real fast.
It's just because I can never remember what the last one was.
The first one was like an elephant person.
And then we had like a turtle. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. It's because it's realistic and
Realism.
It's the
grounded.
bar is owned by the Mar Hotel, so they go all over the building.
yes, they just cycle them
Yeah.
through. You get experience at different bars, different patrons. It's great. It's obviously because I'm a genius. Anyway.
I was gonna say,
that one
my
would
job
go
had
up
that
like
high of a
10s,
turnover rate.
yeah.
But Minotaur comes over, puts his hands on the bar, and looks at this girl, and she looks up at him and says, "I need your strongest espresso."
In my mind, I'm like, I get that. Yes.
And he looks at her and tilts his head. "You want 4?" And she says, "Yeah."
I don't know if you can afford that.
And he walks away. You hear him making everything, and she is sitting there looking at something, and she just she slaps it down on the table before shoving it back in her jacket, and she just sits there, puts her head down on the table, and just sits there and is just waiting for her drink.
So
You're the
I
only
look-
one. Well, she's the only one that's noticed this.
Yeah. I definitely didn't
No,
notice
yeah.
anything. I'm like,
You guys just
Drinking
saw,
my coffee.
literally saw Nick's wave, like, oh, it's Nick's!
Right.
Me and Kyra's devouring breakfast.
Yeah,
Alentia's
honestly.
like watching this poor girl.
Yeah. In despair, I
Yeah.
would walk up and
Do we notice her leave?
Yeah.
The table.
I just like notice her leave, like,
Where you going? I grab her bacon.
I slap his hand. Leave her bacon alone.
okay, so you approach the girl at the bar.
hold on. I'll defend
What
your
are you
bacon,
rolling for?
Olympia. to see if I notice you trying to
Hey! She did not.
got a 7.
Don't worry.
Oh,
I will protect
Kaya's
your
like, I
bacon.
got you, though.
She stands up to go get him quietly in the back. She's like, she's not going to eat it. It's going to get cold. And
No, leave it alone.
Kaya, like, draws her
Yeah.
revolver and puts it on the table.
I said.
You don't touch another woman's bacon.
Not if you want to live.
It's going to get cold.
It's not your problem, is it?
So, Lentia, you approach the bar top.
I would just like signal to the bartender to get like another coffee. I'll do a latte. I won't do an espresso. I'll do like a latte type thing, whatever they have.
Yeah. He nods and he just, he nods and says, asks, you're one of those Sterlings?
Yes.
And he says, perfect. And he, like, normally whenever you guys pay for things, you use a punch card.
Oh, okay.
Because it's taken care of by the
Yeah.
hotel and all that
Okay.
stuff. So he's just like,
Our last bartender would have remembered that.
he's like, your Sterlings, just leave your card on the table, I'll get it. And he keeps making his
Thank
stuff.
you. I would like, I'm like right next to her. I would look down at her and be like, rough day, hon? What's going on?
She lifts up, throws her hair back. I just got fired.
Oh no, from what?
I was a black butler and I was pretty good at it. They told me I was too emotional to be a butler. And I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. You need passion for these kinds of things. And I can keep a lid on it. I've got a lid on it right now.
And I would just like put like a hand on her shoulder, be like, breathe, inhale, exhale. Oxygen is your friend. Oxygen is your friend.
She looks over at the Minotaur and looks back and she's like, and so is coffee.
Maybe you need to do a tea. Something more calming, less energy inducing.
Until I have coffee, my head spins. And spins and spins. But I appreciate it.
Sounds like a medical condition.
Yeah.
Sounds like ADHD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she like turns to you and she like, thank you. I needed a pat on the back this morning. I have to find a new employer because I'm gonna get kicked out of my flat and I won't have a place to go and I can't go back into my district. I gotta find it here, but I can't be a butler anymore. But it's fine. It's fine. The sun will come out tomorrow. Oh, God. The iron tree will always shine. And he brings over your guys' coffees.
She's lucky Alentia's the one that noticed. Say, Kai and I would not put up with that.
Kaya would have done walked away. I'll wait till you're done with all that.
Yeah.
And come back.
She takes the espresso and is just like, Panacea. And she drinks some of it.
What?
Panacea is like a cure-all liquid.
Oh.
And be like, well, let's start with what you're good at. Let's start there.
She's like, well, she's like, well, at least I think I'm really good at following people, keeping tabs on people. I know how to slit a throat, let me tell you.
Are you subtle, though?
I think one could argue that I have a certain
Pizzazz?
capacity for subtlety that is difficult to find sometimes. Kinda, yes.
Okay.
I also used to race. So I'm a good driver. I used to fly flares. Made a lot of money doing that. Until there was a bit of an accident and I wasn't allowed to race anymore.
You can just hear in the background.
Yeah.
I don't want to do the training for the airport.
No.
I want to get the license.
No, I'm just gonna,
what
like,
are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna like smirk and look back at Durin. And be like, you see that dwarf right there? Mm-hmm. Terrible driver. He needs some help. He might pay you for it, but he needs some serious help.
We might pay. It's not none of that.
She says, him? He's a terrible driver?
Terrible.
Oh,
Couldn't park.
that's
I
awful.
helped you find it.
She's like, I mean, I've known people who were like on their deathbed who could at least park.
I like her so much.
Look, I can't hear this.
She's like, but he needs lessons.
He needs lessons. Do you think you could help him get certified?
I mean,
No.
I could help him prepare
Prepare?
for the test.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go introduce you.
You would?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Be like, Durin, it's your lucky day.
Huh? What? Just
What
a
happened to me?
face full of bacon.
But not yours.
Yeah. I see it. Hold on. 15. Do I see that it's moved?
Wait. Even better. Rollies. See if I actually got to eat the bacon.
What are we rolling?
This is just a D20.
Handling.
Yeah.
Why not?
Handling? Oh, yeah, buddy. Where's my handling? Yeah, it's still not great. 12?
14.
Aw, man, I tried.
Be like,
As soon as you come back, I'm like, I'm sorry, he stole your bacon.
Just
I
a
tried
mouthful
to
of
stop him.
and I just, I was like, you're full.
You're just like, Durin! And I was like,
Today's not your lucky day. I'm sorry.
Zane scrapes off some of his bacon onto his plate.
Be like, no, but that's your bacon.
And he sits back and he pulls out his pipe and says, "It's okay." And he begins working on it.
I thought you were going to say he pulled out a spare thing of bacon.
just a
He
jar
has
of
an
bacon.
emergency
It's my
bacon.
pocket bacon.
My emergency bacon supplies. I don't know.
When in
Listen, I don't get heartburn,
bacon.
so.
All right.
Because he doesn't have a
I feel
heart,
like-
you son.
Be like, thank you, Zane. And I do like dagger eyes at her.
She looks over and I'm reaching for the bacon.
I'm going for it again.
Yeah. Be like, I was trying to help you this
what?
morning.
So, the girl comes around the corner, and she, upon seeing Durin close up, her eyes light up,
Oh no.
and she like, and she moves in on you really quick. Durin doesn't say anything, and she starts looking at your armor up and down at your suit, and she's like, "Are these hex cables?" And then she turns around, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, and is that a copper valve?" And she's like moving at different things, and she's like, "And you have a 6-cylinder?" And she keeps going through each part.
Like, yeah?
She's like,
Yeah?
she sees the spine work, and she's like, I have never. How do you even move around in that thing? And she keeps looking everything up and down.
I let off a little bit of steam in her face. Just.
She's like, and it's not even that hot. And she keeps
Hey. Back up.
Sorry. They called us cable cats back where I was engineers.
They called me crazy. Back where I'm from.
Crazy smart? A genius? What do you mean?
Oh, my dad had a few more choice words. Who are you?
I'm so sorry. I'm Anaya. I am a pilot, and a very good pilot. I used to race in the flare circuits, and
I don't know what that is.
how do you not know? It doesn't matter.
She could possibly give you lessons on how to fly.
I heard you need help learning how to fly an airship, and let me tell you, I'm a pretty good teacher.
Oh yeah. I'm good. I think I'm really good.
Valentia's face says you're
Hey.
not.
She's like, well, then do you need someone to fly you places?
Don't you have a job?
I did.
It's been a day for her.
No.
Can you fly an airship?
Yeah, I can fly up to and including C and B class airships.
We don't know what that means.
I can fly the small ones and I can fly the bigger ones.
So an arrowhead?
Arrowhead.
So an arrowhead class?
Arrowheads are some of my favorites. They're just the right size, and they're just big enough that you can modify them. You can turn them into your own little home away from home. They are just so cute.
So let's say, just by chance, some of us might need lessons. And, per se, a chauffeur. How much would that cost? Don't look at me like that. How much would that cost?
I am very cheap. I can ferry you places for just 4 kronas.
Per trip?
Yeah. A
I mean,
girl's gotta eat.
Wouldn't you want more of like a weekly salary? Like, what
I
else are you
mean,
gonna do?
But what if you don't need me and then you're paying me for not helping you?
We might need you a whole lot in 1 week, though.
Yeah, I don't want to pay 4 kronas each time.
And how are you going to be able to get all of you together if you're living flight to flight? What if we just pay you a living wage?
And to help with since you said you can customize an arrowhead ship,
Yeah.
why don't you live on the ship?
And then when you're not flying, you can do upgrades to it for us.
Yeah. That would also make it a little bit cheaper since you won't need your apartment anymore.
I save money.
Well,
I
we
have a
save
home
money.
away from home.
Hey,
I have one thing. It's not a condition. It's just more of a request. I might need help customizing the arrowhead.
okay.
Okay.
What kind of help?
Mechanical help.
See, now it's your lucky day. I just pull out my Star Driver. It's like,
You have a Star Driver.
come on. Of course I do.
And she like comes close and she's like, "Can I hold it?"
No.
She's like, "But if you'll help me customize the arrowhead, I am completely hired. I am yours. You have me. I will ferry you wherever you need to go. I will make your arrowhead the cutest freaking cat that will fly anyone, anywhere, anytime."
Sounds great.
For how much?
Oh,
Since you need a living wage.
week to week. $20 kronas
A week.
a week.
I think you can live off 15.
18.
14.
19.
How about this? 17, but with possibility of raises depending on your work.
We'll do annual reviews.
She's like, sold to the beautiful portrait of a woman.
My name's Kaya.
She's like, to Kaya. I was sold to Kaya. I don't like how that sounded.
No. No. We are your employers. That's it. I don't need slaves.
I am.
Not yet, anyway.
I am your employee. What do you guys do?
A little bit of everything.
Okay.
I will have to say, before you completely agree, we tend to get into some scuffles here and there.
What kind of scuffles?
Assassination attempts.
The dangerous kind of scuffles.
Yeah.
I
Dangerous.
love danger.
You'll fit right in.
Great. The flare circuits were very, very dangerous.
We still don't know what that is.
You race through the city and you do cool stuff on little hover bikes. It's cool.
So you've flown through the city before?
I've flown all over on Alir.
You ever been to Argo?
No.
Who's worth it, right?
They don't have flare circuits out in Argo because most people can't get there.
Most people.
Well, because somebody lives there. They got it, right?
Someday.
Think.
Someday. Great. So, you said your name was
Anaya.
Anaya. Great. Guess, okay, here's what we're gonna do. What do we remember where we parked it?
Yeah, where the Skytram.
Does that matter?
Docked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meet us at the airship. Go and get all your stuff. I don't know where you live right now.
I'll find it.
And we will meet you there so we can start customizing it.
Brilliant.
Great.
She chugs the rest of her coffee, sets it down, and she throws 2 kronas at the bartender and says, "I'm employed," and she runs off.
That's either gonna go. Man, she's gonna get annoying, isn't she?
Matter, maybe.
Only for you.
She'll be fine. I find it entertaining.
All right.
I do too.
Kaya. We'll have to meet Anaya there later. In the meantime, I believe you wanted to go shopping.
Yes, I do.
Post-fight shopping spree, yeah!
And I think it would even out to 4 kronas from everybody
For
Roughly.
paying Anaya?
for paying
Yeah.
Anaya.
Yeah.
If we just keep track of that.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's good. It'd be like 4 kronas per person, and then one person pays an additional krona. You can
Yeah.
just go around the room each time.
Yeah.
There's 5 of us.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right. You just do.
You gotta pay twice, DM.
That's true, I do. And that's okay. Zane has a decent amount of money.
How do you spell Anaya? I know it's drawn there, but I can't really.
Oh, no, it's okay. Ania.
All right.
It's very stylistic, just because it's fun.
Well, didn't you say those were the signatures?
Yep. I'm grabbing my stuff so that I can give you prices, because Lord knows y'all are gonna run off the shops because I
I-
finally paid you.
For a minute, my brain was like, can we afford 17?
I know that's
a week, and I'm like, oh wait,
We just got paid.
We just got paid for like a whole lot. So yeah, probably.
When I was thinking like if it was 4 per trip, like that'll add up really fast.
Yeah,
And now we have another person.
we do.
It's like for fast traveling. She's just always on the ship.
Yep.
If you ever want to go anywhere.
Okay, so you guys finish up eating, getting your bearings, and you guys can head off toward whichever of the Archino markets you want to go to buy whatever you'd like.
I want to stop by my dwarven friend,
Alrighty.
but I know
Zargan.
you want to go buy a new gun probably. You said you wanted to,
Yeah.
so we can hit up the fucking French guy next to him.
Do you want to do dwarf friend before French guy or after French guy?
Let's do it before French guy,
All right. Cool.
because I know that'll just be a whole thing.
Sidebar that I forgot to mention for your gauntlet is called Iron Vine.
The crossbow.
Yes, the former crossbow.
Okay, what's it called? Iron what?
Iron Vine. To utilize it to its fullest extent, you will need to train with it using time you would normally spend for research and things like that to learn how to use it properly, should you want to learn how to use it properly. And I can let you know what you need to roll for that whenever you want to start doing that. And Kaya, you are in the same boat with the cross rifle. To use it properly, you'll need to train with it. They're both weapons that are within your wheelhouse, but they have their own quirks and stuff like that that you'd have to get used to before they really take off.
Got it.
But you're heading over to Archino Market for weapons.
Weapons.
We're going to
The dwarf.
the dwarf first.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry, you're going to Zargan
Dwarf.
first.
What's his shop called?
Oh, it was. I gotta pull it up.
Bits and Bobs.
Something like that. I gotta find it. Quick. It was something silly.
We buy gold.
Where? No, it can't be that far down.
Oh, this will be really funny. Are we all going?
I think so.
Yeah.
So that's up to you guys.
All right. I don't think any of you guys have ever been there. Niall
No,
has.
we were there at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The first time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But we don't know the cats.
I was gonna say, keep an eye out for the cats. Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
They
Because there was one cat, I feel like,
Yeah,
in
they
the back.
they
Yeah.
multiplied
They've
Oh,
multiplied.
that's right.
exponentially.
Oh, he just called it scrap shop.
Gotcha.
So you guys would head in there to see Zargan. When you open the door, you hear like a ripple through the shop, and the cats part like the Red Sea as you open the door, and they climb up all over on the racks. And most of them are pitch black now, covered in soot. Some of them have like fringed whiskers and stuff like that. And some of them, it looks like some of their tails are shorter than they used to be.
Oh no!
But they all look and sound very happy, despite the circumstances. And they all huddle up on different shops racks and things like that. Some of them climbing up the ones that hang from the ceiling. And as they do so, like you hear like this like ticking coming from one of them, like. And Zargan, you hear him go, Daniel! And he like runs out.
Who names a cat Daniel?
And you hear him
Probably running out of names.
as he runs out, and he like leaps up to it, grabs onto the rack, and he like pulls himself up, and he's like messing with something, and then the ticking stops, and he hops down.
What?
And he hops down, and he's like, "What did it?" And the cat just.
I would look at Dern and be like, "Why are we here again?"
This is the best shop in the city. Zargan, my friend.
Ah, Durin! And he goes to, yep.
Solid handshake.
And he looks at the rest of you. He's like, and friends! And he waddles back, clank, 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 until he gets behind his counter and hops on up. What can I do for you?
2 things. I need another stick of dynamite.
He's like, And he hops down and he waddles to the back. And you hear him go, Stephanie, move.
These names. Stephanie? That's a lot of syllables for a cat name.
Got a lot of cats.
And you hear him clinking around with different things. And you hear, and he's like, Rex, I will feed you. And he keeps moving around with different things until he walks by and he's like, you have food in your bowl. And then he keeps moving until he walks out and he has it in its typical sack that he sets on the table to be like, here's your item.
Yes.
For the usual price of free, I think.
What?
No, I'm joking.
What?
No, he slides it across to you and holds out his palm.
One more thing.
Yes.
Do you have a spare star driver I could purchase?
A star driver. Let me look. And he waddles back around the corner, and you notice he has a trap door that he like brushes off and he lifts up.
I saw that last time.
Oh yeah, okay. So you've seen it. You guys noticed the trap door this time.
Oh.
He lifts it up, and when he lifts it up, a bunch of little black kittens come out of there.
Oh no.
And he's like, "Oh no, Stephanie, wrangle them." And he waddles down. He disappears into the darkness, and you hear like a single of a little light bulb down there. And he's rifling through different things, and eventually he's like, "Okay, if I just." And he comes back up.
Was that the star driver or a cat?
Don't ask.
And he walks back up, and a cat is on his shoulder, this time a Maine Coon. And he walks up, and he's looking at it, and he's like, tss, tss. He walks over, and he sets it on the table, and he says, makeshift, but no less useful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, have you ever? How much would you charge me for?
For the star driver,
And the dynamite.
I'll say total 10 kronas.
All right. Have you ever been interested in airship customizations?
I have dabbled in arrowhead blueprints and wanted to get my hands on a dreadnought schematic, but alas, those are not yet public knowledge. But it's not stopped me before. It's like, I look still. But what kind of modifications?
We have acquired an arrowhead.
Oh, not a measly purchase.
I show him the key to it.
Oh.
So we might need some assistance with supplies and whatnot for making it livable.
Yes. Do you need cats?
No.
As I turn around, I like this one.
No. I would
Can't say no
never.
to that face.
I would never allow you to part with them.
And you see Niall over in the corner. He's rolling over him. And you see like Zane is like eye level with one that's hanging from the rack, and he's just like.
But I will be back, as probably later today we will be making modifications to it.
I'll look over my things. I'm sure in this many things that could go in an airship. But I'll look. And he waddles off. And
Thank you
starts
very
looking
much.
around at different things.
Let's go.
Okay, next shop.
Next shop.
So we approach the shop.
The weapon one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We approach the shop because she's seen the French.
Yes.
Kaya has not.
No.
Okay. So me, Alintia, and Niall, I just want to be like, all right, they're still French. They're still weird. Like they're still something going on.
Are you guys okay?
You'll see. You'll just see.
Do I need to draw my gun?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just leave my hand on it.
So
I like to imagine she walks in casually, and I'm just like peeking around the door.
Just walk in.
Yeah, just like a progression. I'm walking casually. You walk in, hand on your gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like, where are they?
So as you walk in, you see this is the one that looks mostly humanoid, but has
Yeah,
some
I have
animalistic
the-
features.
I have the list of them. At the whip and shot, it is Pierre.
Perfect. So I want to double check.
His original name was Leet.
So as you walk in, as the door opens, you see or you hear the bell of the door open, and then you hear Pierre, "Un momento," and he finishes up with a customer, and they step on past all of you, give you a short nod, and step on by, and then Pierre turns around to all of you. Ah, return customers. What can I do for you?
Is this the same person?
Is it?
That is the question.
I'm like behind Kaya, just like,
I would like to purchase a gun.
Ah, yes. You've come to the right place. What kind of gun would you like? We have many types. We just got a shipment of gears, and these gears are plenty. We have the switch umbrella, we have a trick saw, we have blast mauls, two-faced mace, gunblade, cannon, a crank hammer, canine glaive, great bow staff, a breech blade, a six-path odachi, warmark hammer. We have it all.
Indeed.
We also, of course, have your no less useful, but we do have the Cerberus canine rifle and Belt 5 rifle, and, of course, the marksman rifle.
I'm interested in rifles.
A discerning eye.
Did I notice, or was it just GM stuff, that the accent changed?
DMs.
I figured. I just wanted to be sure.
I got focused on reading things.
No,
and
that's
I
fine. That's totally fine. You're good. I was just like, I couldn't keep up a French accent either, so I figured, but I
That's
wanted
so
to
funny.
ask.
It's my bad.
that was entirely on purpose.
You're good.
He was pronouncing them in the proper dialect
Yes.
for the weapons.
Yes.
Pierre forgot which accent.
That's the question. As she's buying the gun, I'm like just looking around the shop. I know last time I was here there was a back door, but I couldn't get to it.
So, Pierre walks you over to a rack of the different guns and points along them. He says, "Given your sling, I see you are familiar with the canine rifle. We do have a Belt 5 rifle. Not exactly the sniper's choice, but you can get a lot of pew-pews for the price of one. It does an astounding 2d4 piercing damage. There is also the marksman rifle. A 1d12 piercing damage from quite far away.
I just love that. That's like an in-universe thing.
It's like calibers. This is a 2d4 caliber.
And how much is the marksman rifle?
The marksman rifle comes in at a understandable 74 kronas. One such as yourself, of course, is quite familiar that the arms trade is an expensive trade.
It is. It is indeed. I am curious, because I know, like you said, the arms trade is a very difficult business, very expensive. I would be happy to... I appreciate the deal you're trying to cut me. Happy to pay additional, but I have a question.
Yes. What is the question?
Between you and me.
We?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm Pierre.
Who else are you?
I am Pierre. I am... Are you confused?
Oh, no, I suppose I am. Apologies. 74 would be great.
All right. Now, of course, if you wanted, we do have special additions and modifications I can make to the marksman rifle, of course, for a fee. But I'm sure you would find these to your liking. We have the... I had to find them in my manila folder.
In my manila folder.
We have the Ripper modification,
Okay.
where you have a chance to cripple your target once per short rest. And
Yes, yes.
we also have the Factory Barrel, where you can add an additional coating of acid to your ammunition once per short rest. You also have, of course, the Hex Cover Fire. When you're hidden or obscured behind any sort of cover, you may attack an exposed moving target within range. If you attack in this way, you cannot add your dexterity bonus to the hit chance.
But
And it is a reaction. A lot going for cover fire.
how much is that modification?
A understandable 20 kronas. And of course, we can't forget the bullseye. If you happen to hit, you have a chance to inflict confusion. Of course, that is a premier customization that a discerning customer like yourself could obviously use to great benefit.
Absolutely.
But yes, cover fire would be an additional 20 kronas.
And the other one?
Bullseye comes in at a 38 kronas.
Math. I have to see it visually. Like, that's never changed from stuff. I will take the marksman with the bullseye.
Of course.
Did you just blow your entire paycheck?
Almost. I have 4 Kronas left.
Oh.
And he says, a very discerning customer. And he says, one moment, please. And he walks back to the door in the back.
Mm-hmm.
That you're
And-
definitely not anywhere near.
I'm totally just like leaning up against it.
Right. Not subtle or sneaky.
No, I'm just like standing next to it, all chill,
Yeah. You're very chill.
Very suave.
Yeah.
Very
Very
suave.
calm.
waiting for him to open the door.
Let me find something for you. Uno momento.
I left 4 Kronos to make sure we can pay the pilot. That I can pay my part of paying the pilot. Hopefully we get to go on a mission soon.
Yeah, hopefully we get paid again soon.
Maybe. Could be nice. I
Lucky
might
the hotel pays
need
for
it.
food.
Yep.
She's like, oh, I'm banking on that.
Listen, I need this gun. Okay. Yes.
Is it really that much better than your current gun?
Yes. It's because it's got a 1d12 instead of a 1d10, and if I have a chance once per short rest to inflict confusion on the target I hit.
Is that what the bullseye does?
Yeah. That could be very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, they're bleeding and confused.
Yes, exactly.
Shouldn't everyone that gets shot have confusion?
If we were playing real life.
Yeah.
Just finding one good image out of the many I have. Because you like to have a good visual with your new pretty toy.
Of course.
What do you do with your old gun? Oh, see if you could sell your old gun to him.
That's an idea. Ooh, actually. I have 2 guns I could sell.
You do?
Yeah, because there's the one that,
Your original revolver.
yeah.
The ones you started with.
The one that Bright Bolt replaced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't intend to use it.
Yeah, I might as well sell them after when we're ready.
Oh, gotcha. Look good? He's like,
We'll
well,
find
we'll
out,
find
yeah.
out, yeah.
You okay?
I think so. I wasn't sure. I just heard, ugh. I hope you like this design. I sent it to the Millennia chat. He walks out with this butte.
Ooh. It's so pretty.
So elegant.
I love it. Look at the detail. It's got a flower. The rose on the...
I was gonna say,
Butt
Elentia
of it?
would appreciate the rose.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Additionally, when you do that once per short rest confusion bullet for bullseye, the damage changes from a 1d12 to a 2d6.
Ooh, okay. Like that. Nice.
And the chance to inflict confusion, it's... I, of course, can send you a more proper-looking version later, but the thing that I need to roll on my end to not be confused, they need to get... What's your dexterity score?
It
It's
is
not
18.
bad. Okay. They need to roll I believe 15 or higher to not get confused on, and it's like a vitality roll. But yes, you get the bullseye once per short rest. But not the cover fire. Just to,
Yeah.
okay.
What's the cover fire?
When she would be hidden or obscured behind cover, she can attack an exposed moving target within range using a reaction.
Did I get that one too?
Or did that just come with it?
Or did it just come with it? Because I did my math. I did the gun plus the bullseye amount at the 38 that you told me.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant the bullseye was 38, and then the cover fire was a separate one.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I didn't get cover fire. I got bullseye.
Yeah, she only asked for the gun and bullseye.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't have cover fire. Okay.
Yeah.
1d12.
Okay, I just want to make sure I made that clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You have bullseye, and you have the marksman rifle that does 1d12,
Yeah.
That's cool looking.
and it has the same range as your current rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And you could switch it out, put the valve scope onto the new rifle,
Yes, I will do that.
because I think that boosts it to 90-foot range.
Mm-hmm. And then I would sell my old revolver and my canine rifle.
Okay. Go ahead and do a persuasion check for me. For resale value.
Could I do intimidation instead?
Whoa!
Add 4 to whatever you got.
Shepherd.
Well, persuasion, it's fine.
I mean, you can do intimidation. That's fine. I'm not saying you can't.
No, that's okay. 12, 11, 15?
And it was a. What were they again? They were
The
K9 rifle and.
whatever the first revolver was, I don't have that anymore. The
No, that's fine.
information.
I didn't figure. The
Thank
V4 pistol. That's right.
Yes, that was it.
So V4 pistol and.
K9.
Let me do some quick maths.
Meth.
Meth?
Math. I realized it sounded like meth. It's like,
Little bit.
no.
A little bit.
Just Tish.
So he rings it all up together, and it ends up coming out to 46 kronas.
Yes. Back to a decent amount. I'm sorry, microphone. That was an interesting sound I made. There, dear.
He says, "Thank you for your patronage."
Mm-hmm. Thank you for my new shiny toy.
And then he turns to you, Alentia. Is yes, and he came out. Do a perception.
19.
Okay, so in the back room, what you would glance would be lots of racks of like different weapons, but like incomplete weapons where there's like modifications sitting alongside them and stuff like that. Basically, an armory in the back. But you would also glimpse a sort of living quarter area that suggests that they also live in their back rooms. That the shop doubles as a home for them.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So then he turns, of course, to Alentia and Durin and asks, "And is there anything I can get for the young lady and stocky dwarf?"
I think I'm good weapons-wise. Tell me, Pierre, how is your grandfather?
My grandfather?
Yeah,
What about my grandfather?
aren't you guys taking care of him?
Yes, of course, yes. Been doing what we can.
Benoit told me he was the one taking care of his grandfather. Not to slip up you, Garrison, but trying to slip up Pierre. Just so we're clear on that.
Yes, of course. My brothers and I all contribute in some capacity to taking care of our grandfather.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I'm just curious. From last time I talked to your brother, you mentioned it.
Of course. That was probably Benoit. But yes. Anything else I can help you with?
Insight check.
Go for it.
10.
What are you looking for?
Just like, is he flustered? Is he just trying to like pass by like, oh yeah, my brother, you know, like.
You get the sense that he's definitely kind of like throwing up a smoke screen, kind of like brushing it off like, oh yeah, yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Trying to move on.
I think I'm good.
Yep.
Okay.
It was great seeing you
Well,
here.
hold up.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, never mind. No,
Pause.
roll that back.
Hold, please.
No.
Hold.
Last time we looked, I believe one of the daggers had something to do like where I could put like poisons or other liquids in it.
Yes.
Oh.
Ooh.
You're supposed to be a priest.
You know what? She's had a hard life.
Can never be too prepared.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He would lead you over and say, of course, we have many different daggers. We, of course, have daggers that can gouge to bleed their enemies. We have daggers that come with triggers for lethal doses to add 1d4 to 1d6 poison damage once per short rest, or ambusher, a hex. When you're hidden or obscured, this weapon deals an extra 1d6 necrotic damage. And of course, execute. If you hit, your target suffers a 1d4 plus 2 piercing damage and 1d4 plus 2 poison damage, and you have a chance to inflict corroded once per short rest.
How much is that one?
The execution dagger. I must do some simple time math. It comes out to approximately... Not approximately, I must give you an exact number. Comes out to 36 kronas.
Sold. Take it.
You will now be in possession of a lovely dagger. This lovely dagger, of which I will also find a picture, because I have many,
I have many.
expressly for this purpose. This dagger is close range. It deals 1d6 piercing damage regularly, normally. And he assesses Alentia and looks for one that could possibly scale off of wisdom rather than dexterity. Let's see here. Must find a good one. It must be nice. It must be pretty. No less than the best. Yes, no less than the best. He comes out and presents the dagger to you.
Ooh.
Ooh. It's so pretty. It's shiny.
And he shows you that with the tassels coming off at the end, he says, with these, you simply need to take a moment, attune yourself to the dagger. Once you do so, anytime you throw this dagger, it will come back. Of course, how it comes back, I will let you see for yourself.
Is there an area where I can throw it?
He says, of course. And he leads you over to basically a target that has lots of little cuts and dents in it in the wall. Bullet holes, too.
Okay.
And he says, simply take a moment, attune yourself to the dagger, and we will go from there. So I want you, really quick, to go ahead and when you attune yourself to the dagger, it's essentially taking a moment, and it's like, for a cleric specifically, you take the dagger in your hand, and it's essentially, attuning for you is kind of like blessing it.
Okay.
And I want you to roll, let's do BioWave with true advantage.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Nice. Okay, so you have it in your hand, and as you're holding on to it, the tassels become a little bit longer, and they become like very thin, threaded vines, and they bloom with tiny flowers that constrict, so that each cord coming off of it looks like a wreath of flowers, but all tied up in a thread, and at the very ends, they bloom out with a golden rose at the very end. And he says, perfect, and advises you to throw it.
Okay, I do.
So when you throw it forward, you also notice that you don't feel your arm doesn't feel guided by your dexterity. It feels guided by your faith when you throw it. So when you attack with your dagger, it gets the same bonuses that your primary weapon gets in terms of chances to hit.
Ooh.
And then the damage also gets whatever your wisdom modifier is. You add that to the 1d6.
Okay. So,
And I can be
yeah,
more specific.
double check, make sure I do this correctly. So would it be a primary or bonus?
Primary to strike with your dagger.
So 1d20.
Plus 5. Plus 4. And wherever you want to put it, you can put something along the lines of what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So you throw it forward, and as soon as it leaves your hand, you notice one of the tassels snaps off and wraps around your pinky finger. And as soon as the dagger sticks into the wall, you feel the cord that came off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you think to yourself that you want it to come back, the dagger stays in the wall, and a new dagger sprouts from the cord.
Oh.
Ooh.
So it doesn't come back.
No. It creates a
New one.
But then what
That's
if you
cool.
go and try and get the other one?
So when you go over and say you try to pull the other dagger from the target, as soon as you grab onto it and pull, it breaks apart into flowers.
Ooh, that's
Ooh,
cool.
that's nice.
And then when I say flowers, I should say more specifically petals.
That's cool. Yeah.
And then the actual like execute action you can do once per short rest, and your target, if you hit, suffers 1d4 plus 2 piercing and 1d4 plus 2 poison damage.
What was that last part for poison?
1d4 plus 2 poison damage. If you lump it together, it's 2d4 plus 4. And you have a chance to inflict corroded.
What does that mean?
It lowers their AC by 1.
That would be nice.
You can add in there that when it comes to the corroded, I, on my end, for them to get corroded or not, need to roll a 15 or higher dex save. About your rifle. The hit chance on it is whatever you currently have for the rifle plus 2.
Ooh.
And for your dagger, whatever that plus 5, you can change to a plus 7 for the 1d20.
Okay. So to make sure I have the damage correct, I have 1d6 plus 4 piercing damage, and then 1d4 plus 2. So that's where I'm confused on the 2 different piercings.
So your normal attack, just throwing the dagger, stabbing with the dagger, what have you, that's the 1d6 plus 4.
Okay.
And then if you specifically use the execute, which has the chance to add corroded, then the damage changes to
1d4 plus 2 piercing, and then the poison.
Plus 2 poison.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just that specifically, basically, it gets a buff to damage for that.
Okay. And I'm assuming my poisons like syncopa and all of that work with it as well. Correct or no?
Sorry, say that again.
So like some of the potions and like poisons I have, syncopa can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And I am so sorry. I literally just misspoke to you, Jamie. The plus 2 to AC that I mentioned, like the plus 2 to hit chance, only applies when you use bullseye.
Oh, okay.
So it goes from like plus 7 or whatever it is to plus 9 when you go to use bullseye.
Okay.
And the same thing goes for you, Alentia. You get that plus 2 to the AC attempt. Like when you're trying to get through their AC, you do the 1d20 plus 5. You add another plus 2 to that when you use execute. So it's more likely to hit when you use execute, even though you only get to use it once per short rest. That way, it don't feel like a whiff.
Ooh, the sky is really pretty.
It is, actually. It's gorgeous.
That's cool. It's making everything else outside look interesting.
Yeah.
Like a red hue.
Yeah. Even like with the way it's reflected on the white house over there, it kind of shows. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Change that for a second.
Also, I can start making food whenever.
Yeah. It's up to
Okay.
you.
Anything else you would like to buy while you are here?
I'm good.
I think we're good.
Okay. Have a glorious day. Do you guys visit any other shops while you're out and about? You hit Zargan, you hit Pierre. Do you want to go look at armor?
Sure.
Yeah, let's look at armor.
Let's go to Benoit.
Oh, Benoit. This is Benoit. And Benoit, I believe, is the. I put my phone. Oh, it's right in front of me. Benoit is the more elven-looking one. So you all step inside, I presume, and Benoit is working with patching up a jacket as you all walk in, and says, "Hello, welcome. What can I do for you?"
Does he notice that Niall is wearing his jacket that he
Yeah.
made?
So he looks over and sees, I see you're wearing one of our pieces. How are you liking it so far? And Niall like moves around the jacket and says, it's really comfortable. Actually, I mean, it's tough, but flexible. And Benoit goes, nothing but the finest. What else? Is there anything you would like to purchase or look over while you are here?
I had a question, Benoit.
Oui.
Looking at my beautiful armor, I only have twin leather armor, actually, below this
Indeed.
fantastic suit. Would there be any way I could get an upgrade?
Why, of course.
Maybe increase my AC by more than 12.
Yes, indeed. What are you capable of wearing?
It's on here, right?
Yes, in wearables.
Light armor. How do I increase what I'm able to wear?
Through feats. When you hit certain levels that you unlock other feats, you can unlock the ability to wear
Gotcha.
beefier armor.
Got any light armor that's better?
Of course, we have many examples of light armor.
Oh, good, good.
We of course have the 13 AC. We have another that is still 13 AC but comes with other perks. But on the higher end, we have 14 AC for light armor, but I would tack on that is rather expensive.
How expensive?
We're closing in on the 800 and 900.
Jesus! Yeah, no, I'm good. Good on that one, Chief. 800 krona for 2 more AC. Jesus.
Along
That's
with
a ripoff.
other bonuses, very good bonuses, but bonuses I'm not sure you can afford.
Damn.
Yikes.
But of course, there could be other bonuses. The rarer light armor that would bring you up to 13 AC is 60 krona.
I think I'm okay for right now, Benoit. Sorry to bother you.
It is no worry.
The entire world just stops.
Unless anyone else has anything to say, we'll be going. Tell your grandfather I said hello.
Yes. Of course. I always tell my grandfather about my customers who come in and say hello to him.
Dang.
We talked about him last time.
Any other shops? Or things of that nature?
We get out of the shop and I look at Kaya and say, see?
Yes, they're very French.
Why?
Because they come from an area where that's what they sound like?
They come from Takir, but do you not also get the feeling that that is also the orc that used to work there?
Do I?
Do an instincts check.
Because I did.
It's like Millennia did, and Niall did.
8.
Son of a bitch!
I don't know that I did.
No!
She just thinks we're all crazy.
You're just like, I mean...
I mean, guys, I think it might just be different people.
Are you insane?
Why is it a big deal? People come and go all the time.
Zane would say, I mean, you don't have the same scrutiny when the bartender changes.
Exactly.
Listen, they do that every day.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
And they're not French. I swear, if one of them is, I'm gonna lose it.
I mean, even if they're up to something like nefarious, I don't think it's up like to hurt us or something. Like they sell us weapons and armor that we need.
Yeah, at exorbitant prices.
I mean, we've not actually shopped around at other shops to see if it is exorbitant. So we don't know that for sure.
That's whatever.
I think they're just trying to sell weapons, guys.
Trying to sell something.
But my thing is that they're eerily similar, at least we think so, to the previous owners.
Yeah, people
That's
with
what
eyes.
gets me.
They
Can
didn't
think so.
sound like that, so I don't think they're similar at all.
But mannerisms.
Did you have your eyes closed?
I was looking at the gun. It was a very
Oh my
pretty
gosh.
gun. I don't know if you saw. There's a flower on it. Very pretty.
Zane's like, and the craftsmanship on her dagger.
Oh.
Exactly. Did Niall notice anything?
He did last
He
time.
did last
He did last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if Zane notices anything.
I was about to say, does
That
Zane?
would
I'm
be really
curious
funny,
now.
actually.
It's just all y'all versus.
Yes.
Zane got a 2.
No!
See? Zane doesn't think I'm crazy.
No.
Zane's like, I mean, Kaya and I might be on different pages about a lot of things, but not this one.
All right, we're gonna have to talk to that Furet guy. He owns the property.
Okay. That seems unnecessary, but. all right.
You can stay out of this.
I happily.
Happily. Okay. Anything else with the Archino markets before you continue? The Archino markets.
Anything on the silo key?
Yes. As you guys are on your way to Station 12, at least as Alani asked you all to meet back up today, you notice that the key comes on.
That means that Duke Brander's in there.
Yes. It also means that your time to go in there and do all your research and stuff is now.
Mm-hmm. That means that he's in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I show it to everyone, including Kaya. Duke Brander's inside the silo.
You should go talk to him.
Thank you. You guys can go and talk to
Amali.
Amali. I forgot her name again. And
He's like, I'll meet you there.
will meet you there.
Sounds like
Or
a plan.
somewhere. I have my 2 hours I can spend in the silo doing my research and talking to Duke Brander.
What do we need to talk to Molly about?
Amali wanted to meet up with us to discuss, next steps.
all the stuff.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to just tell Duke Brander about the Skinner? Or do you want me to tell him about the Knight family?
I mean,
Or Rolana.
Or that too. That's a big deal.
A little bit. I mean, at least what happened with the whole Skytram thing.
All right, so the Skinner and Chief Galahad.
Because we still need to meet up and talk together about the offer with the Night Vale.
Yeah, so don't mention that.
Okay.
Yeah,
and the
just
two of you haven't even mentioned much to her about Rilana yet.
Yeah, so
Other
just
than
the
it's why you were late.
Yeah.
just the Skytram thing.
All right. I will find the nearest door with a keyhole. Just some random person's like hotel room.
So, as you're heading out this way, you could there are also doors that lead into like one of the Archino Market areas.
Hey.
And just as you're leaving, just close the door.
Yeah.
The guy walks past, like you close the door behind you. Another guy walks in. He's like, "Where'd that dwarf go?"
Yeah.
Oh.
He moves fast.
And the rest of you guys, I presume, go to Station 12 in the meantime. Perfect.
Yes.
So, Durin, you pass into the silo, and as you do, you hear clang, clang, clang of Brander working. Do you go and find him immediately, or do you take time to work on your things?
I would find him first.
Okay.
What's he working on?
So when you go and find him, he's wearing his armor, as always. And when you find him, he has his architect tool, and it looks like he is actually working on his sword that was used, also the key to the veil. And it looks like he's hammering things into the blade. And upon seeing you approach, he clang and looks up and sets his tool to the side and scoots the table he's working on to the side and looks to you, Durin, and says, "Welcome."
I give him like a little bow, like, to Brander. We have much to discuss.
We do.
Once again, I would like to thank you for giving me access to the silo. And
course.
I need to tell you that I brought my friends here out of necessity. We were trapped in below the hospital. I forget the name of the hospital.
Hearth and Home.
Hearth and Home Hospital, where they were doing nefarious things with dolls. In the creation of them, I'm not sure. And as an escape, I used the key to bring us here and take us somewhere safe. I hope that is okay.
As it was an emergency, we'll overlook it. I understand circumstances change. Just, of course, in the future, unless it is an emergency, we ought to avoid people knowing about the silo.
Of course. And there's been recent developments. An attack on our lives by the Talon. The mercenary group known as Talon. We captured one of them, and he told us the man that hired them was Chief Galahad. Sadly, he only paid them 100 gold apiece to kill us, which is insulting, but I know that Chief Galahad is...
Rude.
It hurts my feelings. He is further up the chain of command to yourself and High Helm than I am, and I do not know for what reason he would want us dead.
This is quite the accusation from anyone.
I understand that. It is the only lead that we have at this time. And one of the men in his employ was a Skinner. I'm sure in your reports you have been informed at what happened to us at Tontavilla.
I have. Amali and Commissioner Hale informed me of every excruciating detail. I have seen the photographs of Tontavilla.
And then you understand the seriousness of us seeing a second one.
Yes.
Amali's advice is to keep it secret from the public.
That is protocol.
What is your... It is protocol, but what is your opinion?
As Duke and member of High Helm, I ought to stand by protocol. But I also understand the importance of adaptability. Given that this is clearly not an isolated incident, you have seen two Skinners, one in Tontavilla, another in a very public domain as a Skytram, happening right before your eyes in an instant. And you say that this Talon was hired by a director of a district. The directors of the districts are powerful people. These are people who have been elected by their peers. They are people that are recognized by the public. To think that one would essentially order for the assassination of a high helm organization is more than startling. The implications are frightening.
Do you know Chief Galahad? What is your opinion of him?
Chief Galahad is an ambitious individual. I would have many things to say about Galahad. He is... One moment. Galahad is, as I said, an ambitious man. He has risen to where he is through blood, grit, determination, and utterly dominating his political opponents. Most who take the time to attempt to take the directorial position away from someone like him often throw aside their bid. It doesn't take long before people give up trying to usurp Director Galahad. Mind you, I do not necessarily believe that is for nefarious reasons. I believe that he is a powerful personality, and that many are, in one way or another, that many do in one way or another feel inferior to him. He doesn't come off this way, of course. Galahad, being the chief, is a smooth-tongued individual. One who can persuade as well as do his duty. But it is not above him to stoop to less savory methods to maintain his power and position. I've had my suspicions about Galahad once or twice, but never had any sort of substantive claim that I could bring forth. And I have other matters that I need to keep my eyes on.
How would you like us to proceed? How would you like me to proceed?
I believe an outright accusation to Chief Galahad of his actions would, given his nature, spark an enlightening conversation. I think that he believes so wholly in his position and his power that such an accusation will either be shut down outright or could possibly tip him in a certain direction. Whether that direction is toward a confession or toward a more physical denial, you would have to see. Now, mind you, in the event, though I do not believe it would take place, in the event that Galahad takes matters into his own hands and would attempt to fight you, should that possibility come to be very careful. He is a very dangerous person. You cannot be chief for as long as Galahad has without being powerful.
Higher than level 5?
Not impossible, but not easy.
Thank you. Your sword is looking tremendous. You know what I mean?
He says, of course, I appreciate the compliments. I see that you've been coming along on your project as well, day by day, over time. It looks, the craftsmanship is coming along. I hope that with its full completion, we will see a new architect take shape.
That would be an honor. I should get to it then, since our time here is short.
Yes, of course. When it comes to the Skinners, though, I felt as if you wanted to ask me something further about the Skinners.
I mean, do you and High Helm know more than is being let on?
High Helm always knows more than it lets on. That's the nature of governing bodies. There will always be things I cannot say, and there will always be spheres of knowledge that I am not privy to acknowledge. And mind you, that is not because I do not trust the people or because I do not trust someone who I have led into my silo. It is because some knowledge is not for everyone. But given the nature of the Skinners and how this is clearly going to happen again, I will speak with the other members of High Helm about what is to be done, because it is going to become, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And rather we get ahead of the curve than behind it.
Thank you. And I have to ask, with what we saw below the hospital, what do you know about the creation of the dolls?
I know more than most, but the creation of dolls is a contractual secret. Even when I want to tell you about it, I can't.
With the Fae? And Silica?
Indeed. There are certain matters even High Helm is not allowed to speak on, as they are, as we are, at times, behest to the way that money works.
Do you trust Silica?
I do.
Insight check. $11.
You get the sense that he is telling the truth. He does trust Silica. But there is a caveat. Like, he trusts Silica, but you can tell there's a caveat.
Mm-hmm. He's contractually obligated to trust Silica?
There's a big but.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely a but in certain circumstances I might not.
Because he's racist.
Well, at least to dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. We will do everything in our power to figure out the Skinner situation. And I will do everything in my power to figure out the doll situation.
Please do. And should the opportunity arise, I would like to hear of your progress with the dolls. There is much to be learned when it comes to the matter of the dolls.
Thank you, sir. Insight check on that, too.
What are you trying to figure out?
Like, does he want to tell me something? He just can't?
Oh,
Is that the
yeah.
vibe?
go for it.
Because of the contractual obligation. 14.
You get the sense that he would like to tell you something, but you also get the sense that he would like to know more. That there are things that he does not know about in regards to the dolls that he too would actually genuinely like to know.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And I'm going to go work on my polysilver.
Please do. You hear him work away as you do, and go ahead and roll for working through.
Hey. So that'd be...
And I think along with technology, I think you also rule in
endurance. So I just got 20.
Sweet.
I will add that together. Cool. So I'll spend my next 2 hours in here.
Perfect. And I mean, when I say endurance, you also roll a d20 for endurance.
I thought it was 1d20 plus endurance and technology.
Oh, was it?
I mean, that's what I have written down, but I can do it the other way if you want. It's up to
No,
you.
if that's what we had before, that's fine. What?
Okay.
How many are you out of? Like, how many points do you have? What are you aiming for?
45 out of 200.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Is that... Do you want me to do another d20? Well, that make it go faster, but...
It would.
It's up to you.
It's okay for now.
Okay.
So you keep working away. About halfway through your work, Brander finishes whatever he's doing, and steps into the main chamber. And as he's walking by, he looks over your work, and he sees the way you're doing something, and he makes a small suggestion as you're working, and then he heads on out.
Does that add to the...
Adds another plus 10.
Hey!
Nice.
Thank you. Brander helped. I like the little bonding time.
Yes. So then the rest of you head to Station 12 while he's doing that.
Yes.
And once you get to Station 12,
Should we pause for making food purposes?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay.
thank you.
No problem.
I am ready whenever everybody else is ready.
I'm not there for 2 hours, so.
So I'm ready whenever the ladies are ready. Okay. So, when you all arrive at Station 12, minus Durin, when you head in, you see Amali at her desk, but you notice, unlike in the past where she's just been like, she's had all those scrolls and all the different things that she's been dealing with, writing about, and
Yes, please.
all the things that she's been writing about, reading about, you notice that all the stuff, it looks like she has just stuffed all the different little cubbies she has behind her, and now she has a few rolls of like sealed parchment on her desk, several, and they all look like they are on some kind of light blue shaded paper. And there's several of them stacked together, and it looks like she's like reading through each one, and as she is writing way more noticeably, way more concentrated, way faster, way more focused as she goes down through each one. And when you walk in, there is someone you've not seen in Station 12 before, but you have seen before.
Oh.
Charter Saris, the expert when it comes to all things, make sure I say it right, She is the premier navigator and the key authority on breaches and shorelines. She was at High Helm when you guys were first brought there. And when all of you walk in, she's leaned back in her chair, her boots up on the table when you guys walk in, and when she sees you, she just gives like a little like wave as you come in, and she brings her feet down and clomp and stands up and says, I don't believe that we were introduced prior to High Helm, nor after. You can call me Saris. Some call me Charter Saris. It's silly. Just call me Saris. I am here at the request of the lovely Amali. And Amali just like looks up like, and then she keeps writing.
So lovely.
Thank you.
And Saris turns back to all of you and says, you might not be aware of this, but since last night and your little escapade that I heard about, there have been several instances of what would be described as black rain in Vatica.
Oh.
We know what that is.
And given your history and your mission, you know what that is, and you probably know how dangerous it is.
Yeah.
And Saris walks back over to the main table, and she sits down and says, well, while Amali deals with those, and she gestures to the blue letters.
I know I'm not here and I missed this. Who's talking?
Saris, Charter Saris, the one who's the premier navigator on shores,
Breaches and
breaches.
We've met this person, right?
Mm-hmm. You met
Okay.
her. You at least saw her at High Helm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But this is the first time you get to officially meet her.
Okay.
Yeah. She's not like a seat on High
Yeah,
Helm,
it
but
doesn't-
she's one of the experts.
Cool.
She's
She's not up there. That's what.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, there.
Saris.
Oh,
She's one of the Continentals.
cool. Sorry.
You're good. So she points back at Amali. Oh, okay. She points back at Amali and says, while she's, of course, preoccupied with the black rain that you have dealt with in the past and reviewing the instances, I came to both ask a few questions and see if I might give some light to the situation the Sterlings find themselves in, as I've heard bits and pieces about possibly inter-realm travel.
Who said that?
What does that mean?
I can tell that you both are not just, you have not just been to one realm. Call it a seventh sense.
So it
All
was.
of you have a sixth sense when it comes to magic.
So we did travel to another realm?
Apparently.
You at least navigated to another shoreline. How you did that, I don't know, but I can tell you did. And this wasn't just any shoreline. Was it just the two of you who have traveled to this other shoreline? Or is there any others?
Deny, deny, deny.
One other.
You son of
Perfect. Then you can relay this information to them after I leave. The thing is, you are most likely, I'm not certain, but you are most likely envoys. You could roll a, let's do history.
19.
Oh.
Kaya having a moment of clarity.
I hope for the
That is
first
good,
time
'cause I got
ever.
11.
So you would recall that envoys are sentient creatures bestowed with rights, special rights, by an omen to pave the way for a new convergence.
That doesn't sound good. What about the last convergence? We're still getting over that one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I can elaborate.
Please do.
Please, yes.
So, omen, rather vague, but you've probably heard the old saying that the leaves of the isle tree are omens, that the colors tend to speak of things to come. Well, that old saying comes from the first convergence, way, way, way long ago. In the first convergence, the leaves were exactly that, omens. You could tell precisely what was coming if you could read the leaves. That's not quite the same anymore. I'm not sure what changed. People think the Isle Tree changed, but we're not here to talk about the Isle Tree. Envoys specifically, I'm sure you hear the word convergence and get a little bit intimidated. Because as far as you've been told, or probably learned, read, etc., convergences are vast and grand and overwhelming. They caused the world we have today. But, misconception, convergences happen all the time. Most of them aren't grand. If you know what a biodyne is, the creation of a biodyne is a convergence. So some are vast, and all of them are inevitable once they begin. All you can do is lay a foundation. Prepare yourselves. This omen is already here. We're seeing it in the black rain. Even if people are causing it, if the black rain causes breaches, if it causes people to change, if something about this black rain is leading people to, for instance, discover new shorelines, whether willingly or otherwise, the omen is already here. And omens can take many forms. It's not just the leaves. Sometimes an omen is a person. Like Vox. Mind you, that doesn't just mean that they're only an omen. Vox could be much more than an omen, or just an omen. But something likely about Vox is what has brought this change upon Analir. And the fact that both of you have been to this other shoreline, whatever that shoreline is, I can tell you've traveled. I can't tell where you've gone. But this convergence that is approaching, you have to decide what it will be. Now you might ask, how do you decide what a convergence will be? And fair question. It was one that we had to debate about for a while, through a lot of trial and error, and not all of it pretty. But how you decide upon this convergence, it's not going to be immediately clear. Basically, if you embrace your nature as an envoy, you have the ability to alter this convergence. Why? I don't know. Most people have no clue why envoys are chosen. Sometimes it's because the omen wants them to be envoys. Sometimes it's chance. Right place, right time, that you become an envoy. It's hard to say. But those moments, those things that will allow you to alter this convergence that is approaching, these moments are called zeniths. And these zeniths, Zeniths, zenith. Zeniths. But these zeniths will be basically the cogs in a larger cosmic machine that will decide the form of this convergence and possibly its scale. And for better or worse, you aren't alone. Not all envoys will seek the same convergence. You three might not be the only envoys, and it's very likely you aren't. Some will hunt other envoys to hedge their bets. Basically, in case all this language makes it a bit vague, different envoys are going to cause different zeniths, and thus some envoys, to make sure that theirs comes about, will try to weed out other envoys.
Hence the assassination attempt yesterday.
That very well could be a part of it. Potentially. It is either a part of it or an extension of it. One way or another, it could very well go back to the fact that you're an envoy. Now...
But then how would Chief Galahad know?
Unless he's one too.
Sorry, I'm not here.
I'm saying, I'm guessing you didn't say that out loud.
No.
But every zenith has a consequence. Not just the convergence. Those zeniths will have other ramifications. And be they friend or foe, every envoy will have their say in the final convergence. So you, as envoys, have to decide who to trust with that right, who to maybe convert as you discover what these zeniths are, and as you decide what this will change and what this convergence will be. Or those you can't convert that you disagree with, kill. You might think that drastic, but we are talking about the lives of an entire nation. This convergence could change not just Analir, but it could change a whole chunk of the continent.
So while convergences are very common, most likely this one is going to be one of those world-changing ones.
At
least it seems that way.
Think of it as a tsunami. Where it hits will be tremendously affected, but it doesn't have to be a bad thing. There are plenty of cases where convergences took place for the better. Another example of a convergence, you've heard of monoliths, I presume. Follower of Maya, very much so. Monoliths are convergences. They are an aeonic convergence. They can be a great thing. You can also have titanic convergences that lead to the aching tombs, which fester and grow and devour. Horrible, monstrous. But it didn't destroy the world. It led to many more things that maybe caused life to be harder and more difficult, but it didn't end everything. But the point, I suppose, that I'm trying to make is this convergence is inevitable. This tsunami, the fact that you have traveled to this other shoreline unwillingly, I would imagine, at least at first, proves that it's already on its way. The water's going to hit. And when it does, it might be a good thing. But you'll have to decide what that is. I can't change it. I might know that you're envoys. In theory, I could kill you. I could kill the other envoys too. And if I killed all of them, then the convergence would be pandemonious. It wouldn't help. It would only make it more chaotic. Me rooting out all of you is not the solution. The same way that trying to root out every envoy that maybe disagrees with you might not be the solution. You might try to help them see your side. Whatever that may be, I can only hope given that you work for Highhelm as Sterlings, I can only hope that your interests align with those of Annalier's. I don't know that. Only time will tell. And the convergences, or the smaller zeniths that come along the way, will likely show us where everybody stands.
You must have some measure of trust in us to give us this information, though.
We all work for Highhelm.
Has there been anyone else you've given this information to?
Highhelm knows.
Okay.
How does Highhelm feel? Similarly as you? Neutral?
Highhelm is a bit more, a little less neutral about these sorts of circumstances. Mm-hmm. They need to be. They can't just have people running around who could alter their entire nation.
Even if it would be for the better.
Hopefully.
Given that we survived an assassination attempt, do you have any idea of any specific envoys that would be coming after us at this time?
I would suspect that one other envoy we are pretty certain is out there is Cyric. You've met this Cyric before.
Yes.
On the Deliverance.
Been a minute.
Who was that?
This was the person that was sort of that Vox was sort of channeling through back in Tantavilla. But I will send a picture again because it has been a minute. Actually, better yet, we'll just say that Saris puts a photograph of him on the table.
Ah, yes.
Great angle, really
that
highlights
eye.
his cheekbones.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first we saw alongside Vox back on the Deliverance.
He one of the ones that teleported away.
There was a different one who teleported them away.
But he got teleported away.
Yes.
When that monster showed up.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes. He was not the one doing the teleporting, but he was teleported away. But it's very likely that this Cyric is an envoy, much like at least two of you, and whoever else you know that is an envoy. Mind you, just because you can travel to this other shoreline doesn't make you an envoy. I should make that clear as well. Other people will be able to move to this shoreline back and forth in different ways. That doesn't mean they're envoys.
The third member of Station 12 that we never see. What was his name?
Maze.
Maze. Yeah, the one that saved you guys.
Yes.
I told Garrison, the Deus Ex Machina, he just showed up one time to save you guys, and he never saw him again.
It's gone.
Poof. He's a MacGyver.
Yeah.
I need one. Now, how you can tell who an envoy is, in time you'll be able to recognize it. I can't quite tell you how you'll be able to tell, but in time it'll make sense. It's the same way that I can't really tell someone what it's like to taste if they've never tasted before. One day it'll just make sense.
Does the other shoreline that's traveled to for the convergence, does that affect the convergence in any way, or give any hints about its nature?
The other shoreline could be a picture of what is to come, such as some sort of future, some kind of omen, funnily enough. Or it could be a dark reflection of what Annalier could turn into for one reason or another. And for all we know, this shoreline might not be temporary. It could be a permanent fixture of Analir. You might just be deciding what that permanent fixture is. In the case of envoys, typically, there is Overmere and this other shoreline, whatever that shoreline happens to be. They are connected somehow. Envoys have to figure out how. For the sake of figuring out and deciding at these zenith points, these conjunctions. But the nature of that shoreline, how it interacts with Overmere, its rules, its cosmic laws, and all the other things that ripple out from it, only you can figure those out. Even if I could travel to the shoreline, which I have a theory as to how to get there, even if I could get there, I can't do what you can do. The Zeniths won't come to me. They won't listen to me. They only listen to the envoys. Which plays a large role in why High Helm is not just locking down the hatches and throwing away the key on all of you.
I did wonder why we were still sitting here talking.
I, again, would imagine that there are enough people in High Helm who believe you are aligned with Analir, that there are more of them who believe you are than aren't.
I am certainly not here to make anyone's life worse than what it is, especially people who have nothing to do with this. So.
And I have to believe you.
That is true, you do.
But I hope that, we'll call them these navigational tips, were helpful to you.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Again, all the cosmic rules and dominoes from here, it's on you. You have to figure out how all this works. And the other envoys might already be ahead of you in that regard. They might already know how this works.
I was going to say, no pressure.
I don't suppose High Helm would provide us some more resources to try to catch up.
That's the problem. Every single envoy situation is so completely different. I'm honestly not sure what High Helm could provide you. Because one of the beauty and the danger of being a charter like me is that there isn't really a playbook. Once I figure out someone's an envoy or I navigate to a new shoreline, all bets are off. You never know what you're going to encounter, who or what wants what. And an omen, that's a whole other cosmic anomaly. We don't know where they come from, why they come, what their purpose is, just that for some reason, some beings are omens, and those omens elect in some capacity who their envoys will be, and then the convergence comes eventually. I can't even give you a time frame.
In your experience or in your knowledge, do omens themselves have a way that they want the convergence to go?
It can depend. Sometimes the omens are aware that they're omens. They know they bring a convergence. There are times when omens don't know they are what they are. It could be a king waging war on a land. They could be a cosmic anomaly. They themselves could be an omen and not really realize it, because it may sound very intimate and particular, but you could argue the aftermath of war is a kind of convergence. What is brought about at the end of a war, whether it's continental, international, what have you, political, is a kind of convergence. Of course, I'm being a little pedantic, but you get what I'm trying to say. In all likelihood, given the circumstances, I think our omen is aware of what they are.
I think so.
And more often than not, omens know that they are omens. It's hard for them. Again, it depends, but sometimes they don't know. Sometimes omens are creatures. And that creature could bring a convergence because it's calamitous.
So point of clarification. Is there one omen, or are we all tied to an omen, or
One omen,
that causes a convergence to happen?
yes.
Okay.
And they choose envoys, which
To
bring
help it
about
happen.
that convergence, and the envoys are in control of how that convergence happens.
Yeah, but even if all the envoys were killed, it would still happen?
Yeah, just with no
Yes.
guidance.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
So
No,
it's
you're good.
possible for some reason or another, we're assuming the omen is Vox. He chose us
Mhm.
for some reason or another.
Hmm.
That or he didn't.
Or maybe he's not the omen.
I didn't know.
Sorry, I'm not here.
You're good.
Good clarification.
Is there an instance that you know of where an omen who is aware of what they are is trying to choose envoys, trying to choose ones that will do whatever they are hoping they want to happen? Like they're trying to they're choosing envoys to bring about a specific result
Outcome.
of the convergence.
Yes.
And then there's some kind of counter universally to that or cosmically.
There's evidence to suggest that when the omens elect their envoys, for some reason, I couldn't tell you why, it does seem as if there must be some kind of balance, typically, between the Isle Tree and the Night Wave. I don't know exactly why or how both have an influence over what the omens elect, but they typically do. Or at least it seems like they do. In most cases where I've come across envoys and convergences, there seems to be a mix. There are disagreements, there is debate, and there is often bloodshed.
So, would it be accurate to say that envoys may be chosen by an omen, but not necessarily by the omen's own choice, but out of a cosmic need to maintain balance of some kind?
Correct.
Potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, because I couldn't really make sense in my brain why Vox would choose any of us, considering we're not his biggest fans.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like he made a good impression either.
No.
The other possibility with omens, in terms of, there's one camp of charters that believe there's a sort of cosmic scale to omens and their envoys. Another camp believes that the omen is bound by their own principles to elect envoys. That it is something about the omen themselves that dictates who they may choose. Where those principles come from, why they're decided the way they are, it could always change. As in the example of, say, a king waging war, and it also happens that they're an omen. They could live by the principle that strength is the strong control the weak. It could be that inevitably they have to choose other envoys who are against them, who also believe that. And thus there will be disagreement and challenge. And there might be people in their own inner circle who don't think that way, thus they can't choose those as people as envoys. So this other camp might posit, we'll say, that there may actually be something about each of you that reflects the omen or their principles.
Unfortunately, I can see that one too.
And you have a third camp who just think it's random. They don't think that there's any sort of cosmic reason for any of it. They just think omens are an awful cosmic fact, and envoys are just their tools.
I don't like being a tool.
Most people don't. And I've traveled to many shorelines, and I've yet to find very many people who like being used. And I don't say this to make you feel like you're being used, only to, I suppose, let you know there are some strings attached to your actions that you may not be aware of. Not that
Please.
you're being puppeted, but that ramifications. Sometimes as a charter, the worst part of what I do is just having to tell people who they are, what they can do, and then taking a step back because I really can't change anything after that. I can only tell you what you most likely have to know, and then take it on faith.
Does any of that... Sorry, just another meta question. Does any of that really explain the egos themselves? Like why we're attached to these people? I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Sorry.
Not yet. We haven't spent a whole lot of time either in the other.
Well, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Nothing that they talked about really explained why.
All they
these
said
other
was
people-
that every shoreline and envoys have their own rules and cosmic
Yeah.
laws that they have to figure out.
Yeah.
When you've traveled to other shorelines, are you still yourself?
What a fascinating question.
Isn't it though?
May I ask what prompted such a question?
Trying to understand the rules that are governing this particular shoreline
None of your business.
and convergence scenario.
Are any of us the same when we crossed other shores? I'm joking, but I am most typically myself when I cross to other shorelines. I suppose there are cases when those shorelines are so fundamentally different from how we understand things, such as gravity and things like that, that are just fundamental rules about our world that we understand. Some shorelines don't abide by those rules. So I suppose in those cases you could argue that I'm not quite the same anymore, at least while I'm there.
But you remember everything.
It's more like a spiritual experience.
As far as I know, I wouldn't really remember if I don't remember something.
But do you remember it as the things you remember? Is it like a memory or a hazy dream?
When I cross into other shorelines?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
When I cross to other shorelines, I usually recall what I did with as much clarity as I recall anything else.
Fascinating.
Your first time crossing, was that you just remembered, or did you have to like learn more as you went?
Oh, gosh, I have to think back. My first navigation occurred probably 500 years ago now. Oh, she's an elf. I'd imagine there were probably some growing pains to the whole experience. Some measure of acclimation that came with it, but nothing I recall being especially important or notable. Again, the process of moving to another shoreline is always different. It could be as simple as, and depending on where these shorelines are, Overmere has the distinct privilege of having bridges and streams that touch every shore. It might not be directly, it might be a few times removed, but somehow, some way, every shore leads back to to Overmere. And so that transfer, that change, as I said, it's always different. It could be walking into a cave is actually walking into another shoreline. It could be dying is how one gets to another shoreline. There are many, many ways to get to other shorelines that aren't permanent, but in other circumstances would be.
I would look at you and I would just kind of glance down at our like rosaries with our beads and back up at you.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Are you continually available for questions as we
Navigate this?
Yeah.
I will try to be as available as I can. I often have to navigate to other places. That trying to elaborate on all of it is just a whole other story. There's no point in me getting into all of it. It doesn't help you. But as I pass through Analir, I will be sure to check in every once in a while to see if there's any more I can provide to you. Or should you learn new things, perhaps I can offer some clarity. But the nature of being both a charter and a continental, I have work that I must attend to and
Of course.
people I have to see all over the continent.
We appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I hope that whatever you choose to do will be good for Analir. And like I said, all I can do is leave it in your capable hands. However capable they may be.
We'll find out, won't we?
But as I said, when I return, I will always come by Station 12 to see if there's any more we can discuss. Perhaps, again, offer some sense of clarity. But it's a lot of you testing the waters and figuring things out yourselves, which, given the questions you've had, I think you're already doing, which is good, because you might have some catching up to do. Especially at least with Cyric. And I would imagine Cyric is not the only other envoy. I'm sure there are others. The average number of envoys, average, of course, is 13. And if there's 3 of you,
So few.
Mm-hmm.
if there's 3 of you and Cyric, we have 9 unaccounted for. And that's assuming it's the average.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There could be more, there could be fewer. But
We'll find out.
I'm good. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for your time. This was
Very enlightening.
incredibly.
Mm-hmm.
We've been very confused.
I completely understand the feeling. Waking up in another shoreline and not knowing how you got there is disorienting. The stories I could tell you. But
Next
another
time.
time.
Yeah.
And she gets up to leave and turns to Amali and says, "Keep being you." And she walks away. And Amali's skeletal face just scowls for a minute and then goes back to doing what she's doing.
Oh, man.
Eventually Saris goes, and you are left with that positive information.
Lovely.
So it sounds like we have some traveling we need to do.
I love walking into situations I don't know what I need or how they work. It's my favorite. I'm glad I got that new gun.
Niall says, "I'm glad you got that new gun."
I pat it reassuringly. On my back, wherever it is. Oh, man. On that note, I am gonna go to the bathroom very quickly.
Okay.
Perfect. I have time to eat cookies.
Exactly. And then I'm sure Molly has many things to say.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to go get some.
Go for it. Good too. Oh, thanks. It's been a minute since I did a real long session.
Oh, no. You still got it.
Mama. I don't know why that made me laugh. Just poor.
These are fun.
I know, right? They're real cool.
Magnets.
Crazy. Man.
What sorcery is this? I mean, could you imagine, though, being the first guy to discover something like magnets? You'd be like, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
It sticks.
Sorry, so. Yeah, I don't think I told you you can mute it.
Towards you is on, away from you is off.
So keep it on. I might have to turn
You and I down. I think we're a lot louder than
they are. That's what I want to look at.
I also lean into my mic a lot.
Yeah. Which is good. You're supposed to.
This one and that one are not the cables it came with. I had to buy longer USB-C cables, just USB-C to USB-C. So I'm always, they're a little fidgety. I started making the other table too,
Oh, really?
the triangle table.
Oh, shoot.
I didn't show you that. I was gonna show it to you. It's out in the garage. I made the frame.
That's awesome.
I just need to get the plywood and figure out the base.
You and I will be so far away.
Yeah, we're a lot closer.
You're like, I miss you.
I know,
Yeah.
it's like you're all the way over there.
I have to see if we like it.
Oh, I'm excited. Really good.
Clarification question.
Yes.
I think I missed this. So are zeniths people like
Are they people?
actions, choices, events like, or all of the above?
Which part was the zenith?
Yes.
Remind me. No, wait.
Yes.
Which? So there's the omen,
There's
Yep.
the omen, which is the entity that brings the convergence.
and then there's the what we are,
Envoys.
envoys. What's the zenith
The zenith are the choices
that the envoys
that
make?
the envoys make that will change the nature of the convergence.
Right. And it's they're theorizing that it's a big convergence, like a world-changing one.
Yeah.
But small convergences happen all the time.
Correct. That it's a misconception that convergences are only grand. Bless you.
Bless you.
In
Good thing I muted my mic.
it's more accurate to say that any time two things that were once separate become one, it's typically a convergence,
Gotcha.
Okay.
but on a more cosmic mystical scale. Because even the Biodyne, even Balseer becoming what he is, was a convergence because he became a Biodyne.
That was just a small convergence.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But as Sarah said, this to her reads more like a tsunami than a ripple in a puddle.
And that was called the choices were called
Zeniths.
zeniths.
Now, what
Gotcha.
what form zeniths take? I might not have conveyed this right, but she basically said that it's always different. It might be people. It also could be moments where you have to make some kind of choice, or it could be objects. Who's to say?
Could be a
Certainly not
date.
I. Yeah, it could be a day. A date? Oh!
Alintia. The whole time you guys were doing that, and I was like, this doesn't seem very vengeance-y, Zane. I don't know if your god's gonna be very happy.
Not a god.
Yeah.
A leviathan.
Split
The
hairs.
leviathans are very particular about that. They're like, we are literally created by denying ourselves godhood. We are literally at the moment where we're like, we could become gods. No. I want to be something else.
No,
different
that's
path.
too basic.
The hipsters of the holy.
Like, I'm not going to be put in a box, Dad. I'm too big for your cosmic box, Dad.
Too big for your cosmic box.
The hipsters of the pantheon.
Pretty much.
Yeah, basically. I shall not be Titan or Aeon. I shall be Leviathan. And he will be my squishy.
He will be my squishy.
So, Saris departs, and we'll say that after going through all of that, talking about everything,
How long did that take?
Amali was working on her stuff, and eventually 2 hours would have passed, and Durin, you would be at the point where you're about to leave the silo.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Hello? Hi, what's up?
I'm supposed to have a haircut at 2 on the 12th, and McDonald's scheduled me 8 to 3.
You think you could talk to him to let you out a little early?
Maybe.
Or call the salon, maybe they can move your appointment a little
That's what I'm
later.
going to do first, because that'd be easier.
Yeah.
But I don't want it to be like... Because I'm like, it's December. We're approaching the holidays. Like, I know they're going to be loaded. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Luckily, your haircut's not too hard to work in, though. Like, it's just...
No, it's like a 15-minute thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's get in there, get out. Like...
Yeah, no, exactly.
I was like, I basically just be like, buzz me.
Let's go!
Get it all off.
Yep, get it out of here. I don't want it. I don't need it. Have I shown you a picture of how long my hair used to be, Sarah?
No.
Oh my gosh. That...
Was it long?
Yes.
Really?
It was.
You won't recognize me
I
when
can't
I show
picture you
this.
with long hair.
The guy on your left.
Stop.
Uh-huh.
No.
Uh-huh.
It's so long. You got bangs.
What? That's who I started dating.
Surfer bro.
It's so luscious.
It
like,
is,
it's so
Right?
long and
It's
shiny.
so
and-
luscious.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. I had that dew. No, it's always funny showing people that now where it's like, yeah, that was 14 years ago. It's fine. I don't feel old.
You're old. If anyone's old in this room, it's me.
No.
Yeah. I'm older than both of you.
You're just slightly less young.
Yes.
You're like,
No way.
that is by definition.
By definition, that is what I am. Correct.
Envoys, envoys, envoys. Ba-da-da-da-da. Just change it up for a minute.
So before I leave,
Just for a second.
Yeah.
nightclub?
Maybe.
So before I leave, if I may,
Yes.
did Duke Brander already leave? All right. What? So I'm not in the Mar Hotel anymore. I'm in another plane of existence, technically.
Technically, yeah.
What happens if I try to interact with the rosary here?
So tell me what you would try.
I just put my hand over it and I reach out for Dune. Just trying to feel him.
So, when you do that, you would feel the faintest embers of his anger in it, but you would also begin to feel almost like the anger is getting swallowed up by something bigger. And it begins to feel more like a drop in a bucket and then in a pond. And it just keeps getting bigger exponentially the longer you try to feel for it. And eventually it begins to feel heavy as you try to shift. And
I would stop.
And right when you do it, feels like you just came up for air. And in that moment, go ahead and do a neurowave check.
Nope. 25.
So, as soon as you pull away, you like, and for some reason, you're not quite sure why, but some part of you thinks that it felt like you were swimming in the current.
Like the current that is on the outside of the silo?
Like capital K current.
Oh.
Before it became too much and you just had to let go. As if you feel this sense of like you were being pulled somewhere, but it was too vast of a space to travel.
It's interesting. Okay. All right. I will leave the silo.
Okay.
I'll leave my beautiful research at its 55%. And I want to come out at a door just outside of Station 12. Not inside, but
Okay.
because I don't want to make
A scene.
anyone else, suspicious.
Okay.
You don't want to just appear from the bathroom again?
That was funny that one time.
So you step out of a broom closet.
Yeah, just down the hall, Station 12.
Yeah. And you step out of the closet, like a broom falls next to you, and there's a woman who's like, "Oh, what?" And like steps past you, like, "Where did you come from?" And like he
Sorry.
keeps walking.
Have a good day.
And you eventually make your way down to Station 12. As you do, Charter Saris steps out, and she looks at you and says, "Oh, so you're the third." And then she keeps walking.
Glad you can count to 3. And
She would actually laugh at you saying that before walking away.
Oh, man.
So then you join everyone, and would you guys then do your best recap of what Saris
Yeah.
provided? Okay.
so, all right. Let me see Asdur and if I can. So
We can also try to explain it as our characters.
I just want to see if I could get it. Because I don't really remember. We just went over it anyway. So see if I can retained it.
Okay.
So there's an omen
Yes.
who you guys think is Vox,
Yeah.
and he is trying to cause a cataclysm, convergence,
As all omens do.
and a big convergence,
Yes.
world-changing
Possibly,
convergence.
yep.
And
At the smallest nation changing.
great. And to do that, he needs us, we think, because we are
Envoys.
envoys. And as envoys, we are helping reshape whatever the convergence is
Direct the convergence.
by doing
Making choices.
that are called
Zeniths.
zeniths.
It's a real word. You can look it up if you want.
What?
The
It's a
DM's
real
like,
word.
it is a real
It's a real
English
word.
I
you can look it
believe
up.
you. I'm just needing to remember it.
No, it's just funny. It was just funny when you were like zenith. It just sounded like you were like, "Well, I've never heard that word before," and I don't blame you. It's not
I'll
a
be
common
honest,
word.
I don't think I have.
It's okay. I wouldn't blame you. It's not a common word at all.
I feel like I actually came across it first when I was watching, what is that show? It was called Witch, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it was animated, and I remember one of the episodes was called like Zeniths or something. And that was like the first time
I really want to say xenomorph, but that's
Maybe
aliens.
not.
That is aliens.
And so okay. So what does that have to do with our egos and Rolana and...
So the nature of like traveling to Rolana and our egos existing, that is part of what we have to figure out. Like how Rolana and Analir are connected, what are the rules, that's all part of what we need to figure out so we can better understand what the choices are that need to be made.
And the lady who can count to 3 doesn't know?
Correct.
Okay. I think I got it. This means we have to travel to Rolana more often.
Correct.
Gotcha.
If you're curious.
I'm always curious.
Zenith is the point in the sky or celestial sphere directly above an observer.
Try to wrap my mind around that. Wouldn't everywhere be a zenith then?
The highest point reached by a celestial or other object, such as when you think of the sun at its highest point in the sky, it is at its zenith.
I think I have heard that. Mm-hmm. In that context.
Yeah.
Yes.
It can also be the time at which something is most powerful or successful.
Now that you're saying it like that, I think I have heard that word.
Yeah,
I believe
one
you
of
that
those
it's a
words
real
where
word,
I'm
Garrison.
I'm sure you've heard it before. It's just not it's a very uncommon
Hey,
word.
I believe you. You're allowed to Dr. Seuss words, Garrison. I'm not going to double check you.
I just thought it might give you some insight into what it could be.
I'm sure that's not important.
Harrison doesn't tell us things that are important to the story. Ever.
I would never meta. No. Not on accident or on purpose. So
Great. Is Amali still just like feverishly going through these envelopes?
So she sets down her quill.
Like, is it still black raining? Like, should we go investigate things? Like,
So she sets down her quill and her bones rub against her forehead.
is she all bones?
Yeah. Her bone fingers rub against her forehead. And she walks over and sits down at the table. So, Saris has informed you of a great deal of many things that I was not aware of. And I want to say it changes things, but your mission remains the same, essentially. If Vox is the Omen, I suspect killing the Omen or subjugating the Omen could also possibly affect the convergence. I didn't ask Saris that, but I'm certain getting rid of the Omen that is bringing everything won't hurt it. Or I'm just a hammer and every problem's a nail. It's hard to say.
Relatable.
So, there have been several instances of black rain. Also, there have been several shootouts since the incident with the Skytram between Red Knights and Undercroft.
Red Knights of under Chief Galahad's command?
Red Knights in general. I mean, technically all Red Knights are under Chief Galahad's command, technically. But there have been several shootouts between Undercroft and the Red Knights since the Skytram incident because, well, as it's been put in the papers, Red Knights are within the law, within their framework, retaliating against the attempted assassination of 3 other Red Knights. Yeah, you can take that however you want. So, we have several instances of black rain. They have subsided as far as reports are coming in. Shorehelm Knights are dealing with the worst of it. And from here, we essentially need to decide where you're going next, what you're doing next. And I only ask that we try to hone in on the problem the Sterlings are trying to fix, which I think, it seems, happens to coincide with all the stuff that's going on with Undercroft and the Knight family. So what are you doing today?
The 22nd day. We could go talk to some of the figureheads.
All the figureheads you can talk to. You met with Lorna, I can erase that.
Hey, there we go.
It wasn't eventful at all.
No, we don't need to figure
Why did
stuff
we
out with
need
that at all.
An
No.
audience with Silica?
You wanted to broach him about dolls and
I feel like that can.
contract.
That can
I hate
wait.
saying this. That can wait.
Yeah.
So
You
should
want me
we?
to erase it?
No,
No.
leave it up there.
Okay.
I mean, we did the H&H hospital. If you want to erase
Yes.
that.
The only reason I kept it up there was because I remember you guys saying that you wanted to possibly go back, even though it moved. You still
Yeah.
have the key, and you
Yeah.
could technically use it to get back.
To the under,
Yeah.
but
You
they.
used it to open a door
So we
that
can
was
go.
down there. So as long as that
Oh,
door still
I could go
exists-
back. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. We can't do it today though,
You're right.
and I don't know if Brander would want me doing that. But it's fast travel. Who cares?
There's the auxiliary festival that you guys wanted to investigate at some point.
Do we
but I'm not
know
sure it's-
when the next auxiliary festival is? We have 9 days. I mean,
Yeah, the next auxiliary festival is
for on the 22nd day.
from the 22nd day.
Yeah,
Oh, you're on. Sorry.
yeah.
The next one, the last one was on like the 18th, I believe, something like that.
That's up to you.
I think
I don't
so.
remember.
I'm trying to just remember in my head. So the next one wouldn't be. It wouldn't be for another month.
Oh, I thought you said it was a weekly thing.
Or no, it's. I'm sorry, it's bi-monthly. So
Oh,
usually
okay.
it happens twice a month. So I'm sorry, it would be in 2 weeks.
All right.
Okay.
So after what day? Give me a day so I can
So
from the 22nd day. Because I know we do want to do that. The 31st day is when. Remind me what it's called. Station
Precinct 9.
Precinct 9. Can you write that down up there? Right,
Yes.
like 31st day, Precinct 9.
Yes. The next auxiliary festival will be on the 1st.
On the 1st. Okay, so after that.
Yeah.
Can you write that down?
Yep.
I feel like the first thing to do would be for all of us to sit down and maybe just
Talk.
parse through some of this information because we have
Away
not
from
done that yet.
Amali.
Correct.
Back to our rooms.
Or a place like private-ish here, just
Is
because
there
we're
a-
going to be talking about
I just
Skinners.
read about.
Nile leans forward and goes, I mean, we have an airship.
We do need to work on that too.
We do have an airship.
I
I think
can.
that's a good point.
All right, let's go back to the airship, and I will start working on it with Anaya
Yes.
on customizing it so she can, live there, since we did make that deal.
Yes. And we can chat.
Yes. Let's do that. We would, since Amali asked us what we were going to be doing, we would say, what? Like, we're going to go figure that out? Like, what are we going to tell her?
We're going to go take stock of all the information.
Yeah.
And you can do that here because
you're going to multitask and also work on the airship that we acquired.
I see. All right, go ahead. I will be here taking stock of the Black Rain situation and working with the Shorehelm Knights and Red Knights to try and salvage those situations.
Great, thanks. We all leave. Yeah.
We all mosey.
We make like the aisle tree and we leave. I bet that gets said all the time.
Oh my
So
god.
the 31st day after sundown is
When Precinct 9.
Precinct 9 is being attacked.
Yes. So we have until then to make a decision on what we're going to do.
Correct. So, one set of dates I put there, but then attack on Precinct 9 because that's the most important upcoming date.
Yeah. I like that. Thank you.
Yep. So, you guys would make your way to the Arrowhead, and you guys get to have a little vote.
Hmm?
We're voting.
No. That's my vote. No.
I'm going to send you 3 different pictures of arrowheads for you to decide which one you want your arrowhead to look like.
I want it to be a pirate ship.
I want it to be a pirate ship. And in the future, you could change it beyond any of these 3. These are just sort of the starter arrowheads.
Ooh. Why do they look like submarines?
Are airships not just sky submarines? Sky Marines?
Sky Marines.
Considering that's what you said it looked like last time.
There have been some changes.
That's not canon anymore.
We'll say that Anaya has already.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
she's
I'm about to
deep
say,
in it.
Anaya's been busy already.
I vote for number 1.
I was between 1 and 2, so.
My mind was at 2.
All right.
Oh, well.
Garrison,
I like
you get a
both.
vote.
I get a vote.
Yeah.
Well, like Niall slash
Yeah.
Thane.
All right, that's not 2 votes. Garrison gets a vote.
I know.
That's why I said slash,
Yeah.
not and.
I personally liked 1 the most. But
I'm good with 1.
No, you said you wanted 2.
Well, she said 1 or 2.
I
so
did.
Technically 1 wins.
All right, fine.
all right, fine.
I'm cool
Cool.
with that since that was mine.
Option 1 it
He's
is.
like, I'm cool with that because we get the one I want.
Sorry, commercial break. My sister just got her wedding dress.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
It
shoot.
looks really good.
Let's see it.
Hey.
Ooh.
Right?
That is so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, show it to Jamie.
Oh, wow. I love that.
Is she going to do
So
the sleeves?
Very classic. She is still going to do
Aw.
the sleeves. She hasn't figured that out yet.
That looks really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's
Very
a full body
sleek.
picture. Yeah. Very elegant. I like
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I love
Yeah.
that.
That's nice.
that. And then it's like
It
a
looks so
corset
smooth.
back.
Mm.
Cool.
That'd be nice.
Anyways, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Like I
No,
said,
that's
commercial
great. That's
break.
awesome.
Worth it.
Thanks
Commercial
for
break.
sharing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfect. We have a break for our sponsor. I'm not so you guys would head out to here, and once you are out by the Arrowhead, you get more sounds of the city, and the Mar Hotel. Also, you guys should name your Arrowhead.
He's right.
It's got to have a name.
What is a typical name
What's a
for an
typical
airship?
name?
I don't know, like Steven, like or like Excalibur. Like what are we looking for here?
You're like, are we going for something cool or something kind of cute and endearing?
I feel like cool, Because we're gonna be
Yeah.
driving this thing around.
Yeah.
We're gonna be driving this
How
thing around.
about something to do with like twilight or something to do with like the sky or
So I think you guys should decide that.
I do like your train of thought.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
What was
I'm gonna send you guys a picture of the interior. What?
I was like Googling like cool airship names, and there's a fantasy names generator. And some of the ones it has for the airship one, it's hysterical. There's like what was one of them? It was like something Zenith. It would have been cool, but there's like Serene Baroness, Glorious
gosh.
Frigate,
Wow.
Forsaken Baron. What are
Lord.
these?
what about
There was Rara Avis, but that seems weird.
Eclipse?
Ooh. I do like that.
We're putting that one in the running.
Twilight, sunrise, something like that. Those are my three options, my three inputs.
Eclipse, sunrise, and
Twilight.
twilight.
Out of all of those, I like the Eclipse the best, I
Mhm.
think.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The phallic analogy.
No. 100%.
Thank you, forums. I appreciate you.
As we get back,
Yes.
Ooh, sunburst.
Sunburst would be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Is Anaya already there?
Yes, she is.
All right.
Storm Herald. That could
Storm
be cool.
Herald.
We
I
gotta
would-
be careful what we say since she's here.
Yeah, she's employed.
But that doesn't mean she's gonna keep her secrets.
I
sure
will
there's a-
keep her preoccupied.
I'm sure there's a way for us to have a conversation she doesn't overhear.
We deafen her. I would.
Why is it always like the extreme with you?
It's
Why
also
wouldn't
effective. I would approach Anaya.
Yes.
Is she like?
So as you guys
What's she
approach,
doing?
She has been clearly making the modifications that have led us to the exterior we see now.
It's been 2 hours.
She's fast.
She's really good.
Yes.
I would approach her and be like, I see you. You might not need it, but I did pick this up for you. And I give her the Star Driver that I bought.
She would run over and she would like hold out her hands like,
Now, be careful. And I give it to her.
and she's like,
And let's.
never had an employer buy me something.
Well, you're welcome. But
She's like, I don't know if anybody's ever done something this nice for me.
Master's given Dobby a sock. So.
Again, she's not a slave.
Not
We pay her.
sure. Wink, wink.
Oh gosh.
She lives on our
I
ship.
was gonna say, says the guy trying to free the dolls.
Listen,
Right?
dolls are people. People are not. I don't know. She needs to calm down. Then she can be free. All right, now we're gonna have a meeting above deck. I want you to take this star driver and go below deck and set up your living quarters. Because as we discussed, you're living here now. And because you work for us, you're loyal to us, right?
Yeah.
Promise?
Pinky.
Pinky promise?
Yeah.
All right.
Those are sacred.
So I'm going to trust you with the key to the airship. You don't fly it anywhere without us or without telling us.
Of course.
Okay. I give it to her.
And she she puts it on a chain and attaches it to her star driver.
That's cool.
She says, below deck, interior living quarters is a go. And she runs off and there's a ramp that leads onto the ship, and she sprints up it, trips a little bit as she's on her way in.
All right, that'll keep her busy.
Become a black butler.
Yeah.
You must have been really desperate at the
Or
time.
nepotism.
Yeah.
She knew a guy. All right, that'll keep her busy for at least 10 minutes. Looking
Enough
at what she's
time.
already done.
You also notice that when you guys are walking up that before she actually heads in, she uses the star driver, and everything, that whole exterior, it was all hanging onto it. She hadn't actually bolted anything in yet.
Just going through tightening all the bolts.
Literally.
I watch your dad.
Star
I'm like,
driver.
I'm going to have to inspect all this, aren't I?
Yeah. I would feel a lot better if you did.
Yeah.
Likewise.
All right. Later. Before we fly anywhere.
Anaya would lean out and be like, every ship needs a mechanic, and then she would dive back in.
Oh, God. So.
She's your problem now.
Oh, God.
Yep.
So.
Yes.
We have a lot to talk about, guys.
Yeah, what are we
Let's
doing?
maybe start with the Mystery Night thing.
Mystery night?
Mr. Night.
Mr. Night.
Before we
Sorry.
go into that, can me and Durin tell you about the trip we took to Rolana?
Yeah.
Because I don't think we got to do that.
We did a little bit. We barely remember it.
We
is one
barely
thing.
remember it, but what I do remember,
Where we woke up at.
yes,
Okay.
There was this place with stuff coming out of it. Dune grabbed one of the things, and I
he
remember
drank it. I think.
I remember puking.
Yeah,
Ooh. Okay.
and it had one of
Because
those squid,
A Skinner.
yes, it did.
That's why I was puking.
Yes,
I remember that now.
and
Never
they were
forget
all
that.
coming out of. They were all being delivered
It was
from
like
this
a tree
central
thing.
location. Yeah.
And then
and
there was
then-
these fucking monster things.
And they were delivering them around. Like the thing that he broke open was something that was being delivered from the central facility out somewhere else.
So
and these
there's-
monster things would deliver them.
Possibly many Skinners over there.
in
That's
Rolana.
why I
Maybe they
mentioned.
could.
But then in
originate
but
from
in
there,
but in the
possibly?
real world, where that was called,
Hour 13.
and one of
How do
the
you know that?
we woke up there.
We woke up staring at it.
So when we came back
Okay.
out of Rolana, that's where we were standing. So apparently, when you go to Rolana, your physical body here moves. Not sure how. We should have one of us stay here while someone else goes there to see what happens
That's a good idea.
to our bodies,
Mm-hmm.
because we're not sure how that happens. But we did wake up somewhere else from where we went in there.
Yes. And it seemed to be a 1-for-1.
So either you're teleporting or your body gets up and walks.
We're not sure which.
That's alarming.
But
we should
I-
probably figure that out sometime.
But that's why
Why
I
that's the
said,
list.
And figure out how to determine where we're going to end up
yeah,
if we
But
travel
at-
another.
That place, which is called,
Hour 13.
one of the Vatican figureheads is stationed there, and their
Yes.
name is
Surza.
Surza. So we should we could
So
talk to them.
I think not
Okay.
only is it the location of where Surza is, obviously, but I also believe it's a possible distribution center
GM.
for the Skinners.
Hey GM, could you put a little
For
note
Analir.
beside Cersei
Because I
thing?
think, like how Charter, Saris talked about how the shores could be potentially a future of Analir, but maybe also a dark reflection. Based on our journey, I think it's more of a dark reflection.
I think
Right.
so too.
So everything that's happening in Rolana, I think it's a clue and a reflection of what's happening actually in Analir.
and if
Okay.
we can move from one place to another in Onlear through Rolana, then maybe so can the Skinners.
Most likely.
Maybe that's how they're transporting them, is through Rolana.
But I think Rolana is a good place for us to explore in terms of it more physicalizes the things that are happening under the surface here.
I agree. And I would like to learn more about our egos as well.
True.
Who they are and what they want.
Yeah. But I mentioned that specifically because I feel like maybe Hour 13 plays into this somehow.
So we should travel to Rolana, and it sounds like we need to talk to the Vatican figureheads. I mean, Chief Galahad tried to have us killed, and Regent Surza is probably distributing Skinners. Sounds like we need to talk to them, interrogate them somehow. And that gives us, but that also, the elephant in the room, we have 9 days until Lord Knight tries to destroy Precinct 9.
And I think that's a zenith. Our choice there,
With that, it's
I
gonna
think-
be,
I think it's a zenith point.
But we
I
need to
agree.
decide.
We need more information before we decide. We can't do that right now. We don't have enough information.
You're seriously considering letting all of District 9 be destroyed?
I am seriously considering that the choices of a magnitude that we need to make sure we know all of the implications of each choice.
there's got to be a way around it.
And the more investigation we do, maybe it's not just 2 choices. Maybe there's actually others. But we don't know because we've only been presented with 2.
So, we have 9 days to figure that out. Where do you want to start?
That's the question.
Should we talk to Surza first? Galahad first? I mean, 1 or 2 of us could go to Rolana, see what can be seen there. Don't even get me started on the French. I mean,
What if
we gotta talk to
do-
Furet.
What if we do something like this? I don't know where exactly Precinct 9 is in relation to Hour 13. We'd have to look at the map. But maybe with a trip to Rolana, we may be able to kind of look at both. Because what if we could see Precinct 9
That'd be cool.
And
from the
In
Rolana
Rolana.
perspective?
get more information that
I
way.
think the best way to
like
do that would be to go to Precinct 9 and then travel to Rolana.
Yes. Because I
see
think then
what we
we
see.
can come to
I don't
understand
know if-
Precinct 9 better and Galahad.
I don't know if we would be able to cognitively remember to go to Precinct 9 once we get into Rolana.
Right, which
You know
is
what I
why
mean?
we should go Precinct 9 then go.
Because we have no direct communication with our egos,
Right.
you know. DM? For fun, can you mark on this map where
Each place is.
each place is? That'd be fun, right? If I can get my pen tool.
I didn't know that precinct was going to be the word that I just can't spell.
I hate when that happens.
That. I just
Like
every
when
time.
I know it's a real word,
It is.
but then I see like a word and I'm like, that
That's
that
not
can't be right.
real.
Yeah,
That
that
can't be
doesn't
right.
look right. With so much going on, should we divide and conquer or just all hands on deck?
We can do either. Well, that's the thing. If you have a good idea, we should go to station
Precinct 9.
Precinct 9. I'm gonna keep getting that messed
It's
up.
okay.
Should go to. It's right there. I gotta keep looking up there. We gotta go to Precinct 9, and I and one of you can join me. Go to Rolana. See what it looks like on that side, and
Maybe the
One
other.
but at
of
the same
you
time, then one of
guys-
us could see what happens to our bodies when we go there. When we go to Rolana, because we don't know if they disappear.
Well, we can
if
have
we
like
move
Zane
around.
and Niall keep an eye on things too.
Yeah.
But I feel like one of you guys, if we're dividing and conquering, should be the one to talk to Surza, since you guys have more information as to what you saw with the Skinners.
That's at
hour 13.
hour 13. That's a different place, which we could do that. It's up to you guys. We can do either one. I just like going to be Doom. Netta Levi likes to go to Doom.
I mean, we could do it this way. I could go to hour 13 and sneak, see what I can just find via observation,
Okay.
and while you guys go to Rolana
At hour 13 or
at Precinct 9.
Precinct 9. I don't know if we want to split up that far.
Okay.
If you're gonna go to hour 13, you should at least take Zane with you. Oh no, can you sneak?
Yeah.
Or Niall.
Can I sneak?
No, it would be much better than Zane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair.
I'm putting multiple places on yours.
Thank you.
Or we just all three of us go to Rolana because
I'll
we've
send that
not
back
all
to you.
three of us gone together
So you can-
before.
See what you do.
Because I wish I had my ability to go from yours. 'Cause
That way it would open
did you
up
really?
like more options for what we can do when we're in Rolana.
It's mapped out for you guys.
Yeah.
Especially since we're going in at a location we know
Just nice
nothing
to know,
about.
like, where we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that
Can you mark on the hotel where our area is, please?
Yes.
And can we use our airship to travel to any of these places? Is there like accessibility issues?
Or you two go to Rolana, and then I sneak around Precinct 9 with Niall.
What if you get caught? They'll take you to
mean-
Chief Galahad. Wait, no, we're cops. You don't gotta sneak
You
around.
don't need
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, I don't
If
have
I-
to sneak, but
If any
But
place you need to sneak around
you
would
would
be
sneak.
hour 13, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
no.
Precinct 9.
This time my second proposal was to then just go investigate Precinct 9 in
Yeah.
Honolier while you guys are doing it in
In
Rolana.
Rolana.
Oh, okay.
That's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that.
That way
Okay.
I'm not too far away.
Yeah, and we can see what it looks like in Rolana.
Have Zane watch over us. We'll
What?
have to watch our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can go buy one, but can I get a pocket watch? Or can I already have one? Or it's up to you. All right. Could I Thank you very much.
Yep.
Could I set an alarm with one? Is that possible?
You could certainly have customized one. To
Yeah.
do something like that.
Could I do that?
Yeah, we'll just say that. I think that's it would make sense to me that having done the work Durin's done, he would have likely
Had
made
something
something
like
like
that.
that for himself. So we'll just say, if you're cool with it, we'll just say it costs you 4 kronas
All right.
and be done with it.
Yep. So that I could set a timer for when we're in Rolana for like an hour.
Mhm.
So I know that's how we did it last time. Was we knew what time we had to leave, and our subconsciouses told
Had
us.
to roll for it.
So I could set
Yeah.
a timer would go off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Can
also
it
have
be
your,
built into my suit?
Oh yeah.
Like
it's
in
Well,
fine.
and we
my
have the
wrist?
timed
That'd be cool.
sleepwalker potion, so it'll keep you under for specific amounts of time.
That's a different thing, though, isn't it?
I mean, you guys took the potions before to go to Rolana.
Did
That's
we?
what you did in the park. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought we just reached out for it.
Oh wait.
Wait.
Yeah, we didn't use the potions.
I'm
Then.
sorry, you're
That's a
right.
different thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're
The
right.
potions
You
are what
guys-
we used to talk to Niall in his dreamscape.
Yeah.
You're right.
We didn't need the potions to
never
go
mind.
to Rolana.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
I remember that because
Yeah, no.
Dune ripped me in half.
yes. No, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
what I'm thinking of is that you haven't used the sleepwalker
To
potions
go to Rolana.
outside of the Mar Hotel.
No, yeah, we have not.
Yeah.
But outside the Mar Hotel, we just had to force ourselves into the gems
Yes.
to do it.
Yeah.
We could try to use the potions inside the hotel to do it, but that would we want to go to Precinct 9.
Yeah, I was about to say we want to go to Precinct 9, so we can save that idea for another time.
But yeah, definitely good to find out at some point what it looks like to use the potions.
Yeah. We only use the potions to go into Niall's dream.
Yes,
that's the
you're
only thing
correct.
we've done with them.
Correctamundo.
I mean, do we want to go do that right now? How we want to spend the rest of our
Yeah.
day? What time would you say it is?
You guys would probably be about like 2 o'clock.
This gives us plenty of time to get down there.
Yeah.
I agree.
So
All
you
right.
want to take the airship, or do you want to take?
Give
the
me-
Skytrain?
Trauma. So give me a half hour
I
to
have
tighten
enough
all these bolts.
PTSD.
Yeah. I like knock on the floor.
And you hear, ow, and then you hear clunk, 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 and like a hatch opens up. Huh? What?
Anaya, we got 10 minutes. We're getting it travel ready.
10 minutes. And she climbs out and like trips over the out to get out and rolls. Let's go. And she like runs over and starts.
I just go around and like check what she's done. Like, is this gonna fall off?
So I think this would be funny. I want you to do both technology and investigation checks.
Okay. Technology.
Good. Dirty 20.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
good.
And investigation.
Not as good. 7.
Okay. So as you're walking by looking at her, what she's done, you're like, I'm just going to put my star driver to it because I know what it should look like. And you just keep working on them as she goes through them, just like her, then you, then you.
Yeah.
Her, then
Just following her.
literally all the way around. And as you do it, you're like, I'm not certain she did it wrong, but I know when I do it right, it's different.
That's funny.
So you follow her around.
She'll give me flying lessons. I'll give her technology lessons.
Yes, she's not a mechanic.
Yeah. She just wants to be one.
Yeah. Like she said, cable cat. She.
Yeah.
So it ends up taking a little bit longer than you were intended. By the time you guys are done, it's
Not 10 minutes.
not 10 minutes, but you do have everything battened down. You've done a 2-3 over to make sure everything looks good, and about 30 minutes, 40 minutes later, everything looks good to go.
It's like, all right, ting ting, just falls off the wall. No. Dang it.
Like, well, it's not magnetized anymore. I don't know how we messed that up, but
It's non-ferrous, so it just.
You know,
Is it
I wasn't
magnetic?
nervous about this trip before, but now.
It'll be fine. Just like duct tape.
so
I'm gonna go find some alcohol.
We'll get a fully stocked bar someday.
yeah. That's other things. And if things come to mind that you guys think would be fun to put on your airship, like a stocked-in bar, things of that nature, just let me know. You can talk to Anaya about like paying for things, adding them to the airship,
It's fun.
adding them to it. Did we decide on Eclipse? Was that the name that you guys went with? I remember
Jamie.
we were talking about
Yeah,
names,
I
then we
think
trailed
so.
off.
up to
Eclipse
you.
works for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Eclipse. Write it down.
It's written.
It has been written.
And each of you or one of you can make a note for the Eclipse, and this will just be like the general information, things you guys want to add. Since you guys are all using iPads, you could do like an iNote and then just put in like, if you share it with each other, you could do like ideas for
Yeah, that'd be
Eclipse
fun.
and just what things you guys would want on the Eclipse.
First thing is it has her Anaya's living quarters,
Yes.
and then whatever else we want.
Because it's your guys' arrowhead now. Personalize it.
Weapon loadout.
Greenhouse
Cannons.
/ laboratory.
Hey, there we
There you
go.
go.
So keep that to your room.
It's overgrowing. I need
Oh,
more
yeah.
space.
And eventually, I think we'll hit a point where it's like you'll talk about increasing capacity and
Communi-
size so you can have other rooms, like a chemistry room or a research room. I mean, you could have a room for all of your apothecary needs. He could have a room for all of his tinkering. Kaya could have a room.
For all her drinking.
Niall could have a place for his arts and crafts.
I want, in Mass Effect 2, when you find the info broker's ship and like you end up in that one area where like that's what I want my room to be, is just like information everywhere.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. No, that'd be cool. That would be cool. No, I mean, exactly.
On people.
Put any notes in there that you guys want, or anywhere in your stuff. You doesn't have to be a shared note. Just a place to keep track of everything for yourselves. And then I'm going to give you some general info that will be likely important about Eclipse in general. And I can give that.
I'm
Yes,
good,
please.
but thank you.
I'll come with you. Are you sure? Thank you.
But I'll wait for our mechanic to get back. No, you're good.
How dare you? Be so nice all the time.
To train with each of your guys is the cross rifle and the iron vine.
Mm-hmm.
You will each have, it's like when you research something, you'll do rolls for it. But I can let you guys know those rolls and what that requires whenever you're ready, because I have it for each of you.
Where do I
So
want
if you
to
want to put
put
in your
that?
vocations and pursuits or something like that, then that's perfect.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Because I know your vocational pursuit for a while was Undercroft, but we've learned a lot about Undercroft in the past few sessions.
Yeah.
You got to meet the present patriarch of the family, so.
I'm just gonna make a note called, what am I calling it? Pursuits.
Pursuits, vocations, either one.
So this is for, what is my thing called?
Cross rifle.
Cross, thank you.
Crossbow sniper. Cross rifle.
Cross. I'm ready.
So these aren't nearly as long as a lot of other things. For the cross rifle, you'll need to get a total points of 40. And it will require you doing a handling check and let's do investigation check. Handling and investigation together.
Got it.
Whatever you want to put towards that, you'll roll both those. And for Iron Vine, if you're ready, Sarah.
Yep, I am ready.
Perfect. You will roll both investigation and faith. Or I'm sorry, biowave and faith. And it will be also out of 40 points.
Well,
Oh,
fair
that's
enough. Can't let it go to waste.
No, of course not. It shan't. It won't.
Really good, thank you.
Alright, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
You gonna research it?
Just like what we need for our new weapons.
Well, the training they need to
Yeah,
do for
nice.
it. So, for the Arrowhead Eclipse, it has current capacity as 8 Elvenoids. Humanoids.
Okay. I was like, what's an Elvenoid?
Because the
Alright.
elves came first.
Hey. Let me make notes. Capacity. 8. Is that how many it can hold? Like weight-wise?
That's how many people it recommends before it's over capacity. So it can comfortably fit 8, but it can, like,
What if we had like 20 though? Would it not be able to fly?
if you had double that, it would struggle to fly.
Okay.
But once you hit 9 people, it starts to get cramped.
Okay.
But maybe if you're transporting something, I might tell you, like, it's the equivalent of 4 Elvenoids or something.
Okay. Yeah, please.
You could put in general wherever you want to put this requirement C license for piloting. The size, it's approximately 40 feet long, 10 feet wide, and about 8 feet tall.
Oh. Long boy.
Long boy. Plenty of room for additions. It has a shell of 40.
HP?
Just has shell.
Oh. What happens if that runs to 0?
Better hope it's a short landing.
It's
But
going
Never
down.
seen Titanic.
I'm yelling
Like
timber.
that, but
In the
you know,
sky.
yeah, but buildings and bricks. But along with its shell, it has plating, which is a passive. Reduce all damage by 8.
Oh.
It might go without saying, but there are also damage immunities technically. Like, you can't hurt Eclipse with psychic damage. Who would have thought?
It's like there isn't a brain or something for it to hurt.
Not yet.
Well, you know. Not if Durin has anything.
Max speed is 60 feet per second or 41 miles per hour.
Did you do that math?
I did it by using Google.
Thank you, Google.
Well, I'm assuming the slowest speed is stopped. Like, can it go like super slow?
It can like hold in the air and hover.
Mm.
Like you can come to a full stop and it will still
Mm.
like floating in the air. The typical speed of an arrowhead when it's moving through the city is going to be like 20 miles per hour. If it's moving at 41, you're chasing something or running from something typically. You are not going to just find people going at 41 in the air.
Looks at Anaya.
Yeah.
You're a pilot, not a racer.
What was that? Yeah, what was that racing
Remember-
thing she talked about?
Flare circuits?
The flare circuits.
You're not in one right now.
Not yet.
Correct.
Like eventually we want to get a flare that we can deploy.
Right?
We are going to be chased in this thing. Let's be honest.
But out of all the maneuverability of all airships, the arrowheads have the highest maneuverability.
Ooh.
Because they are the smallest. They can make maneuvers that large airships just can't.
Could we fly it down to the Undercity? Like, could it make it to... What's that place called?
Tantavilla.
Tantavilla?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That would be nice. And then we could stay out of the water.
Water. Yeah.
Water.
The worder.
The water.
But
Oh,
of
what?
course, but of course, remember that if you are flying in on an arrowhead, you're not very subtle. If you fly,
Really?
Is there a stealth mode?
Put that on the list.
Put that on the
Stealth
list.
mode. That would be top tier.
you're like, we need cloaking.
Can we paint it black?
Invisibility.
You could.
It would make it then invisible in some places, but not all.
It'd be Anaya. When we're parked in the Undercity, turn off the lights.
Yeah.
But I can't see. Then they can't see either.
Sounds awesome.
At present, it does not have any artillery.
Ooh, but it could?
You could modify it.
All right.
Most maneuvers it can likely do within reason. I'm sure that will be moment to moment.
Oh, yeah. Lots of loop-de-loops.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that covers most of the basics. Is there anything that came to your guys' minds about the arrowhead that you have questions about that I might be able to answer?
Something you mentioned in passing before. Fuel. What's the range on this puppy?
So it's got good steam mileage.
It has good steam mileage. Oh, thank gosh.
Yeah. So fortunately, when you guys got it, it still had a quarter tank. And let me do some math real
Of
quick.
steam.
Of what? Yeah, what's the fuel?
It is, so this is a callback. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. 'Cause it's been a second since we were at session 0.
It has.
One of those refineries.
The rain reactor.
Yeah. Remember when life was only kind of complicated?
That dang dragon.
Mm-hmm.
He's out there somewhere still.
Probably. After
Mad.
us. Biding his time. Until we forget about him.
Again.
Yep.
We forget about him again.
Again.
He's always shows up like my arch nemesis. Just like,
Yeah.
who are you?
Randall, right?
Randall, right?
For half a second, I thought you were being serious, and I was like, damn, he really didn't make an impression. So,
No.
I might change this later, but for now, the fuel is called SUDS. Because I like that.
SUD.
S-U-D, yeah, S-U-D-S, SUDS.
Do we have to pay for suds, or is it like regenerate? What's the deal?
So, okay, give me 1 second.
Scares. I know we talked about this before. I want you to know I love this. I love like when we're talking about money. You originally were like, I don't want to do money. I don't like keeping track of it. I was like, I love that sort of thing. I want to keep track of money. I want to keep track of the fuel, but I'm gonna complain about it. The capitalism.
I would like to have my cake and
Eat
eat
it
it too.
too.
So, I need to do some math for a second.
Good luck.
The look on your face.
I didn't even mean it to be that mean. I just genuinely meant, like, I hate having to do math sometimes with all the numbers, and I was like, that was more of a genuine, like, well,
And that's why
have
we
fun.
need cameras. The look on Garrison's face.
I was like, damn, I'm not bad at math, all right? Like,
You're actually really good at it. You're very good at thinking on your feet with the math thing. It just sounded
Hey,
exhausting to
he
me.
majored in creative writing. Leave him alone.
I also just only
I got
did
better
the-
at math after I was done with school. Because of D&D.
It's funny. It's like once there was motivation, it got easier to learn.
Crazy,
Strange.
right? So it gets 30 miles to the SUD.
You
30
son of a
miles to the
you son of a gun.
30 miles to the sun.
And it can
We're gonna keep
hold...
track of that, aren't we?
Yep.
Yep.
So it can... How would that... It can hold
How many suds can it hold?
12 SUD units,
Which is how many miles?
360 total miles.
So it's 12 sud units is 360 miles.
So
So how many suds is that? That's 360. No, it's 30 miles to a sud. So it'd be 360 divided by 30. That's how many total suds it has.
yes,
Yeah.
12 SUD units is what it can hold.
What's 360 divided by 30? That should be 12. Okay. So we have 12 suds.
12
Sud
SUD
units, but there's
Yes.
12 suds.
Yeah, if you want to, you can just say 12 SUDs.
Yeah.
12 SUDs.
I'm just trying to keep it straight. So right
Yeah.
now, though, we have a quarter of a tank.
4 SUDs.
So we have 4 suds. Well,
Sorry,
3 suds.
3 SUDs.
Yeah.
Which
You
will
make it-
account
You can
for
make it
you-
4.
Which will account for 90 miles.
How do we get more suds?
Fueling pumping stations.
Where are those?
So they have pumping
Like
stations.
all over the city, or
Pumping stations are very easy to find.
okay?
Pumping stations are not just for airships, but all pumping stations have docks.
What's
for
the price per
arrowheads.
sud?
Let me do some more math.
Give it to me straight. Gas right now is on like $3.50, so I made that up. I'm not sure. It's been a few days since I got gas.
It's like 280.
Yeah, it's not.
It's
not
not
as bad.
Yeah, it's not like
Damn
it was
it,
earlier in the
Damn
summer.
it, Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
Somewhere Obama just went, what?
Why are my ears red?
What's happening?
I just remember being a kid and hearing that all the time.
Oh,
Thanks,
absolutely.
Obama.
Gosh, we're constant.
When they had to change the recipe that they used to make the cookies at my school because of the Michelle, that literally everyone in my school was like, thanks, Obama,
Yes,
because
I
they
love that.
tasted
What a
so
call.
bad.
I love that so much. Do you know how much crap Michelle Obama got for wanting to have healthy school lunches?
I know,
I know.
ridiculous.
And now you have RFK and all these guys being like, we need better school lunches. And everyone's like, yeah. It's like, you complained so much about that when I was a kid.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well,
Oh
like,
my God.
I want the freedom to eat a cheeseburger. Now they're like, we don't eat cheeseburgers. Like, when did this happen?
When did this happen?
We don't need preservatives in our food. Do you know why they're there?
Yeah.
Right?
Food needs a shelf life, damn it.
That's
Grocery stores will just be throwing out food. They throw out too much already.
That is so funny.
Do you know how much food gets wasted at McDonald's?
I do.
I do. And it's infuriating.
And it's infuriating.
Can we talk about the best news of all time, though, Garrison?
The McRib is back?
The snack wrap is coming
Snack-
back.
Oh, it is?
The
In
snack
2025.
The
The CEO
Yep.
said it's coming back.
That is the best news, actually,
know.
because I was so
Did you
mad.
not have a snack wrap? They used to be huge,
I know.
but then they got
It
smaller.
was a
for some reason.
tortilla
It's
with
just-
chicken and like cheese and lettuce and like ranch.
It's just like the breakfast wrap,
Like a
but,
good burrito.
Yeah.
basically.
but it was so good
So good.
at McDonald's. It was like the
it
best
was-
thing on the menu.
I was about to say that's what I got at McDonald's all the time.
And that was like
then they got rid of
6
them.
years ago.
And I stopped going.
Yeah, it was so good.
Was it like just like a crispy? Was it like a McChicken? Do you remember?
It was you could do it,
It was, like,
crispy or
grilled.
grilled.
Yeah.
You could do either one.
I
But they
was
were
like
like it was like a
grilled one.
strip.
It was a strip, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
It
would
wasn't
be
like
different.
a
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like a different
But
chicken.
it was really good. Mm-hmm. I'm so happy it's coming back. They didn't
Me
say
too.
when, but it said next year's coming
Yeah.
back.
And I was like, heck yeah.
I'm so excited.
That's
That'll make me go back to McDonald's.
Yeah. I eat there way too often
I know.
because it's free.
You work there.
Yeah.
One free meal a shift, baby. I'm gonna use it.
I mean,
It's that
absolutely.
it's that second job life.
Yeah, I'm like I'm just leaving money on the table if I don't. So,
All right, fuel.
one sub,
One sun equals
2 kronas.
ooh. Ooh. All right.
Pumping station money, baby.
Okay.
We gotta take down Big Pump.
We have to take down Big Pump.
Okay.
Can we get a bumper sticker that says that and put it on the airship? Take down Big Pump.
All right. We have 90 miles worth of suds right now.
Yes.
That's enough to get to Precinct 9, I'm
Yes.
assuming.
Yes.
All right. While we're at Precinct 9, I will give Anaya some money to go fill her up,
Okay.
and then she'll meet us back at wherever we're landing.
Okay.
That's what I'll say. Does that work with everybody?
Yeah,
That way we'll have a full tank for next time.
that sounds great. Thanks for filling her up.
That's right. So that'll be. We have 3 stud units, so it'll be another 9 stud units. So that'll be 18 kronas.
So glad you're keeping track of
Yeah.
this. 'Cause
Yeah.
I like
I
keeping track of
noped
stuff
out a
like this.
while
I'm gonna like
ago.
add this to my character. I'm gonna make. Can we make like a character sheet for the eclipse?
Absolutely.
Can you and I do that,
Yeah.
or can you do that
Yeah.
and
I
send it
can
to
do
me? I'll help in
I'll
like.
include strength, endurance, sacrifice.
No.
I'll
So,
have
like,
things like that.
No, but I want like like the shell,
Yeah.
the -8, and like a section that's just for like the fuel, so
Absolutely.
that I can like have it on here and keep track of it.
I love that.
'Cause I do love that sort of thing.
Oh no, I was like, I know you love resource management.
Yeah,
so
I do. That's one of my favorite parts of like
most video games.
video games, like Age of Empires and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I told you I love Age of Empires because like, you know, you have a video game like go chop down a tree, and it's just like
Yeah.
for some reason this one tree is just giving you infinite wood. I hate that. I
Yeah.
want to run out of resources someday. It's like in Age of Empires, they'll actually chop down all the trees. You'll run out of stone.
The
like, you have-
deforestation
Yeah.
and all those problems.
Yeah, it's great.
That's really cool.
It's my.
I
and,
love
like,
when my video games feel like real life.
Well, not entirely.
I know. I know. There was a joke.
It is, I do love escapism as well, but
Yes.
I love the escapism of Elden Ring beating my ass.
Oh my gosh! You know what we should have? on like a Friday, we should get drinks and have Sarah try Elden Ring for the first time.
Yeah.
Because that would be so much,
Awesome.
so
That would
funny.
be so fun.
And you can show us how to actually do it, because I'm not that good either.
I'm so
seen
bad.
so many videos. I want to try it.
Oh gosh,
I
I would love that.
I would love
Because it is so hard.
Yeah.
It's so
It would be
hard.
so funny.
It's
Literally
become
just
one of my
seeing so many people fight
favorites.
like the first boss and just dying time after
It took me
time
so
after
long to
time.
beat the giant for the first time. And then I finally got the hang of it. It's like the very beginning, like the giants just walking around the field.
Oh yeah.
It took me so long to
Yep.
kill one of
Yeah.
those, but then once I got it down, it was easy.
Oh,
Just always
yeah,
stay
yeah.
behind them or something.
Yeah.
But it was just, that took forever
Remember when we were talking about how like 9s are kind of useless?
in the game.
In
In Balatro?
I found a Joker. It's earn $1 for every 9 in your full deck at the end of the round.
Ooh.
So there is a card that makes them a
Something.
little less
You get
useless.
$4.
Yeah.
Or you could just have the Joker that says when you get done with this round, you get $4.
Yeah. I want You're right.
There is a Joker for that too.
There
no, but
is.
I'm joking because of course you could modify that. You could replicate 9s and get a lot.
And
of
then just get all the money. Anyway.
No, you're good. It's fine. So you give Anaya the Kronos to go fill up.
Yeah.
She.
I'll give her, like, to account for the fuel we're getting there, I'll give her 20.
Perfect.
So she can just fill her up. Don't even worry about what we're going to lose and what after that. Just
Okay,
fill
perfect.
her up.
So she takes Eclipse, and now that you're more aware of these, I'll point them out as necessary, pumping stations. But she flies it up, and you can see adjacent to the trolley area that leads up into the Mar Hotel and the Sky Tram, there is a whole like obelisk-shaped facility with these cylinders that people fly their airships into, and they're all magnetized, a whole cylinder of magnetism, so they just slide it inside, let it sit there in the magnetism, they fuel it inside, and then it slides back out and flies away. So that for the most part, airships, until they're landing in like off a beaten path, they don't really ever touch down.
How many miles away is Arco?
Argo.
Just for reference.
Yeah, let me do some math.
Just
again.
curiosity.
Just for kicks.
It's 370 miles. Just so we can't get to it.
Annaleer is a bit bigger, I think, than than it might seem.
I understand that.
I'm just saying.
I just want to know how far it is from the across the water to Arco. And do they have fueling stations there?
Do they have fueling stations?
No, it's none.
I assume they don't, because it looks kind of vegetable-y, but
It looks kind of vegetable-y.
tell me I'm wrong. I just sent you guys the map Garrison edited that has all the locations on it, too. He edited a map that showed all the locations in
yeah.
Vatica. I sent it to the
The
group chat.
POIs, basically.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
No, it couldn't be that far. That doesn't make any sense. It comes out to about, yeah, it's a ways. It comes out to 410 miles.
Of course it does.
You're not going to get there by a simple upgrade.
Says
And as
we
you make
need a bigger
upgrades-
one. We need a bigger ship.
But yeah, so over time, you guys could add things to speed it up, better plating, more shell, add artillery to it, a whole bunch of different things you could do to spruce up Eclipse.
More range.
More range. Bigger tank,
That's right.
larger. interior for different rooms and all that fun
Yes.
stuff. Maybe eventually your own living quarters.
That would be cool.
Okay, so you guys wanted to eventually. Anaya comes back, docks, and I sent you guys that picture of the interior. You can kind of think of that as like the rest of it is an extrapolation of that on the inside. And now that you guys are in the Arrowhead, you can see that there are actually 2 key docks. You can either fly the Eclipse on the deck, or you can fly the Eclipse from the hull.
That's cool.
So while you guys are out and about, like most people, you would just fly it while in the hull. No need to be out in the wind and the cold during autumn. So as you guys travel inward, to get from the Hotel where you guys are at to Precinct 9, we'll look at that image real quick.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. Not everything's going to be like a perfect one-to-one on my end because I'm like, you know, if you look at the distance here and then you look at the distance to Argo, it's like, but this distance is only this far. You know.
It's okay. It's not to scale.
Exactly. It's not a perfect scale. So from where you guys are at in the Mar Hotel to Precinct 9 would be about 20 miles altogether. So when you guys near Precinct 9, there are places you can dock the Arrowhead just like you can anything else in the city. Think of them like these they're called sky stacks, or where you dock your Arrowhead, and there is one only a few blocks away from Precinct 9, so you could dock there and then head down. So you guys pull in, dock into the sky stack, step off, and some sky stacks also double as pumping stations. So you step out and you follow down a long elevator to bring you down from the sky stack to Vatica's normal walking level. So you guys would move out to Precinct 9, and let me see if I have that picture I used.
We tell Anaya to meet us back here, to wait for us here,
Okay, so
we all know where to meet back up at.
perfect.
Yes.
So yes, she, as you guys step off to get onto the lift, she's like, "I'm not going anywhere," and she climbs back into the Arrowhead. And let me see. I hope that I have this picture just because it would make things a little easier. But I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Apologies. Ha 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 ha. I found it. Hee hee hee.
Ha ha ha.
That was
You did it for us. Hee hoo ha ha. It's like that's awesome. Oh man. I know, but it didn't sound like it.
Oh, it's so good. Oh
Sound
my
like you were
gosh, I
making
love
fun
that.
of them, which is hilarious. That was just your natural laugh.
Oh my gosh. That's great.
That was awesome.
Oh, so that is an image of Precinct 9
Mm-hmm.
as you guys are approaching it. And you guys you didn't plan to go inside. You wanted to.
She's gonna go inside. with
You're going to
Niall,
go inside.
and we're gonna go to Rolana.
Yes, that is the plan.
Did Zane come with us or just Niall?
I thought he was going.
Zane's gonna watch your bodies.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but Garrison's a rule that only one of them can go.
Oh, okay.
I will say that from now on, because you have Eclipse, there.
3 or 1.
There can always be one person on standby
Mhm.
at the Eclipse. So in the case of Zane, he's just watching bodies to see what happens.
So are we gonna?
So-
We're not gonna stay on the Eclipse though. We're going to Precinct 9. and then we're gonna go to
Yeah, I meant like he'll at least come. He can,
Oh,
he
okay,
can,
okay.
he can watch you guys.
Alright,
He's
cool.
just observing.
Do you have precinct 9? Nice.
That's the wrong one.
Hmm.
It's actually on the other side.
Yay. Nice.
You right?
I just was like, oh, what's that? My mind is
And a Nikki Enigma.
trying to remember the things that I did and why I did them.
All
There's
right.
a lot going on over there.
Precinct 9's a big place.
Yeah.
A little bit.
As big as the Mar Hotel.
Crazy.
According to our map.
I was gonna say, what a quinky dink.
Yeah.
Right?
Through the sneak wings.
Whoa, man.
Garrison's like, I have the size.
Exactly. So, this is the entrance all the way down here.
Which, the bottom right?
Yeah.
Yep, right down here is our lovely entrance.
So are there like benches outside?
Yeah,
So is there a place for us to like be
Like a park bench?
inconspicuous? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, as you guys approach Precinct 9, there is a mechanical drawbridge for the precinct. But the bridge looks like it's usually down, as there are other paths that connect to that main part, and they have like gates they can close so it can lift. So there are multiple intersections. It would just be kind of like down here.
Yeah.
But yes, there would be benches and little sheltered areas that you can stand on, but it would be kind of like in this area. Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. There you guys are.
Hey.
That's where all those other tags went. I forgot that's where they
Our
went.
graveyard.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. I kept looking at them being like, where'd the other ones go? Perfect. So, Kaya, Nile, you are heading in.
Yes.
Are you heading in, like, just through the front doors as you are Red Knights, or are you sneaking?
We're just gonna walk in.
Okay. So, you and Nile approach the main door, and as you do so, there are two dolls outside. Each one's in normal red suits, nothing spectacular. But they approach, and one of them asks, identification, please. And upon looking at your badge for a moment, they say, do you have another form of identification? One to signify you are a red knight.
That's a pin thing.
Your
My umbrella.
Yeah.
My umbrella. I was like, pin, umbrella.
Thank you. And then they would turn to Nile, and Nile would would like and hold it out. And wonderful. You may proceed. And they step aside to allow you to step in. And as you step in through the front doors into this area, you have an area where there is basically a seating room for people who are waiting to be approached or led through. And you have 2 desks, each with guards doing paperwork. When you first walk in, most of the Red Knights wear these sort of casual red suits with, like, it's like a darker, more like, it's not an in-your-face red, it's more of a maroon and everything, with buttoned-up shirts. And they are each sitting down over here, and when you first step in, one of them, an orc, lifts up his head, shaved head, lifts up to see the 2 of you walking in, and asks, "Oh, you guys don't come around here very often. Where are you heading?"
Oh, we're just here to kind of get a lay of the land. Seems like we've been in this area more often lately. Thought I should check in.
"Oh, got it. All right, well, door's over there. It's open. Just, if you need anything, we're here."
Absolutely. Thank you.
He just directs you with his quill and then goes back to writing.
Cool.
So, Kai and Niall.
That brief, terrifying moment of silence of, what are we doing here? All right.
So when you step inside, there are bookshelves over here to your right.
Okay.
And all of the brown are walls.
Okay.
And all the orange are doors.
Okay.
Everything else I can describe as you delve in and which way you choose to go.
I want to go look at the books. I'm just curious what the titles are.
Okay. Also, I forgot to mention these green are all windows.
Ah, escape routes. Lovely. What? I mean, yes, very lovely view.
I mean, yes, beautiful. Anyway.
Beautiful.
Yes, I love this glass work.
So pretty.
Love this glass
So
work.
pretty and unscratched.
It would be a shame if someone scratched it. Yeah. Yep.
So when you step over here to look at the books, you see lots of different. You see a range from history texts regarding Vatica itself, along with several books to do with the law, lawyering, and different things of that nature about arrests and records of arrests, things like that. Nothing. One of them is like, when I say records of arrests, it's like infamous arrests in Vatica. You know, like very poppy kind of book.
Okay.
Where would you go from there?
Is there any indication on the door to my left, like where that goes? Like what's beyond it?
Yeah, so when you look over here, you see, first it's on the top it says offices, and then it gives numbers, blah to blah, of offices. And it's basically it says it would be offices and records through there.
Okay.
So you can surmise likely lots of desk workers doing their thing.
Mm-hmm. I would just proceed forward into the main area and just look around, see what everything is.
Okay. When you step into this main hall, you would be immediately greeted by all these big things.
Yellow.
So the interior of Precinct 9 is, you would recall this a little bit as you guys very briefly passed through to receive your first assignment from Commissioner Hale way back when.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, it was late in the night, so maybe you didn't get a good look at everything. But the interior is that of what was...
Turn down
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
a little for me.
No, you're good.
You
You're good.
good?
Sorry. Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not worried about that. Just
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. You're good. So the interior was... It's very clear that this was once a large, complex forge. Precinct 9 doesn't really make any attempts to hide that. When you step inside, it very much looks like they wear that history on their sleeve. But it also has a sort of cathedral feel to it, in the sense that perhaps whatever forge this was, it was dedicated to an aeon. As you see these massive columns rise up to the vaulted ceiling, you also over here see multiple, basically these massive pistons that don't move, but between the pistons are these large arcing mess of cables leading between them. You see steam occasionally like coming out of the cables, but they don't seem to be on. It's maybe this thing's circulating through them. But when you look at this whole thing, you also see this trifecta of columns that seem to at least look like it is like the cornerstone foundation of the whole precinct is right in here. But all of these, they look like they're lined up. Whenever they were stopped, it looks like they were like mid-motions. They're all at different heights going through here. Everything else, when you peer up this way, you see just the door, but you do see, they call it Evidence Bay up here. Mm-hmm. And then more bookshelves, big window. Down this way, you see more other doors to other office archives. To get a bigger lay of the land, you'd have to go deeper still.
Okay. The other people walking around, where, like, general flow of people, traffic, where are people going to most, coming from most, or just completely avoiding? Or just not going to?
Generally, you see people, there's not a lot of movement between the multiple sections, but the bit of movement you notice, do a perception check.
I don't know where I am. That was a critical fail.
What about Niall?
Yeah. What about Niall?
Niall?
We're both overwhelmed by, like, everything.
The forgeness of
The forgeness of the forge.
Yeah, Niall only got an 8.
At least he knows where he is.
What, did you get a 1?
Yeah. I'm like, where are we again?
Yeah, so,
Why did we come here? I don't know.
you look around, but you don't really get a good sense of where the traffic's going.
Yeah.
There are enough people moving around that everyone clearly has destinations, but also amidst all of this, you do hear the clanking and metal working. Where it's coming from, it's hard to say. You can't tell if it's like parts of the building or the forge are still being used, but there is lots of clanging and metal work clanging around in the vaulted ceilings the way sound does.
I would go investigate the 3 central pillars, looking for anything like a cornerstone, an engraving, anything that would be a clue as to why it was originally built.
Okay, so do an investigation check.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Nice, okay. 1 second to pull something up on my end. Why am I always so unprepared?
Oh, that is silly.
So, you do see, when you get closer over here, you see some red knights passing through. There's not a lot of people with traffic that move through here, because why would you?
Right.
But when you step inside, you notice some sort of engraving here on the floor. And when you get close, you see what looks like a hammer shaped like a mountain. So an inverted hammer shaped like a mountain, which, along with that investigation check, will say you remember that from previous stuff that we've talked about, that is the symbol of Hirodon, the forge. Aeon of fire and forge, design and discipline, earth and machines.
Hold on, can you tell me again? Fire and forge.
Design and discipline,
Uh-huh.
earth and machines.
That was the one that's typically worshipped by dwarves, right?
Correct.
I would probably look down and like to myself go, Durin chose the wrong place to go to today. He should have come here. Would Niall say anything?
Niall looks closer at it, and Niall would sort of would give out a very light chuckle, and would lean down and say, "But isn't that kind of strange?" He points at the hammer, and you noticed this too, but having Niall pointed out really brought it to the forefront. You notice that it looks like someone did put a scratch through the hammer.
Defiling it.
That is strange.
And as you investigate further, you see, and it seems like it's written, there's something written off to the side in relation to the symbol. And it looks like whoever wrote it, it looks like it was something, it would have taken a while. They had to slowly scratch it into the stone to write it. But you don't recognize the language. What was the... I have it written down somewhere, but it might be easier to just ask our...
Is it the Elven language?
Yes.
Give me a second. I know I wrote it down somewhere.
Part of me wants to say it's just Lithian, but I feel like it was...
That sounds right. I'm trying to remember where we came across it at.
Because it was down when you guys went to Below Hearth and Home Hospital, and you guys found the records that were written in other languages.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe at the time I mentioned different languages that you guys know. And I'm like, I know it's in my notes somewhere, but it'd probably be quicker if I just ask
I
those
have
who know.
mine written down. Common and Cheyenne.
Common and Cheyenne. That makes sense. And what were the...
One of them was Lithian. The other
Okay.
was Kanakayan,
Kanakayan.
native to Kahar.
Yep, that sounds correct.
Okay.
So you can't read it, but you do recognize that it is Lithian.
Maybe
Is there
try to-
anyone actively around us right now?
Yes, there is one red knight just off the way who looks to be either on a break or something like that, but he looks to be reading some small journal.
Would I be able to write down what I'm seeing on the floor?
Yeah, do a handling check to try and mimic the writing.
For coherence.
17.
Yeah, so you write it down pretty much to the letter. Dotted T's. Yep, I said that.
You know what's funny? I didn't even hear it till you said, oh, yep, I said that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. We dot and T's now.
It's what they do in Lithian.
Right.
Yes.
All right, after writing it down,
And that got recorded.
I would, so it looks like there's stairs going
Yes,
up.
sorry, the blue lines are all stairs that lead up. If they're leading like small to big, going
Then
up.
upstairs. Okay. Let's go up the back stairs. The ones to the north. Yeah.
Okay. So which way up would you like to go? Like the middle, left, or right?
The one that seems less like it would raise eyebrows. Not trying to raise any red flags quite yet.
It'd be left or right.
Okay.
When you pass by this door, you see it says sorting room.
Oh, okay. I would go up the left side.
So you pass down, you go down the hallway. You can still see the remnants of the forge and the cathedral sort of mixed together as you walk down the hallway, until eventually, once you get to here, you start heading into more spaces where there is a much larger concentration of red knights.
Mm-hmm.
Mike was a person for a second. I had my
Hello.
back tacked. I was like, oh my.
Hello.
But you step up here and you see that there are red knights standing at attention. They look like they're on duty. Each of them, some of them standing there with like their gun like showing as they're standing there.
Are there any like signs next to any of the doors as I walk by?
Yeah, so as you head up this way, over here, you see one of this door right here says archive and detention.
Interesting combination.
Yes. Over here, you see interrogation and dive.
Okay.
And here at this door and these doors, or sorry, these two doors, you see offices. And this door is unlabeled.
Ooh, we love unlabeled doors. Sorry, I'm making a note of which door goes where. Okay. Unlabeled door. Are there there's no one guarding the doors to the offices?
No, there is not.
Okay.
I want you to roll
Don't be noticed. Don't be suspicious.
Suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
yes, I want you to roll a deception check.
All right. Oh, deception. I don't remember what my... Oh, okay. Well, 5. So...
Okay. Would you like
Ni-
to continue?
What, did Niall have to roll deception? Or just me? All right. Well, I was going to do this anyway. I was going to make a loop and come back down the stairs.
Oh, you're not gonna.
No,
Okay.
not right now. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land and figure out where everything is.
Okay. So you just want to keep walking down.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I just want to head back down. And then eventually meander to the west side. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So these rooms over here don't have any doors, but they do have stairs leading up to them. There are doors over here. These.
Oh, that's fair.
So, the doors for here also do not have labels.
Okay.
Leading into this room. This room right here doesn't have any doors. You can just walk right in.
Okay.
When you said that, I was like, what does that mean? You have to like walk through the wall? Like,
Right?
it has no doors.
It's
No doors.
impenetrable.
Just a box.
And you see a door right here that says barracks.
Okay. So the orange denote off-duty guard or off-duty red knights, or just chillin' red knights, or is it just all?
They're just all red.
They're all
knights. I
just
ran
yeah.
out of orange.
No, you're good. You're good. So if I remember correctly, though, the orange one to my upper right.
This one?
Yeah, he's just chilling, right?
He seemed to be on break. He was reading.
Yeah. Okay. Which way is he facing while he's reading? Is he facing the stairs? Okay.
Sort of like peripheral, just this way.
Okay.
He might be, like, given where he's standing, he might be on duty and just reading, but...
I want him to move.
Niall,
where he is.
Niall would sort of lean over to you and he's like, do you want me to do something?
Could you get him to just go somewhere else? Or like lead him somewhere, like maybe over by the Pistons. I want to face through that door. Up the stairs.
Niall says, yeah, I think I've got an idea.
Okay. This is gonna go great, guys. He's got this. We've got this.
17 performance.
All right.
So Niall walks his happy butt over here to
His happy butt.
Make my way down.
the piston
Walking back.
sort of between the cable there, and he walks all the way over there, and once he's close, he crouches down and hollers over his shoulder toward this guy and says, I think there's a leak. Can you come check this out? I think that there's suds spilling out. And the one guy's like, there aren't any suds. Okay, what? And he starts walking over to where Niall is, and you hear him going, what are you talking about, guy? And and Niall's messing around. He's like, well, no, like, I think you see it, right? Like, it's kind of in there. It stopped, but I swear there was a leak.
It was there like 2 seconds ago.
I swear.
Okay.
I hate when that happens though, and you're like, I swear I'm not crazy.
right.
Potential question I should ask before I did this. Question about my coat.
Your Ethereum code.
Yeah. So I know it. I become an immaterial shade, and I can pass through solid matter without making a sound. How long do I remain an immaterial shade?
After you pass through something, you only have like 2 seconds before you rematerialize. So it's pass through and then.
Can
mostly.
I pass through, pass back?
Just really
like
quick.
really
Stick your head
quick.
through and
If you
Yeah.
you only rematerialize when your whole body steps out
so
of it.
what if she just leaves like a finger inside?
Well, I would say, let me correct myself because I realized very quickly.
How broken
So-
that was.
Maybe.
You can pass through something as long as passing through it only takes a maximum of 6 seconds. So you could, like, in theory, you could sprint through a really thick wall.
But she
Yeah.
could stick her head through for 6 seconds and then pull her head back out.
Yes, before it.
I would like to do that, please. I want to stick
Okay.
my head through the door as an immaterial shade and just look at what's on the other side.
Okay, so right up there.
Yep.
Okay, first I want you to do a stealth check.
Because there's someone standing on the other side of the door.
Hey, I'm an immaterial
But
shade.
I
Yeah,
will
does that
give
mean
you-
you're invisible?
I will give you advantage, which just means an additional +3.
Okay.
When she does that, does that mean she's invisible?
Immaterial, she's harder to see. She's not invisible, but it'd be like kind of looking at a ghost almost.
15.
Okay. So you move up here, and you use the Ethereal coat, and you watch as it doesn't glow. You just watch sort of the color fade away from it, and as the color bleeds away, so too does any sense of density.
Ooh.
And you watch as you and the coat become see-through, and you only see the outline of yourself before you lean your head forward and you pass through the matter and push your head through the other side. On the other side, you see 4 pools. And around these pools, you see
See, that's why I didn't want to just go through. Because I figured there'd be people in there that would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Buddy.
It's a restricted area.
Yeah.
So you see red knights behind these desks that have what look like some measure of. They look like these metal discs that turn, but they look like some means of recording information. So I actually want you to do a perception check. Okay. So what you initially thought on these, think of it kind of like you have pipe and you have multiple shapes attached to it, and you can like spin them to get different symbols to like there's different symbols on all the sides. That's what they're doing. You see what look like integers on it, but the integers look foreign to you. But we'll say you, given your perception just now, sort of take a mental image of what they look like. And it essentially looks like on each of the different sides, they are dot spreads. So like little pockets of indents on each of the sides. And the red knights who are behind these desks, the disc desks, they are looking at the different dot arrays, and it looks like they are furiously recording the dots as different alignments happen. And you see these 2 red knights, they are in the pools. And these pools are like raised so that they do have like, they're like brass cylinders with circular windows on the sides of them, but they are like, the lip to get inside is like this high.
Are they completely submerged in the water, the
Yes.
red knights? Okay.
The red knights that you can see them because of the circular window. But the red knights who are submerged, you see they have some sort of breathing apparatus around their face. And it looks like it hooks directly up to some sort of oxygen tank on the side. And as you look at the ones who are in the tanks, you see, you know when you see light reflect off of water on the ceiling? That's what their skin looks like.
That's interesting.
And in that brief time, this one comes around, like runs around the side, and grabs onto a valve on the side and turns it with a vengeance, like quickly cranks it, and you see the water drain really fast from the pool. And right after it drains, you see like steam come up around the sides. And as he's doing that, the one over here says, "Get him out! Get him out! Get him out!" And he manages to drain all of that, and you can't quite see the Red Knight, but what you can see of him barely, what looks like convulsing. And the one who came around and turned the valve swings the door open real quick, and you hear him go inside, and he's like, hold on, and you see his back in the window, and it looks like he's like, and when he finishes one more big push, you see this like deep dark water like come out of the guy's mouth and splash across the outside of the pool. And he as the one like he like turns over and he says, and he like, you can see his hand as he pulls himself out of the pool, and he still like red-eyed from coming, like breathing again. He's looking at the water he puked up, and he's like, "Do you see it in there? Do you see it?" And the other Red Knight like looks at him for a moment like, "Okay," and dashes over to it, and he leans down and just reaches into the gunk with his hand and is just moving around in it, looking for something. And eventually he pulls out of the sludge. It looks like he literally reaches into it, like his hand would go through the floor how far he reached. And he pulls it out, and it's a package.
From Rolana?
Does it look
It looks
similar?
very similar.
Cut to.
So it begins.
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, cut to you guys. Right around that time, you would feel like, I need to get out.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I step back.
That's a long
I'm about to become.
seconds,
I would
yeah.
say, I'll say that was a really quick 6 seconds.
Yeah.
You feel it
happened
start,
fast.
Like walls start to tighten around.
oh my
Literally,
God.
like, oh god, I'm about to become one with the wall.
I don't want to be one with the wall.
And I just imagine you coming out of that, just like taking stock of everything, and then this Red Knight is walking away, and Niall's walking after him like, I'm not a liar, okay? And the guy just like, shut up, and he just walks back over to his post.
I would walk up to Niall and say, "Are you saying you saw Suds again?"
He's like, not you two.
Fair enough.
And the two of you begin walking, I presume, to the exit, or at least you guys are still here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we're
cut
still
over to them.
meandering,
Yeah.
but yeah, no. Feel free to
Because
swap.
at the same time, something is happening over here.
Something bad.
Something new.
Did you ever see the show?
I didn't
Wicked?
know,
You
actually.
listened to it, though?
I've listened to it.
So spoilers for part 2.
Oh, for sure.
Something grand.
That's what's funny is that part 2 is
Something
literally
new.
just The Wizard of Oz.
It is. It literally
So everyone's like,
is.
don't say spoil. Yeah, literally.
Oh, I didn't.
So everyone's
I
like,
didn't
don't
realize it
spoil
was-
it. I'm like, it came out 100 years ago. Like,
Yeah, it's just The Wizard of Oz from
Spoilers.
with now all this background knowledge
yeah,
that
from
you
everyone
have.
else's perspective. Like Dorothy and friends are in the background.
But
That's
Elphaba's
cool.
the
Yeah.
one who is like
That's
it's
pretty neat.
the
I
main
like that.
person.
It's very funny. The opening. I can't wait to go see it.
I
The
know.
opening is so cool.
Really?
Feels like I don't want to spoil
I'm
it,
so
but it's really cool.
excited.
Like the first 2 minutes of the movie are like really cool.
I'm excited.
Because I love The Wizard of Oz.
I
think it's great.
really,
Oh,
I
that's
can't
cool.
wait to see Dancing Through Life.
Really good. He
yeah,
does a great job.
I'm excited
Mhm.
for a lot of reasons.
Jonathan, what's his name?
Yeah,
Does a
exactly.
great job.
There's this really cool. This is related to Wizard of Oz, but it relates to Lies of P.
Yeah.
So you know how I mentioned to you
Yeah,
that it's Pinocchio, but then there's the hint that we're going to Alice in
It's gonna go to-
Wonderland
yeah.
next. There's a theory that Pinocchio is actually the Tin Man.
You told me that.
Did I tell you about
You
that?
said Alice in Wonderland. I thought you said it's gonna go to.
No,
Wizard
that
of
is the
Oz.
end credits scene. Like,
I thought the end
it
credit scene
shows-
was Wizard of Oz.
Oh yeah. There is a reference to Wizard of
Oh,
Oz
okay.
in a
But it's
cosmetic
Alice in
item.
Wonderland is the next game.
Alice in Wonderland is definitely pitched
Oh,
as
okay.
like whatever they do next. That's the
Yeah.
sequel is
But
focusing on.
he's
that.
the Tin Man. That makes sense
Some
for
people
being a doll.
make the reference that he's the Tin Man.
Yeah, 'cause
which
he
I
doesn't
was
have a
like,
heart.
That could be really cool.
That could be
Yeah.
cool.
if it leads into a larger like.
Have you
Oz.
ever listened to Wicked?
I've listened to songs. I don't know if I've.
I
heard
love
all of them,
the
actually.
because in part 2 they become spoilers, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow. So
Right,
But in part 1, in the first act, I should say, there's so many like really neat references to like in Dancing Through Life. He's like, life is painless for the brainless. Just like he doesn't have a brain. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
you know?
That's cute.
And the way he dances too. I've seen the choreography on TikTok. It's
My
very
Also with
loose.
Spock too, when she first meets him.
He does
When-
the Tin Man
the,
thing.
the lean.
Oh,
the
cute.
original-
Like he
Oh,
leans
that's
forward.
cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I like that.
I told you Garrison, but there's one scene where he's standing in a doorway and he has his arms out and his legs crossed, so he looks like a scarecrow. It's really neat
that is
visuals.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
I forgot about that.
There's like so many like small like references
Nods.
and like Easter eggs and yeah.
Yeah, I'm
That's cool.
excited.
That's what I
That'll
was
be fun.
saying because Garrison's never listened to it or seen it, and it's like the second act is literally just the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Like spoilers, her sister gets a house dropped on her.
What? No way.
That happens.
And I'm curious too what they do with the shoes. So they made the shoes silver, like in the book.
Yeah.
In the book, they're silver. They're not red.
Jordan
Not red.
told me
And I'm
about
wondering
that.
if like later on when the shoes get enchanted, if it will turn red.
Jordan told me that they won't because they're not allowed to have them be red.
Why?
Really?
Because MGM
Trademarked
owns
it.
the red shoes. That's why in the play they're
Yeah.
not red.
Right.
Really?
Okay.
They like shine a light on them to make them look red, but they're not allowed to have red shoes
That's crazy. You can trademark that one.
One
because it was so.
thing,
But it
yeah.
was so big back then.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean,
it's
like the
still
witch
just, like-
with the house on her with the red shoes, like that was huge.
Granted, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. For instance, I think of Spider-Man.
Mm.
Spider-Man's in pieces because some of his characters are owned by Sony, some of them
Yeah.
aren't, and
That was
like,
Stan Lee's fault for.
Well, yeah.
Well, not his fault, but Marvel was bankrupt in the 90s. and
exactly.
He needed money.
Right. It's still weird though to think that it's like we own Spider-Man, but they own Kraven the Hunter, and
Yes.
you're like, that's okay. Wait, what?
That's an interesting.
And we own Venom, but you still own Spider-Man. You're like, you can't have Venom without Spider-Man. like it's
They're
so
like,
weird.
watch us try.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a whole other thing.
They released this image from part 2. Let me see. A couple of images. That's why I think they're not going to make him red. It's because you see Dorothy. And there's a really that one I like. See Dorothy and Friends.
Ooh.
From
That's
the Wizard.
cool.
It's fun. I love that like they're recreating it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For this movie.
absolutely.
Because it was, that movie was iconic.
Oh
Right,
yeah. It also came out,
absolutely.
like,
90 years ago. Yeah.
So long
like,
ago.
it's crazy to think how old that movie is now.
It was one of the
Right.
first movies in color. That's why it was
That's
such
why
a big
they
deal
did the red shoes too. Is
to make it
to,
more
like,
pop more.
Make it
Yeah.
pop,
In the
that's cool.
Technicolor, and like the Yellow Brick Road popped.
Oh
a
sure,
lot.
yeah, absolutely. It pops a heck of a lot more than like pastel white.
Yeah.
You know. So
Yeah,
the two
sorry.
of you. No, you're fine. You're fine.
So yeah, we sit on a bench outside with Zane watching us,
Yes.
and I do what I did last time,
Mm-hmm.
where I would just like put my hand on the rosary and I would just reach out for Dune,
Okay.
try and feel his rage.
I
And what would you do
See
to-
him doing that because the last time it was just the rain that
Mhm.
sent us,
Yeah.
and I would do the same thing, and I would reach out to what's her name, Nia, I think.
I believe so.
Nia.
So, as you reach out to Dune, you feel that familiar rage take hold in your bones before you see the sword rip up through your chest again and split you in half, you folding aside and crashing like glass before you emerge as Dune. Millennia, you can see beams of light coming out of your face, like between your eyes and along your cheeks while you're focusing on it. And eventually you can feel the cracking until the light explodes from inside you and you're standing there as Nia.
Slight retcon. Before we did that, I set like a 1 hour timer
Yes.
on my watch.
Perfect. So, when the two of you emerge, there is that brief moment we'll start with Dune since you were most recent, where you feel that weird moment of limbo for a second where you're like, wait, but I was over by the weird spiral cable tower, and now all of a sudden, like, wait, and now I'm here. How did I get, like, just again, that feeling of transference?
I was going to say, I want to think more from, like, his perspective of, like, their goals, their wants, what they know. So, like, does he remember anything of what happened, or was he know of me? Like, from his perspective, what's it feel like?
So, what happened when you were with Ika feels like that moment when you walk through a door and for a second you're like, wait, what did I come in here for? But it feels like, so for a second he feels confused until the stuff with Ika is just crystal clear now. It's like, oh, that just happened. Like, we were there just minutes ago. Like, it can't have been that long ago.
Thank you.
But the stuff that happened in Analir, once again, feels dreamy. Like, you can make out pieces that feel significant, like getting attacked on the tram or speaking with Knight. But to Dune, those things feel like, it's like when you have a dream about someone you haven't seen in a while, and like you're having a conversation or something, and you're like, oh, like that felt important. That was good. I liked that conversation, but it was a dream. It didn't happen. That's how those moments feel to Dune, where it's like, oh, that feels important. That was nice, but it's just a dream.
And does he have like any sense of Precinct 9? That like we had a mission?
So,
if not, that's fine. But
yeah, no. So
I will just want to know how to roleplay this.
No, absolutely. So, thinking of how would we describe this? To Dune, as Dune, you would feel this draw, this sort of, you're aware of it, but the bulk of it is subconscious draw to Precinct 9, that some part of him knows what I need to do is here at Precinct 9. I don't know what I need to do, but I know it's here. So it's this feeling of a calling to a place. Yeah. But you don't know where that calling comes from. But you know that for some reason it's important to you.
Yep. I got you. Would
it be the same for Nia? Like, I've
So
only ever been here once, and it's been a while.
Exactly. So when she comes to, you do still have that brief moment of like, I was just in like a theater with Eli. Like, what? And it's that moment again of how did I get? And that part of you that just sort of accepts like, how did I get here? I mean, it makes sense. I mean, obviously I'm here now. Like, I got here somehow. But as Alentia, you do also sort of feel this urge toward Precinct 9. And it feels like in your brain, you're like, this is somehow connected to the theater. And I'm here because of something. I can't remember why. The dots aren't connecting, but I do feel drawn to Precinct 9. There's something here I need to find.
So we wake up. What's your name again?
Nia.
Nia. All right. Nia. All right. We'll remember that. Maybe. So we wake up together, next to each other. I see Nia, and I'm just... do I have like... Well, not... Do we have the familiarity like we did last time with...
Yes.
Like,
so
do we
just like with the two of you...
Feel like we know each other?
Right. So just like with the two of you, yes, there is a familiarity between the two of you. That one, just like with you two, you're like, it's familiar. Like, we've clearly done things together, but like, what did we do together? But it's very clearly a...
Like, I know you.
Yeah.
I think.
I would reach out my hand and be like, Nia. What's your name? Like, I know you.
Dune, you should know that.
But I don't.
Well, that's your problem.
Well, you don't know my name.
It's Nia, duh.
Well, you just now learned that.
Come on, Nia. You always do this.
Yeah, you do feel this
always
sense of history between you that you can't quite pinpoint, but it's there.
What were we doing? I look around.
Going to
What is it?
this place.
What does it look like on this side of?
So, Precinct 9 on this side looks like a large Gothic castle. When you step into here, you don't even see the remnants of the forest, the sort of forest mansion you were walking through before with all the winding trees and wooden paths. Here, it looks like all the wood has been cut away, and this castle was planted here like an obelisk, shoved right into the middle of the tree, forcefully dug into the dark soil below that you cannot see. And any attempt for the trees to grab onto this Gothic castle, it looks like they've been burned away, cut away. It stands alone inside this great forest city.
Are there?
People, anyone guarding it?
Are those monsters around?
So, the Shamblers,
Shamblies.
Yeah.
you don't see any of them, but the windows and of the building have changed to this pale stained glass, like monochrome black and white stained glass, going up this black castle. And you sitting there, you hadn't experienced this before, but there is rain coming down here in Rilana. And high above, you can hear the crack of thunder, but it sounds like it goes in reverse when you hear the thunder.
That's cool.
And you hear the thunder before you see the lightning. And looking around, you are standing on a chunk of that wooden tree path, but it is only connected to the cathedral because there's what looks like a jagged hooked bridge jammed into the wooden spot where you are standing. In terms of people, you don't see anyone out here with you. And at the front door, you see a tall, hooded, caped black silhouette standing at the front door.
The path behind us, does it look like it's the same path that we were on last time? Like if we went the other way, would we get to that crossroads?
Similar. If you went, so behind you is south. So you can see that the wooden path is also part cobblestone like it was before. And you can see the braziers coming out of it with the sort of rose red torchlight going back. And it does look like, okay, if we follow that long enough, we would get to something familiar. And looking back, you get these faint, when you blink, it's like you see these faint images of, for you, it would be mostly the forest. For you, you get the faint images of the theater and the chained dungeon and things like that. So somewhere behind you is that crossroad that you were at previously. You get the sense that wherever it was back there, you haven't been before, yet it's familiar.
Well, since it seems like there's only one thing to do, let's go talk to that guy. Come on, Neil. And I start walking towards it.
I would just like dagger eyes into his back.
I can't see it. I can't feel it. I'm going. Barbarian, thick in the head. We're going.
So, you approach the front.
Using the same map.
Yes.
Ooh. I am intrigued.
And I'm going to move these off here for a second. As you approach the figure, you can't see its face. You just see the black hood and its pointed end covering their face like a cowl.
Mm-hmm.
And their shape, extremely slender going down until their black cloak hits the ground and sort of spreads out snakes-like roots into the floor. And as you approach, they don't hold out their hand, but you feel this impression on you that they're telling you, halt.
Okay.
Do you stop?
How far are we from him?
You would be about like 10 feet away. Within smacking distance.
Within smacking distance.
I do.
I
stop.
don't.
Okay.
Bold choice.
Welcome to the life of a barbarian.
Not a lot going on upstairs, you know.
Nope.
I tried to stop him.
Sure.
Hmm.
You could do a
Strength?
check.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess we'll roll strength.
Oh, nope. No stopping him. I got a 9.
24.
Ooh.
Yep.
There was an
Yeah.
attempt.
Yep.
So you grab onto him. It's like trying to grab onto a moving train, and he just snaps out of your hand. So Dune, you press forward.
I just get as close as I can
Okay. So when
before
you
he
get-
stops me, I'm assuming.
Once you get close, he leans over you, and you can feel how
Whoa.
cold his
Still a-
figure is.
Still a dwarf.
Yeah. You can feel this frigid cold emanating from his cloak as he leans over you. And he leans over you so that his head is looking straight down toward you.
I have a little shiver, but I'm still like looking at him right in the face, where I think his face is.
Yeah. In the dark, I want you to make a perception check.
17.
So he leans closer, and you hear, "Last warning."
I stop where I'm at. I'm looking at him dead in the face. And trying to think what to say. Who are you? What is this place?
You can't see their smile, but you can feel it. And they say, "This is the home of the night."
The night.
Enter K. Okay. That's helpful.
Maybe it depends on the day.
You son of a...
Or during the day, it's a K. At
A.
night,
Yeah.
it's an N.
Are there any windows nearby?
Yes.
What are those stained glass windows?
Yeah, they're like this monochrome black and white stained glass.
Can we see
Can
through?
I try to sneak away and look at one of the said windows?
Sure. So
He's a little preoccupied with me, just
Yeah,
yeah,
staring,
he's pretty focused
staring
on him.
straight down at
Literally. No peripheral.
Yeah.
He's got a cowl. He's
Yeah.
tunnel visioned right on
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
But yes, you would step out this way and trying to peer through the stained glass, make a perception check.
Oh, that 20 was really close.
It's just on the other side.
8.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dirty window.
Yeah.
Stained
Dirty,
glass.
grimy
So you try to
window.
peer through, but yes, it is stained glass. You can tell that even on a good day, or I mean, even in the middle of the day, it would be hard to see through it. Over here,
Yeah.
the figure
He's smiling at me.
he's smiling at you and says, "This is the home of the night."
The night. Every night?
It would lean closer and say, "You do not share our blood. Leave."
You're not beside me.
She's not that far away, but
Hold.
It's so funny watching Levi struggle with the idea of he's like, I'm a barbarian. I just want to hit stuff.
I just want to hit things, guys.
He knows what's going through my head.
He's like, I just want to cut him.
You know.
It's like, do you ever just want to cut a bitch?
Poor thing.
So I can throw the sword axe
Yes.
because I know, but the range says close. But I know I can throw it because it has the rewind, where I can pull it back to myself.
Yeah, so I might have just written it wrong. You can throw it up to 30 feet.
Up to 30 feet. Okay. Just make a note of that. And I'm like right in front of his face right now.
Yeah, you're like looking up and his head is like right here.
All right. He says to leave.
Yeah, he says, you do not share our blood. Leave.
All right. I turn and walk away. And I get 30 feet away. I look at...
Nia.
Right. I like the idea that I call her Nile because that name is in my head for some reason. Because Dune and Durin love Nile.
Or Neely. It's like
Yeah.
Nia
Neely.
and Nile.
I look at her, give her a wink, and I just pull out the red wire axe and I just sword axe and I throw it at his face.
Alrighty. Roll 1d20. I'll give you a plus 1d4 for the surprise.
21.
Oh, you don't do that. The 1d4.
I rolled a 15. So did that hit?
Yes.
Just checking. Just
Yeah.
check. You never know.
So you throw the sword axe, and when you throw it, it's like a spear. When you throw it, so the cable just like flies behind it. It doesn't spin end over end. You just spear it at him, and it flies toward him. How much damage?
8 slashing damage.
8 slashing damage. So, and you actually, you know what? You can say that it's. You can make a note somewhere for yourself that it's piercing damage when it's thrown. It flies through the air, and as the figure straightens, it sticks into his shoulder. And as soon as it sticks in, you hear this just of it reeling backward.
But I can use my combo. I use the effect of the rewind as my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
My combo is of my passive action.
Yep.
I pull myself towards him,
Uh-huh.
and as the force of me being pulled towards him, I want to punch him in the face.
Excellent. So when you zoom toward him, do I have unarmed damage in there for you?
I don't see anything like that.
Okay, so then you'll roll a 1d6 plus your strength mod.
Front arm.
Yeah, for unarmed, yep. And I'll give you advantage, the regular +3 on that because of the pull. For the 1d20, I should say.
What'd you say?
So for the 1d20 on top of your, you'll add the same 1d20 bonus that you get for the sword axe for the punch, but then I'll give you +3 for advantage because you pulled yourself to him.
You say +3?
+3 on top of
Right.
your usual.
Yep. $17.
Okay, so you hit, you pull along with the axe and come in and deck him in the face, and when your fist connects, it feels like you punched icy flesh when you hit him.
It's 11
bludgeoning damage.
bludgeoning damage.
Perfect. Okay, so you decked him in the face, and you hear the of something cracking when you hit him, and He jerks to the side, and the blade juts out of his chest from the punch, and he reels around until he spins to face you.
Well, as I make contact, I would say, because he said you are not of our blood, I would say I'm going to take your blood.
He straightens back up, and his shape was all crooked after the hit, and he like smooths himself out, and then his arms emerge from the sides of the cloak, and they are bent in all the wrong directions until you get to the hands, and the shape becomes more rigid and filled out, and the cowl begins to like fold upward, and says, as he leans toward you, "Your blood will be mine." And you see his face begin to emerge, and you see fangs in his mouth.
Like vampire fangs?
Yes.
Nice.
Am I able to see all this happening?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say, heck to the T. No.
I'm gonna say good luck.
Just leave.
And
I'm
leave.
Be like, no, not on my watch. I'm gonna run closer. Yep. And then I'm going to do. Is it called? Like, am I pronouncing this right? Burn spear.
Burns.
BRN spear.
Yes. Burn spear.
Okay.
You got it.
And it says 15 plus dex save versus one target. Can you explain that to me?
So that's something I have to roll.
Okay.
It's based on the enemy's dexterity and let me double check. Yes, it doesn't show up very well there, but it's supposed to be under line 15, so that it's 15 or higher. Is
Okay.
where they have to roll to not get hit.
Okay.
He gets hit.
D12. Is it this one? 1d12.
Yes. Yes.
16. Radiant damage.
Ooh.
What's the burn spear description?
Throw spear of holy cinders.
Nice.
So as you're running forward, the cinders congeal in your hand until they take the shape of a spear, and you launch it forward, shooting out of your arm like a fireball.
That's awesome.
Neat.
And as he was sort of smoothing out and filling out and his fangs appear, it bursts right into his face, and it burns away the cowl and cape that were there at the top, and it all falls down in burning chunks until only he has nothing covering his top, and you can see the pale flesh for all that it is, and you see a tall, anemic looking vampire emerge from it, and his arms crack into a normal shape, and he has long black nails coming out at the ends. You can see the burn and fire along his mouth. Like this whole section of the mouth is just gone from where it was exploded and burned. But you can see the very slow, as the sinews pulling themselves back together. You also see the deep, chunk where the sword axe went, and it's very slowly stitching back together. And the fangs are prominent, but all the blood that comes out of him comes out looking like it's that deep, already coagulated type blood, where it's just thick, almost black looking as it comes out. Or actually, no. I'm so sorry. Wait.
Hold.
Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Please hold. Holding of the please. the pleasing is held. So I'm so sorry. I was incorrect. The blood that comes out of this vampire, it looks almost like a rusty yellow.
Would you say gold?
Like tarnished gold. And he reels back, and I want you guys to roll initiative.
And you add what to initiative?
Your dexterity modifier.
11.
17.
Ooh, did you roll terribly?
Oh yeah.
So badly.
He's dazed.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting all that.
Yeah. Then he was rude.
So rude.
Maybe we should have became vampires and then came back. Then he would have let us in.
Next
I have
time.
mixed feelings about that.
Never know until you try it.
She's like, it's the fangs.
Yeah.
It's the things. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Nia, it's you first.
All right. All right, I'm going to use burn warp
Okay.
and transport myself behind him.
Ooh. That's cool.
Very cool.
She can teleport.
Yeah.
And then
And how's the warp look? What was the description for that?
burst into light and reconstruct. So just
You're great for fighting vampires.
Yeah.
You have light powers.
And then I'm going to use my scale flare, and which cut the air with radiant gale, and just hit him with that.
All right. Do I need to roll something, or is that you?
Me.
Okay.
1d20 plus 6. 7 plus 6.
Oh, Garrison, you didn't. Sorry.
12, does that hit?
It does not.
Dang it. Okay.
You did have on here a Tuskwood bracelet. When making an unarmed strike using an improvised weapon or throwing an object, your vitality modifier is added to the hit chance and damage.
That's what I thought. Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
I missed that.
So
Sorry.
since
So,
I don't hit,
yes.
I'm just gonna like hold myself like in the corner. Hope he doesn't notice.
You're right behind him.
Yeah.
All right. So
He don't
when
know
you-
where I went. Hopefully.
This bright flash of light appeared behind him.
So when you send that slice of light, it's basically think of like a wreath of wind, but in the shape of light.
Okay.
And it soars, and you watch the light burn and crack against his back, but it's like watching a stick bend and break against something, and you watch it warp over him, but he doesn't. He sort of like glances back toward you, but doesn't fully turn to face you.
Good.
Because I'm like, come on! I go into a craze
Hey,
for the first time. Let's go.
does it have a description for craze? 'Cause I can
Harness
give you
your
one.
monstrous wrath.
So
And I get to do a lot of stuff.
when you harness your monstrous wrath, you feel your veins, and it almost feels like fiery electricity shooting through you before you feel it crackle and burn through your chest, and the ground underneath your feet, the wood and the cobblestones of the bridge crack under your feet as you get heavy with rage, and the wind around you, you can feel it like you can feel the static burn through the air around you for a moment before it all just gets sucked back into you, and when you breathe, it's just steam comes out of your mouth.
Yeah. So I'm gonna grab my sword, and for my primary act, keep track. For my primary action, I'm gonna take a hit at him.
Okay.
Uh-oh. 11.
So you
Since
take
I'm in a craze,
Yeah, you
I
take that
miss.
first hit, and the blade cracks against his forearm as he pushes it back.
Does that count as a weapon attack?
Yes.
Great. That means we're gonna go again, baby.
Yeah.
Because I got a combo. That would have been really. This sucks. 11. Again, I rolled 2 5s.
So in your craze, you smash into his arm and he pushes you off, and then you swing again and you smash against the other arm.
So that was my main attack. My
your
combo.
Extra attack. Yep.
I have a bonus action with craze. I can do another attack, but has disadvantage on the damage roll. But still, that's better. 17.
All right.
But for the damage roll, I have disadvantage, so I have to roll that twice. But that is. That was really
but I hit.
I was gonna hit him 3 times, but it didn't work. So
It's like I was going to mangle this fool.
yeah, I tried. No, never forget I tried. So 5 was the worst one,
Okay.
and so that would be 9 slashing damage.
So he guarded with with his one arm, guarded with the next arm, and when he pushed you off that time, you rode the momentum and sank the blade into his ribs before pulling it out.
Just want to make sure. Wait. I'm so sorry. I didn't read my character sheet all the way.
Okay.
Please forgive me. Because I also, as a reaction, I have Reckless Fury,
Yes.
which means I have advantage +3 on all of my hit chances.
Yes.
But an enemy also gains advantage on all their hit chances.
Correct. So
would the 14 make those hit?
Yes.
So can I redo that, please?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good.
The DM is merciful.
I know. I'm so sorry. I
You're
didn't.
good, you're
I didn't
good.
read that all the way.
You guys aren't used to playing these characters.
Let me.
That's very true.
Let me make a note of that to remember that.
Yes.
This is until the start of my next turn. So it's every
Yes.
turn, not per fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a reaction you can take.
So for
every
his
time.
next turn, he gets an advantage on
Correct.
hitting me, which
Yes.
I'm fine with.
Exactly.
And if you're about to miss an attack, you can instantly use Reckless Fury to hit. I
Yeah.
could have done that twice. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, so then those are 14 now. Those hit.
Yes.
Okay. Let's rewind on that. I'm so sorry. It's the first one. I come down to hit him. Thank you very much, Jamie,
Anytime.
for my attack. I'm so sorry. All right, let's do that again. Primary. Hits. With 8 slashing damage.
Okay. So the first hit sank deep into the forearm before you chunk it out, and the forearm it got like that deep into the arm before you yanked it back out.
And then the combo.
Yes.
7 slashing damage.
He went to block with the other arm, chunk into the arm, and you pull that one out too before you swing around and get him in the ribs with that third hit. So it comes out to a total of.
Are you counting the one I did?
From before.
From 4? Okay.
Yeah. So it was a total of. The first one was 8, and then the second one was. It was 8, 11.
Mm-hmm.
8, 11, 5.
I rolled 5 on that, so it'd be 9. Because that's +4. So that's way cooler than the first time. Good thing I'm gonna highlight that. Reckless Fury. So I don't forget. All right, but now he also gets an advantage on his hit chance against me.
Yes. So between the two of you, you've already done 47 total damage. to him.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I like these characters. I spend more time here.
Each of his arms bleeding. He's got the wound in his ribs, the wound right here, and part of his face still missing from the that burn spear to the face.
Oof.
Comes out to him, and sitting there, largely mangled, he turns on Dune.
Make my day.
Does
I'm just smiling at him.
does 15 hit?
That is my AC.
Okay, so a hit. Okay. So he lunges toward you, and I want you to do a dexterity save.
In Craze, I have a +3 advantage on all saves and vitality checks.
It was sorry. You have a what on?
You gain advantage +3 on all vitality checks and saves.
Excellent.
So you're having me roll dexterity?
Yes.
Good. I think I have +3.
Sorry, it's on all vitality checks, and I said it's a dex save.
On all vitality checks and saves, so it's vitality saves?
Yes.
Okay, you son of a gun.
It's not perfect.
5.
Okay. So he lunges onto you, and his nails dig into your shoulders, and you feel them extend into you.
Come on!
Dealing 12 piercing damage.
Well, Craze gave me 8 shells, so that helps. So then 4 damage. The shell's gone.
You're like, but think of how much it ate.
Yeah.
And then he bares his fangs and digs into your neck. And you feel the cold daggers of his fangs sink into you.
Come on!
And you can feel the heat coming out of your body pushing against the cold.
Yeah.
And as he begins to, as he sinks in, you can feel him pulling out of you. And you can feel that cold rush that comes from blood being pulled out of you.
Does that take health away?
It doesn't do anything yet.
Okay.
Yet.
But he's latched onto you.
Ooh.
So then we go...
I didn't like how he said that.
Yeah, latched on.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No.
That's great.
No.
Back up to you, Nia.
Considering that he's,
Fuck him up!
suction cupped onto you, I'm not going to do that quite. But,
I can take it.
He's like, nuke me.
Do it! I like wrap my arms around him. Do it!
He's a little bit of a masochist, if you can't tell.
It's like, and I finally have the HP for it.
I do.
all right, if that's the case, I'm going to use Burn Breath, which is exhale molten radiance. And you have to roll for it. 15 against wisdom.
What are we rolling?
15
But
or higher with
question
wisdom
for the DM versus one target.
versus one target.
Oh, so I don't have to
So-
roll?
Oh, yeah, you don't
Oh,
have to
okay.
Okay.
I thought it was like a radius thing.
I saw your roll.
It was not good.
Yeah, no, I was real glad for you. I was like, that's a single digit on that dice.
So
It's not gonna be
the
15.
molten radiance, you feel it swell. You feel that brief moment where your neck expands. And then
I imagine it's like a frog.
it's dragon.
Unnaturally big. Yeah.
The image
Yeah, 'cause you're a
that I got
dragon,
with
right?
that was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
She's a dragoon.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's just like a frog.
Literally, the swell and light fill up.
Amazing.
Exhale, and it's a jet of molten radiance, and you see it burn into his back, and you see it spitting against him like white lava pouring into his back, and you on the other side, while he's lashed onto you, you can see his skin beginning to boil on the other side.
That's awesome.
So then they suffer 2,
Is that the damage?
4, yep. So 8 radiant damage. And then you also have to make INT, so intelligence save of 15 plus, or be blinded for 2 turns.
Okay, so as the boiling is happening and the light is permeating through him, he looks down at it, and you can see, and while he's latched onto Dune, you can hear him like as he's pushing against it. And Dune, on your end, you can feel his face tightening like he's squinting his eyes closed. He
Okay.
failed.
Nice. So he's blind.
He is blinded currently.
All right.
All
He's
right.
Still latched on to me.
Still
Yep.
latched on to you.
That was my primary. So boneless, I'm going to use Scale Flare again.
Okay.
Oh.
9 plus 6. 15.
Yeah. That's awesome.
15
to hit.
Yep.
Hits.
Okay.
Nice.
And then
This is awesome. I love this.
You're like, this is the more fantasy part of our
Yeah.
adventure.
8 radiant damage.
I want to get these characters into the real world. They could beat up Vox.
Let them fight the
Yeah.
monster. So, you, after breathing into him, you slice through the molten heat with the radiant gale, and it pushes through, and you watch as it sears through him, and the wind ends just before it reaches Dune. And Dune, you can see his shoulder separate from his torso as it just molten slides off. And it does the same down here where you can see his ribs separating on this side as the golden blood is pooling between them, like slime pulling between two separating points.
That's awesome.
That's so gross.
Is he dead yet?
So
And it goes over to Kier.
Wait. Whoa.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
What do you mean?
It goes over to him.
How? Why? I'm next.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You are next. Yes,
Oh.
go ahead, dude.
Like, wait, what?
I was like, what do you mean?
No, you're good. You're good. I'm
skipping
sorry.
me?
I'm sorry. Go
I was
ahead,
like,
dude.
I was sad.
No, you're good. I was like, oh.
All right. I am. Since he's on me,
Yes.
I'm just gonna.
Right at the start of your turn, you can make a vitality save to try and break yourself free of him. Which is
There's
get
the
advantage on.
plus. Yeah, the +3. Good. 10. I rolled very badly.
So you don't succeed in pushing him off of you.
All right. We're gonna go for whacking his torso, or if I could reach his neck, I'm trying to cut his head off, but I don't think I can. If I can.
You can always try.
All right. Let's go for
I
the
say
head.
he's in rough shape. So.
Yeah. I'm going for the neck, but if I hit his torso, I'm okay with that. So, sword. First one.
Okay.
Primary. I miss. It was a 2. And I'm
Okay.
gonna. Then the combo. 18.
Ooh.
How do you want to finish him?
Yeah! I want to
Chop off his
slide
head.
the sword in between my neck and his. I want to take his head off.
All right.
Nice.
Can I catch it?
Again, the camera would have been nice because just the way they think, can I
Yeah,
catch
it's like-
it? It's great. I love that.
Go ahead and do a handling check with your advantage.
Oh,
So
so
it doesn't tumble into the
good.
abyss.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm going to present it to his overlord.
Hey, there you go.
14.
Ooh.
Okay, so Dune, you do just that. You shove the blade in, and it rips through the flesh of his neck as his head flies into the air, and you nonchalantly catch it right before it goes over the abyss by the hair. And, or I should say not by the hair. You literally grab onto him like a cue, because he's a cue ball, and you just grab him at the top.
No hair.
And are able to just pull him and look up at his dead head. The rest of the body, after you behead him, the golden blood underneath seems to putrefy through the skin and eat up through it like a body decaying at 1,000 times speed as it falls to the ground until it's literally just a coagulated pool of that dark yellow blood.
Do I have anything on him besides his cloak?
No, he did not.
Yeah.
Can I pull out his teeth?
That's so cool.
Yeah.
We're collecting vampire teeth.
Go ahead and do another handling check.
Okay.
You're not in any. It's not pressing right now. I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
So +3.
So +3 to that?
Yeah.
All right.
On top of whatever else you get.
15.
Okay. So you sort of like hold him so that you're prying open the mouth and it sags open and you feel the strength of the dragoon and you literally pull out each tooth until it is perfect. You couldn't have pulled them out better.
And I just pocket it.
All right.
That's awesome. I love that.
Respect.
Freaking vampire trophy. Okay. After you pull out the fangs, do you keep hold of the head? Do you toss it?
I would look at him and be like,
What? How tall are the castle walls?
So like all the way to the top of the castle, you mean?
Like the wall in front of us.
Oh, okay. So basically,
The gate. Are
so
you thinking what I'm thinking?
the castle itself, the wall in front of you would be like 90 feet high.
I was gonna strength check to see if I could throw it over the wall.
I was wondering, is that something he can do?
You can try. I don't see
What
why
did you
not.
want to do?
I was gonna say, is there any like torches or anything I could just like impale the head on?
Oh!
So
That's
there
cool,
are
too.
the braziers that lead up to the entrance.
We could throw it through the window too.
That would also alert that we're here. Like this is more.
Do you think they heard us out here?
Nobody's come yet, so.
I mean, you never know.
All right, put out the fire first and just like stab it on the
Just
brazier.
stick it
Yeah.
on,
So when you reach out to the brazier, as a dragoon, you literally just put your hand over the flame and suffocate it
Nice.
before you just chunk the head on top.
Can I like? Is there any way to make sure I'm not like infected?
So,
I'm just like rubbing my neck. It's like,
you could have her do a medical check on you.
how good your medicine?
+6 actually.
Yeah, can you take a look at this? Suck the venom out, like a snake bite.
He's like, yes, please, big tall dragon lady.
I literally had that thought too. I was like, oh wow, this got
Dirt and Dune,
Interesting.
same wavelength.
But there are some things that don't change.
Oh yeah,
24.
yeah. Am I
All right.
infected?
So when you get close to look at the bite,
I look at her and I'm like,
Can I just? My instinct was to like.
smack me. Yeah. Roll for it.
roll 1d4 for smacking.
Yeah.
smacking.
3.
Nice.
Nice.
So when you get close to check on him, you can see that the veins on his neck that stretch out from that have turned a bit black.
Oh no.
Ooh.
And in your assessment, though, you would recall that vampires have multiple stages of evolution, beginning as fiends. Now, if they do not feed within 24 hours, the process will stop itself. It will run through the system and nothing will happen.
So just don't drink blood
Just don't drink blood
for 24 hours.
for 24 hours.
But would
I
he
mean,
crave blood?
You
no.
will have to resist the urge to drink blood.
And maybe don't drink any other substances that you don't know what they are. Just in
that was
case.
one time.
Vampiric castle.
All I know is you're not super good at resisting your impulses.
That was a
So-
big barrel of wine, and you can't blame me for that.
I don't. I'm just stating.
I look at-
Is there anything like medically I can do to?
Like cauterize it, something.
Yeah,
knock him out.
that's always.
She can
an option.
try.
That's true.
So-
That might be hard.
Yeah. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah.
Oh man.
I should just imagine you sitting over him.
Yeah. There's nothing happening. He's like, yeah.
Oh
It's like,
man.
it's just annoying.
Could you stop?
I have 64 HP. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
So you come close to him, and I want you to do a biowave check. But you get true advantage because of your medical check.
Thank goodness.
True advantage.
Man, so 7. 13.
Okay, so you
Kill the fire.
you come toward him and you kind of like grab his head and sort of move it to the side so you can really look at the neck.
Hey.
And the two ends of your fingers turn white hot.
Ooh.
And you can just stick them over the holes.
He's here for it now.
Burn them.
Yeah.
And you can see some of the black fade out of the white. And when you pull your fingers away, you can see the red burns that you leave behind when you pull your fingers back. And you could inform Dune then that with those burns and your holy fire, it would make it so that he probably only has to not feed for 12 to 18 hours.
Okay.
And it will lessen the urge.
Just don't let me feed.
Okay. You know,
Do I
you
take
would
damage
probably
from that?
feed on me. Unless there's someone else in the building.
I want you to roll another 1d4. Fire damage.
Oh, for the burning that.
It's like, I'm a glutton for it.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
That's funny. All right. I mean, there's only one other thing we can do. Let's go inside.
Yep.
I just go and push the doors open.
All right.
All just reckless abandon. Just we're going in.
And so also your craze would have ended.
Yes.
Because the fight ended.
Mm-hmm.
So do you just want to kick the doors open since you're going in this big anyway? Is that what
I mean, I was gonna push them, but sure.
Oh, I mean, you can push
do
them.
a
I was
kick.
just
Yeah,
asking.
we're just open them. Not being subtle.
Okay. You plant your hands on the door and just push them open with ease. You can feel to your muscles this is nothing. You just shove the doors open. When you walk in, this room is empty. The only, or I should say, sorry, it's empty save for one figure that is sitting in one of the chairs slumped over.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
You do a medical check.
Ooh. 18.
24.
Wow.
Okay. So
Just poke him.
Hey,
Hey.
hey,
yeah,
guy.
dude, you go over it literally and just like, just imagine you going over, you flick his knee. And
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. You come over and getting close to him, you can see some stain in his shirt up near his neck and shoulder.
Ooh.
And you get close.
Is it red?
And you're able to pull back the jacket to see what's going on. And when you do, you can see the pale and the sort of pink lips. And he's warm at this point. But you can see the punctures in his neck. But you see like 9 separate sets of punctures in the neck from different people coming in and biting.
He's not waking
Because
up.
they're different sizes of incisions all along the neck.
Just a snack.
And you can see in the chair, it's the blood that's there is like dried against the matting of the chair.
Does he have anything on him?
It looks like we missed dinner time.
Oh my god.
I meant that as like a good thing. Like, hopefully they won't have to feed on us.
A man died.
You're Dune. You don't care about life.
He's been dead for a while.
I want you to do an investigation check for if you can find anything on him.
I did that again. I keep doing that. Investigation?
Yep.
5.
You're like, hey, he's dead.
He's
I can
dead.
see why he's dead. That's all I
13.
need. Okay, so you open up his jacket to look around for things. You just find a few kronas in his. Sorry, no, you don't find kronas.
Yeah.
You don't. I was about to say you found kronas. That's untrue. You look around in his jacket, and you find what looks like. It looks like a small piece of something circular when you pull it out, but you can feel this like bizarre radiance coming from it, but it's not bright. It's like a dark radiance coming out of it. I want you guys to do biowave checks on it.
4.
24.
You're looking at, I don't know the fuck that is.
Like, oh, that's clearly this.
Yeah, you, do you, if she holds out her hand, would you give it to her?
I just like
To examine
toss
it.
it to her because I don't know what it is.
You catch it, and you look at it more closely, and you can feel you sort of push the magic of your sanctified flames into it to better understand it. And as you do, the rest of it takes shape, and what was originally just a piece of something curved, it turns into a full marble. But you look closer, and it's not quite a marble, it's more of a bell. And you only notice that because as it turns into a marble, you shake your hand for a second, and you hear this dull, like, chime come from it. Now, there's no openings for the sound to come out. So whatever you're hearing, it's somehow ringing, but there's no way for the noise to travel out of it. And as you stare at it, it looks like the bell has sort of engravings and grooves in it. But these engravings and grooves don't seem to have any rhyme or reason. They're very pandemonious and random along the bell.
Technology check?
Sure.
Since Dune is an idiot, but he's also smart.
I was about to say,
He's like, but for
I
some
can't
reason-
wait. I'm so excited.
23.
Wow. The
So-
barbarian puts on
This has
his
a-
monocle real
yeah,
quick.
this has a point of clarity. It's like, oh!
He's like, well, you see, the way this works. So actually, when you look at it from a technology standpoint, it isn't any sort of technology.
That didn't help.
No, you look at it closely and you're like, I've never seen this before in my life. But the longer you stare at it and your heat runs through it, you begin to hear this like whispering coming out of it. And the whispering grows louder as you look at it. And eventually it begins to hover out of your palm and vibrate until, as it's vibrating, it shoots into you.
Into her?
Yes.
Okay.
And as soon as it shoots into you, it doesn't leave a mark. Like, it just vanishes inside of you. And for a second, literally in just 1 second, you see the flash of the chaos of a whole life before it just goes away. And add 1 Kaon to your total,
What the heck is
What's
a
a
Kaon?
Kaon?
where your chronos are
Oh.
supposed to be.
Ooh.
Okay.
What's a Kaon? Mine just has a question mark.
Next to your question mark, put +1.
Hey.
I go, we gotta get it out. I pull my sword.
Moment of clarity gone.
Yeah, 100%.
He draws his blade
On you,
Mia.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Like, we gotta get it out.
I was like, no, we do not.
You, what do you mean?
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
I'm okay. I don't know what it is, but I'm okay.
Would you explain, like, the flashing before your eyes thing?
No.
Oh.
Because then you're going to be like, I gotta get out.
So yes, next to that question mark, you can put a +1 for 1 Kaon.
What is that?
Okay.
Okay. What would you guys like to do now?
Memories, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, do you want me to be more subtle? Should we be more subtle, or should we just charge head forward? I want to
I
just
just
charge
want
head
to do
forward.
like perception check real quick in
On
the
the
room,
room?
see if there's anything else
Go for it.
in there.
Are there any umbrellas? It's not a 20, it doesn't count.
No. I'll still take it. 15 plus 6. So what's
21.
that? 21.
Okay, when you look around the rest of the room, you don't see much out of the ordinary with it. Instead of desks here, They look more like podiums that have been stitched together with old roots. Like they were literally naturally stitched together by roots and plants. But they are bolted into the cobblestones of the castle. Like almost like sunk into it. But they don't seem to have anything on the podiums.
Okay. Onward.
Do you want to be stealthy or should we just charge ahead? I'm not a very stealthy person, so.
I feel like just like medium, like not
Medium.
banging around, but just like open the door, be like
Strolling.
Yeah. Just
All right.
I
casual.
love a casual stroll.
Yeah.
I kick the next door open.
All
Why
right.
don't you do a strength check with true advantage?
Barbarian version of a casual stroll.
22.
So right before you go to kick it, you see that the door was slightly ajar and already open. And when you kick it, you just bust it off the hinges.
I literally was like, is that just not a door there anymore? Is it just
You
gone?
literally just obliterate it. The hinges just bust off and it like spins on its side before it clanders to the ground.
So I look at him and was like, yeah, subtle.
And when it clatters to the ground and like of just the echo of emptiness in the cathedral.
Any vampires?
Do a perception check.
I'm looking up, by the way.
9.
10.
If there are any, you don't see.
I hate that.
All right. I mean, perception check for the room. What does it look like?
Okay,
What
go
do we
for it.
see? Is it dark? I'm assuming it's vampires. That's better. 17.
8.
Her eyes are still adjusting.
She's still in
I'm
shock.
Holy
I'm
fire.
still
Yeah.
fixated on the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The door created like a dust cloud as it landed
Yeah, you're
right
just
in
like-
front of your face.
You're just stunned that that's how he decided to open.
Yeah. That's his version of subtle.
That's right.
So when you look around, it is very dark inside of the forge, castle.
Mm-hmm.
Inside of the castle, everything that is lit, it looks like it's lit by those braziers, but the braziers in here are, we'll say, taller, and you have that sort of deep pink glow coming out of the braziers, so that it's still a torch of sorts, but it's glowing like a bulb through the darkness. Like an eerily even glow to come from fire.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of it is anything that is not lit by torchlight, it is eerily dark.
Okay.
Every shadow is long and deep.
We press on. North.
So as you guys head deeper in, when you pass through these parts, you don't see pistons like they did. You see what look to be, they look like caskets welded together
That's cool.
with barbed wire around them,
Oh.
all down through here.
Why is there barbed wire?
And in where the cables were, you see what looks like bare muscle winding between them. And it seems to be like pumping that deep gold yellow.
The castle's alive? Or are they like being
Pumping
fed?
through it.
Yeah, they're like being fed. Oh, is it like attached to the caskets?
The implication looks to be that it winds down into somehow these caskets.
So they're like
Is there
in
a way
there
I can
being
like
fed.
see into the casket?
Yeah, go ahead and do an investigation check.
12.
19.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you get closer to the caskets, and they look to be welded shut, but you get the sense
Why are
that
they welded shut?
you could possibly burn through one of them.
To make a peephole?
Otherwise, because of the welding, it looks like you can't pry it open.
Mm-hmm.
But they are all welded together, welded shut. It's essentially a mound of half-melted caskets.
I feel like
Wrapped
they're
in barbed
welded
wire.
shut for a reason.
Investigating them, you get this when you get close, and as you're like examining them, you very faintly hear inside the casket.
Insight check.
What are you trying to insight?
Yeah, what are you trying to decipher?
It's pretty
Is it
clear
like-
what it is.
No, is it like someone like suffering, like they're being turned into
Oh,
something,
yeah.
or
Yeah, wait, yeah, can we see is the yellow liquid being pumped in or being pumped out?
You can't tell.
Ooh.
Go for it.
11?
You get the sense that whoever or whatever is inside the caskets are in a state of, you can interpret this how you want, medical stasis.
That doesn't help.
Yeah.
They
Are they
are,
vampires being fed or are they humans being drained?
Mm-hmm.
You get the sense that basically whatever they are, they're unfinished.
Ugh. That can also go both ways.
Right.
As she's looking at those, I am looking ahead. What's further north?
So, do you want to pass up and around through
Yeah.
here? Okay. So,
I'm telling her where I'm going. I'm not just disappearing.
no,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
He's decided to initiate a game of hide and seek.
In the vampire castle. Yeah.
Great place for it.
That'll
is
go
very dark.
well.
Yeah.
Durin, I want you to do another perception check.
7.
So as you're walking up through here, you think for a moment you see something in your peripheral over here, but when you look, there's nothing there.
Kaya and Niall.
Possibly.
I walk over in that direction.
So when you walk over this way, you step around the corner, and again, right as you step around the corner, you think you see something in your peripheral, but when you go to look at it full on, it's not there.
Does it look like her ego?
It's a
forget her
familiar shape, but you can't quite make it out.
That's
Interesting.
Interesting. I mean, is there a door where she looked into that room? Is Naya still looking at the casket?
I would probably follow him at this point. 'Cause I'm
You're not gonna open the casket?
not at this point in time.
I want to go into that. Does she see anything?
Make a perception check.
$12.
So, as you step around the corner, you think for a second in the dark, you almost see what looks like intersecting black lines in the air. Like they're all weaving together like threads almost. Do you want to reach out and touch it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you reach out and you touch the end of it, for a second, you see these black lines weave through you, and almost like reach out and through your arm until eventually they fade. But what you grabbed onto is still there, and it feels like you're grabbing onto like almost like some cloth for a second. Do you like sort of like turn it to try and be like, if there's something there, like turn it around kind of feeling? Mm-hmm. You do that, and as you do, you feel it vanish through your grip, and there's nothing there anymore.
Did Kaya feel anything?
Kaya. Mm-hmm. As you and Niall are walking, you notice that Niall like stops for a second and like whips around.
You okay, buddy?
Denial.
He's looking around and he's like,
Does he get like a feeling or like a premonition?
Well, he doesn't have an ego.
Oh,
Which is why that's interesting.
I thought somebody grabbed me. I don't know.
Huh.
Back over to you guys.
That's why I thought it was Kaya, because he doesn't have an ego. I'm opening that door.
Okay, when you move
Subtly.
do a stealth check.
It better be -1, Gary.
Well, let's watch.
+1.
Oh, let's watch the barbarian stealth.
9.
All
So you
right.
go up to the door, trying to be stealthy, you just grab onto the knob, and it kind of crunches into your as you slide it open. And when you do, over here, you see what look like these watery orbs floating in the air. And you see this beneath them where the tanks were. You see how do I put this? You see sort of the fleshy muscle that you saw over here, like an incomplete cylinder around it, and the watery orb like floating above it, like a hovering trophy.
It's like the reverse of Onaleer. Instead of being like a tub of water.
And in the water, you see the way that water would reflect light. You see that inside the water, but it doesn't reflect on the walls. It's like it's stuck inside the water, and there's some sort of light coming out of it. Do you approach it? Do
Yeah.
anything?
Are there any of the packages?
No. But as you approach, I want you both to make perception checks.
8.
14.
So as you step in, you feel like someone's looking at you,
Oh no.
Nia,
Okay.
and you look up, and the ceiling is covered in shamblers.
Who's a shambler? Those
Those, like-
things? Oh no!
Oh no.
She doesn't know what those are too.
Yeah.
I
So
don't,
when
and
you
I
look
don't,
up-
I don't, I don't,
That's
I'm not looking
terrifying.
up, so
Yeah.
You look up, you see all their weird bulbous cloak shapes.
I'm
I
just,
would,
I was looking at the
I
water.
would like quietly say, Dune.
What?
Does he look at me? Because I'm like looking up.
I don't. I'm looking at the water.
Okay. I would be like, the ceiling.
What about it?
Look up.
It's the ceiling.
He doesn't see it.
I'm not looking in. You gotta convince me.
God sakes, look up.
What? It's a Oh.
and you
Do they
Don't-
see us?
you don't hear them. You,
I hate these things.
as they're looking down, their mouths are like, as they're looking down.
And there's
at
no
you.
packages around.
Unless there are.
I know that's what I was thinking. If I could distract them with one.
And it looks
Like
like,
fetch,
they're
you
all
know what I mean?
staring at you.
Are you the package?
Oh.
Ooh, I hate
And
that.
when you look up at them, and there's that moment where you make eye contact
And
with
you
one of
looked
them,
at me.
Yeah.
And I looked at you.
you hear the of them like shifting and moving across the ceiling.
Run for the door.
scattering like
Run for the door.
roaches.
We're running for the door.
And as they spread out, some of them begin to block the door as you guys begin to move toward it.
Is the door open? Or did it close behind us?
As they are crawling down, like one of them's like one of their shambling shapes like pushes over the door and closes it.
I drop my shoulder
Okay.
going through the door.
Just a full
Yeah.
ram into it.
As if you let me.
Go for it. Make a
Strength check?
strength check.
While he's doing that, I'm going to do a perception check for another exit.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Oh, well, never mind.
Okay. So as you're about to look for another exit, Dune, you charge forward and your shoulder turns the door into powder.
Yeah. What about the crawler in front of it?
When you burst through, you feel something under, like one of the bulbous shapes was blocking the door when you hit it, but it breaks like an eggshell.
Nice.
When you push through, and it whatever popped underneath the cloak,
Oh.
you literally hear like a hollow like
Oh.
as you pop through it, and as soon as you pop through, you hear one of them like as it moves away from the door. And
Because you're cupping the microphone, I can't wait to hear what that sounds.
I know. I'm so excited to hear what this sounds like.
How loud is that going to be? Yeah.
You thought you hated hearing yourself before,
Yeah.
yeah, for real.
but now you love it.
Yeah.
So, as you burst through, Alentia, I assume you follow right after.
Neo, yeah.
Or Nia, thank you.
Yep.
I saw the E.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
you guys rush out of there. And
Are they following?
as you do, I want you to make another perception check.
19. I
9.
obliterate the door and do a roll and look behind me.
Perfect. Okay. So as you do so and you look behind you, they don't look to be following. You just see all their heads peering out the door
Oh, that's terrifying. I
looking at you. Like
love
they
that.
won't leave the room.
Oh, I love it, but I hate
Yeah.
it. Sheepies, sheepies.
And as that happens, you hear this sloshing in the room, and then you hear like what sounds like someone climbing out of a pool.
Can we see it? Can we see past them?
You see the shape of like some sort of figure past them. All their heads are kind of in the way.
And they're coming out of one of the floating.
It looks
water?
like they might have.
Is it one of the divers from the other world?
You just barely see a hand and sleeve that's dripping with water, but you can't quite make out what else is there.
Do they cough anything up?
Do they put anything in its hand?
Yeah. Like, are they giving it packages?
So
That's so cool if they can swim to Rilana through those pools.
Or just like shove his hand in the sludge?
Well, that's what he said. A whole figure came out.
Yeah.
So,
And they're
you-
swimming through the pools.
You see, like, as you are there, like, looking, you see, like, this hand come through and, like, it's feeling in the room. And you see a couple of the shamblers, like, as they swarm around the hand until you can't see it anymore. And all of their bulging cloaks, like, form, like, a mound around it. And you hear them, like,
I think you're right. I think they're putting something in its hand.
Yeah. Imagine what that must feel like.
I want to walk right up to the door with like all their heads like looking out and just like get like not go through the threshold, but like get right up to the door and like just take a look. Like not unflinchingly right up to them.
okay. You get right up to it, and when you feel them look at you,
That's so terrifying.
you
I
feel
would do
this
this. Dune would do this.
chill, and it feels like almost like a twofold fear. Like you feel it through you into someone else.
Into Durin.
Oh man.
But you peer through and you see
That's cool.
you see the shambling mound still like whispering and moving around the bulbous pool. And eventually the mound begins to form off of it like ants climbing down a hill as they move out away from it. And as they do, when they do, you don't see the hand anymore.
They probably gave it a package. That's what I'm guessing.
Maybe.
I step away from the door.
And as you step away, you begin to hear more sloshing again. Do you want to step back up and look again?
Yes.
So as you step up to look, again, their
They're
face is right there.
An inch.
Like almost nose to nose.
Yeah, Dune is
no.
unflinchingly.
I shouldn't say nose to nose. They don't have noses.
Ooh, that's worse.
I know.
And their mouths don't have any teeth.
I love this
tongue.
so
It's
much.
just a black hole where their mouths are.
So I love D&D because I would never do this.
And the whites of their eyes are black and the pupils are white.
Ooh.
When you get up there and you look, you see a hand push through the water, and you see it like feeling the ground, trying to grab onto anything. And a couple of the shamblers like move in, but they don't form a mound this time. They get close, like they're examining it and shifting back and forth. And you hear some of them going. And one of them moves in, and you see their skeletal spindly arms grab onto the hand and begin to pull, and the mound swarms over the hand and begins to pull, and you hear sloshing until you hear as it pulls them all the way through, whoever it is, until you just hear them crying and screaming as the mound shambles over them. And you see an arm, and then you see the glints of some figure in there, and you see as they move their hands and their fingers push through the chest and begin to pull things out of them.
Did he have like a red umbrella on him?
There's too much blood.
Oh no.
And they
So
begin
why
to-
did they not kill the other guy who reached his arm through?
Maybe because they didn't have a package to give it?
Maybe.
Maybe they're hungry.
Maybe they're hungry. Yeah, they're pulling him apart.
They're pulling the organs out and looking at them like their packages
Oh,
and
no.
pulling everything else out. Some of them pulling on bones, and you hear them snap free as they're all holding them, until eventually you see all of them like raise the different organs and bones they found, like their little trophies, holding them to the sky, and they're like, and they all are moving in like a weird rhythm with it.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. I look at Naya, who I'm assuming is several feet away.
Better
Did you see that?
Make a perception check to see if you also witnessed that.
What's your perception?
For your sake, I hope you didn't.
There's some things you can't unsee.
Exactly. Thankfully,
I'm about to puke
Kaya
again
didn't.
for a second time.
For real though.
13.
Okay.
You can hear the screams.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, exactly. You don't see anything, but you hear the screaming and the squelching and the breaking. And after that, they seem to, as they're holding up all these different pieces, some of them don't grab onto organs. One of them, you see just a hand laying on the ground, and one of them moves up to the hand and slides its hand inside of it and puppets it around.
Well, if there was a door, I would shut it, so I'm just gonna walk away.
You hear sloshing one more time as you begin to move away.
I turn back around. We're gonna do this all day, apparently.
This time when you turn around, one of them's poked its head past the threshold.
Oh!
So when you turn, your nose bumps into its blank face.
And then I bump into it, I flinch back a little bit, then I just
And it's
lean,
wet.
I lean right back into it. But I'm like looking past him.
It gets close until you can feel it breathing on your cheek. And it gets closer until its whole mouth presses into your cheek.
I don't flinch. I let it like kiss me.
Do you have to roll to
I
not
want
flinch?
you to roll
Yeah.
an endurance check.
I think he flinched.
14.
So you feel it and you keep looking.
I want to like push against it. Like it's pushing onto me and I want to like push against it like and keep looking past it.
As you do so, it turns its head so that its eye is looking at your eye.
It's only my other eye can see. I love this so much.
And
But
you
I hate
see
it so much. I know. Sarah.
you see another hand push through again
Oh, and not at me, at the water.
at the
Okay.
water.
We'll start pushing on these things if we're gonna play that game.
He's like, "Don't you touch
Oh
me
my
with
God.
those wet hands." You see another hand push through. And this time, this is the hand you didn't get to see this hand last time. Because before you only saw like, then the mound pushed over it, but it was all damp and everything
And
was
the other
hard
one
to
they
see.
pulled through.
Yes.
Gotcha.
This time, this hand pulls through and it presents its palm. And in the palm, you see a cut. I want you to make a perception check.
18.
The blood coming out of the cut is a yucky dark yellow. Like the vampires.
There's a vampire on your side.
And they get close, and almost like they sense something, they immediately form a mound and begin whispering to each other. Until eventually you hear the splash and the mound moves off of it again.
Did the other body that they pulled apart, did it have yellow blood?
No.
No, it was red, wasn't it?
red.
It was red.
Deep red.
See, this is how Garrison's gonna get me to destroy Precinct 9. They're gonna be vampires.
Well, not all of them, though.
At least a few of them, apparently.
Unless it's coming from 2 different places.
How many floating pools of water are there?
I don't know.
There were 2 on your side that
On my
you
side,
saw
but
active.
There's 4 pools on her side.
But she
No.
only saw 2 active.
I've only
Okay.
saw 2 active, though, yeah.
So it's probably not coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, true.
What if it's Chief Guy? What if he's a vampire? We'll talk about it later. What do they do?
So
They swarm around the...
they swarm around it until the mound shuffles off of it again. And each of the pools sitting there, both of them, the light goes out and they splash to the ground. And when the light goes out, the room goes dark. And you...
What if the one on my face, too?
The one on your face, you feel its blank mouth begin to close on your cheek. And you feel it almost like a vacuum.
I push it as hard as I can.
Strength check.
Ooh. 25.
You immediately just put your hand on the face and just shove it back into the dark. And as you shove it, you see multiple hands reach out to yours, but you pull it back before all the white hands move back into the darkness.
I step back. That's awesome. Oh, is it because I pushed my hand past threshold? That's cool.
And you step
That's
back.
so freaky. Oh, I love that.
Where to
Back
next?
to Naya. Like, did you see that?
Some of it. That was
Where's
disgusting.
that water coming from?
I don't know.
Like, where? That person? You hear that screaming?
I heard the screaming, but then he
You
got
told me
suction
that
cup
part.
to your face, and
Listen. we've
And
all
you
been-
didn't flinch. It was really weird. You were able to breathe through that.
We've all been kissed by someone we didn't want to.
no.
No.
Just me then. Okay.
Consent is important.
He's like, it is.
I mean, has anything else changed around us?
I want you both to make a perception check for the rest of the room now.
Yeah, out here.
8.
9.
So, when the two of you turn around, it is painfully quiet.
You want to go?
A little bit.
Has the alarm gone off yet?
For the hour?
It has not.
I mean, we're here. Should we keep...
I guess. Yeah, keep going.
I mean, we can turn back if you want.
No.
That was pretty creepy. But...
Yeah.
That was one room.
Let's-
Yeah.
Who knows what the rest of this place holds?
Let's keep going while we're
So
here.
you go
Let's go
north again?
Yeah.
So when you head north, do you go up through here? Do you pass through here?
What's the difference?
You don't know. Just that there's 3 doors.
I want to turn back to see if I notice the black threads again.
Make a perception check. So you don't see the black threads as you saw them before. Instead, when you peer into the dark, you see this black inside the black that's darker. And you see almost like the threading of all these different intersecting lines, but they look like they're spread out like footsteps leading away, and they're beginning to fade.
Is it just one like set of footsteps? Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay.
So you have 3 doors in front of you. One of the doors has barbed wire over it, the middle one. And it
I
has
avoided that one too.
pieces of casket shoved together into a door shape.
What do the other 2 doors look like?
A deep oak, just nice carved oak.
Less menacing.
One of these things is not like
The other.
Money. This one. The one on the left.
Okay. So you step on through, and you just keep on heading in.
I mean, do we see anything?
Make a perception check.
18.
19.
Okay.
Lots of light in this room.
Yeah, there's that reverse lightning that happened, and you get a little bit of light in the room for a second. As you guys step in here, the vaulted cathedral ceiling, you still see it. But high above this point, you see a pair of reflective eyes wrapped around a column looking down at the 2 of you.
Like the vampire's
Unmoving.
eyes?
Yeah. But it doesn't move. It just stares.
I'll look at you.
What you all don't see is the amazing facial conversation happening right
You
now.
can see it. I keep looking at it and go to open the door behind me.
So, as you go to turn the knob, you feel it locked behind you.
Like the door that we came through?
Yeah.
Oh no! I thought you were talking about this
the door behind us.
Yeah.
Oh.
She wants to leave. Can we open it without him moving?
So you guys like back all the way up until
Yep.
you reach the door. Yes, you go to turn the knob and you feel.
It's locked.
Oh no.
Did
Okay.
did he move?
Make another perception check while you're staring at it.
9.
9.
In a flash of lightning, he's gone.
Is this just like a hallway?
It's essentially like there's some sort of like stone booth here in the middle, and then pillars that lead up from it, and then the vaulted ceiling that comes up.
Do you have any spells that like give off light? Like, cast light?
There's that burn spear.
Well, I mean, you don't use an attack. I was wondering.
Yeah.
They don't use charges. for a lot of her attacks. Just a spear.
Just throw a spear crawl down the hallway. Just light up as it goes.
There's burn impact,
Yes.
Can we light the
which
building
is a
on
blast
fire?
of radiant light.
That's true.
But it's usually against
It's close range.
it's close range, but against a target.
Target.
It's like a palm burst of radiant light.
Okay.
So like you could use it. It would give you like a brief flash of light, like slightly longer than the lightning.
Okay. Can I do that and maybe do like a handling check to try to pick the lock and get it open?
I'll say you
How
can.
sturdy was that oak?
It's look pretty sturdy. You could try a strength check though. Unless you want to do the sleight of hand.
Let's try the strength check first.
Okay.
It's worked worked so far.
It's a 2.
Dirty 20?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you rattle the doorknob, and you just say, "All right," and you just blitz through it, just crack through the door. The top half of it breaks off and crumbles down the steps.
Don't forget, I'm 4 feet tall.
Oh, I was thinking you like leaped and just like.
Oh, okay. Say, that's in the bottom half. She has
Or
like,
that.
dot
Just,
under it.
yeah, the bottom half breaks off, and you just grab the top and rip it
Yeah,
off.
all right.
Nice.
And you step on through. Where do you go from here?
Well,
Away, out, escape.
are we want to leave? Or are we still... There's a vampire up there.
Yeah.
He knows we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I mean, we killed one vampire.
Yeah. Want to go to another room?
Let's go across. Let's go east. Yeah, that one.
Okay. You're coming upon this door, and as you are, I want you to make a perception check.
My mic turned off for a minute there, so that's not going to sound good. This
24.
cable is not very good.
As you reach the door,
I did not touch it.
and go to turn the knob, you turn back to sort of glance at the general room, and in a flash, you see vampires all on top of the welded caskets.
They weren't there before. Mm-hmm. And are they
Or
looking
they
at
were
us?
there.
We didn't
You
see
didn't
them.
And they're all sitting perched on here.
Are they looking at us?
All of them are looking directly at you.
You saw this?
I saw him.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, Durin, we need to go.
And your watch begins to ding.
We need to go.
Well, do I know what the watch means?
So when it begins to ring,
We had to roll for it last time.
you almost hear it like it's in the back of your mind when it starts ringing.
Like a dream.
Like a dream. And as it's ringing, this time, when you roll persuasion, you will...
But should we leave surrounded by vampires? Like, do our bodies leave? Or are we going to leave them stuck in here with vampires? Like, are we... We don't know.
We don't know. That's why I think we should get out.
Of the castle?
Yes.
I'll push aside the alarm
Okay.
and dead sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Dash.
Okay. So the two of you begin running.
Yep. Full
Run right past.
full sprint. Yep.
Okay. So,
We're dashing.
as you're dashing, I want each of you to make reflex checks.
15.
9.
Oh no.
So, Dune, you being short seems to help. You are running past, and you watch as the nails extend and they sweep past you. And you
I do like a
watch
little
them
duck.
Scrape through the stones.
Ooh.
As you're running, you duck past one, and then another one. You feel the nails extend, and you feel 4 long nails pierce through your calf like spears, and immediately jump back.
Okay.
And
How much damage?
it deals 8 piercing damage.
It's got her leg. Is she hobbled at all?
I need you to roll a vitality save, and you need to get 12 or higher.
Come on, baby.
Oh, a nat 20.
Hey! It missed
There
all
we
the
go.
major arteries and muscles. Just
Oh, thank
It
goodness.
just went clean through back out,
Yeah.
and you just
I'm back.
grit your
Keep-
teeth
yep.
and keep running,
not stopping. Just
not stopping. Dune, you get a little bit further ahead, and as you guys are
dead sprint.
something on my end.
Double dash.
Double dash. Okay.
That's
So-
cool. That was cool.
As the two of you keep running, the
Uh-oh. That's not good. I have an idea. If he's putting things in our way. Oh, no, he is. Oh, God.
as you guys keep moving, you see the whole swarm coming down around
no.
you. And you keep running. You're rounding this corner
Mm-hmm.
as they're all moving in, getting closer.
Nia, you're in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared. I love this. Keep going.
And you guys keep dashing. I want you to do another reflex check.
How far are we from the door? For me specifically as well.
30 feet.
30 feet. Okay.
She can teleport.
Yes.
17.
What was it? Reflex?
Yes.
Sex?
She's gonna need to.
Oh, dear.
Okay, so Durin, as you're running
Dune.
this way, Dune, as you're running this way, you feel the black shape weave past you, and you duck, you roll under it as it weaves past you, and it smashes against the wall, and its cloak blooms out before it retakes shape, and a couple of them do that, crashing into the walls as you're running. Alentia, as you're running.
Nia.
I keep saying dang it!
They're right behind you.
Nia! You feel the black, one of the black shapes ram directly into your back and pick you up into the air. And it flies you straight up until
Can
it
I-
slams you against
Do
the
it,
cathedral.
do it.
Can
Do
I
it.
teleport?
We're up against the ceiling now.
I know, but still, I mean,
How
How far can you
teleport.
teleport?
I want
60
you
feet.
to do a brawling check.
Oh, okay.
How high is the ceiling?
Like 40 feet at this point.
13.
Okay. He crashes you into the ceiling and goes to lunge at you with a bite. And with your draconian scales, you crack them against the side of his teeth, pushing his face aside. You grab his throat and shove him aside.
Yeah.
So you can get sidelined to the floor.
So you can
Do
teleport
you want to teleport?
Yeah, I'm going to teleport.
to the ground.
Yes.
So you shove him aside and then burst into light and reappear down here with Dune. I almost said Durin. And you burn warp right there. That worked. And right when you do, they are all...
Is there anything in front of us?
No, there are only things above you. So you can dash right for the door.
Should we?
Yeah.
All right. I was thinking we could go through that big, beautiful window Kai saw earlier.
Who knows what lies below?
Door it is. Go, 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 go.
All right, so Durin, do you want to preemptively strength check against the door?
Heck yeah, I do.
Oh, actually, wait, no, this is the door you kicked off its hinges. There is no door.
You're right! Hey!
Nice.
That's awesome. That's terrible.
Much better.
That was awesome. There is no door.
Yay!
That's so funny.
And you guys run all the way out, and you can hear the shadows behind you as they're moving in on you. As you leave the boundary of the castle, you see their shapes halt at the perimeter.
Can I take the head on a stick
Oh!
and then plant it right in front?
Oh!
Yes, you plant it right there for them all to see, digging it into the cobblestones, and you can see their reflective eyes and the hate in the darkness.
Ooh.
But for some reason, they don't step beyond the perimeter.
Dead
Probably because they
sprint.
need a cloak. You know, because the one guy was like hooded.
Yeah. Is his cloak still on the ground?
Yeah, it's torn and matted and everything from
we
the fire.
can't put it back on him. Make it like he's still standing there. I just dead sprint away from the castle into the forest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mia, you do the same.
Yep.
All
And
right.
and I imagine the alarm is still going off, like an
ding,
alarm
ding,
clock
ding,
trying to
ding.
wake you up.
Yep. So you still hear that ringing going on.
I'm like,
in
what
the back
is
of your
that?
mind.
What is? Do you hear that?
No.
What? And then we roll for the persuasion.
Yes.
I'm assuming. What if we don't get out?
So I want you to roll persuasion.
As Durin or as?
As Durin and Alentia.
What is
You'll each
Durin's
roll persuasion, and you will add your highest skill modifier.
Oh, good.
The intelligence, wisdom, on top of your persuasion bonus, if you have one.
Dirty 20.
8.
Oh.
So with the ringing you have going on, you get true advantage.
11.
Better.
Is that enough? It'd be hilarious if it's not. She just like disappears in front of. Oh, that'd be cool though to see what happens.
So Dune, what is your wisdom score?
Dunes? I imagine it's low. 0.
Or the skill score.
Oh, 10. And 11 beats it. Hey!
Hey.
So
I still want to know what happens though.
as the two of you are running and you feel that persuasive push come from somewhere deep inside of you, Nia, as you're going, you see the hand with the gauntlet, Iron Vine, shove out of the chest, grab onto the face, and crush it into light until then you are standing there as Alentia, like holding your hand, like.
Why is this always so visceral?
And
Does Dune see that? Or like, do I go
I got my
first?
own stuff going on.
Yeah.
it happens almost simultaneously,
Okay.
so sometimes you see his, sometimes he
And
sees
as
yours.
this happens, I imagine like the ringing just gets unbearably loud.
Yes.
Dune is just like, what is that sound? And it's like,
And as all of that's happening, like he's pulling on his hair, and then you feel the lightning shoot up through, burn out your eyes until it burns through the flesh, and you pop. From the lightning overload, and then you're sitting there as Durin, like you can feel like the crackle in your wrist as you both are back in Analir.
where
Where
are we?
So-
Where's
Zane.
Zane?
So, you guys would have been all the way down the bridge, and
Opposite from where we were?
so yeah, you guys would have been over here on this side of the bridge when you did it. Now you're on the other end where roughly you sprinted in Rolana. And Zane walks back over and he looks at the two of you with this extreme look of perplexity on his face.
I pull my journal out and start taking notes. Try it before it fades away. It's like vampires. It's like
Do I have something to write with as well?
I'm sure you do.
Okay, I would do the same, and I would also write in about like the black threads and pulling them back.
And I'm writing
everything.
about what I saw with the water.
Yes.
It's like vampire on this side? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? It's like
the Skinners.
we didn't see a Skinner.
Not
Shamblers.
the
Shamblers.
Thank you.
Shamblers, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Shambler kiss? Question mark? It's like what? I was like trying to remember. It's like what happened? Like did I get? It's like rubbing my cheek. Just
Yeah.
like what the heck?
So, you guys are writing all that stuff down, and Zane is looking back between the two of you, looking you up and down like he's looking for something on
Like,
each of you.
Hey, what? Right. What happened on your end?
You might want to sit down.
Is there a
Is there
place for
anywhere to
us?
sit?
You guys-
Yeah.
there's like a bench off to the
Okay,
side.
well,
Okay.
we'll
You both just plop on
Yeah.
the ground.
Just on the ground. Yeah. Just
Boom.
yeah.
So, when the two of you fell asleep, you both sprouted one horn.
Like
Horns?
a horn?
Like
Like an actual horn.
like what's it? Not like
a single
Like Vox?
Vox horn.
Like straight out of the forehead, just horn.
It grew out from somewhere beneath your skin and wrapped around, identical to Vox's, starry, nebulous skin around where it emerged. Your eyes rolled back and were nebulas. And then you just eventually took off running.
Did we go inside station precinct 9
So
at any point?
the two of you,
I'm rubbing my forehead, looking for the horn. It's like, what?
the two of you approached, but as you approached, the dolls did not let you inside, but you kept trying to get in. I walked over to defuse the situation and explain to the dolls whatever bullshit I could throw at them. As the two of you tried to get inside, eventually the dolls just let you throw yourselves against the doors.
How many people saw this?
Zane kind of like, just don't think about that. I'm
Well-
not sure. The
But if we
Red
never
Knight
got-
stayed inside, and I mean,
More than
you
one.
know, the Precinct 9 is pretty far away from the main street. I'm sure not that many people saw them.
If we never got inside on this side, but we got inside on the other
This
side,
Yeah.
that means we don't have to be in the same place.
So we could
Like get tied down.
exactly
Yeah.
to prevent this sort of thing from happening in public.
Yeah. The horn
I
thing.
can't
though.
wait to hear this.
And then
And then we just mad dash to the other side of the bridge.
Just a moment ago, you both just sprinted this way, like bats straight out of the night wave.
I mean, there was a good reason given the circumstances we were in on the other side.
I looked down at my journal and just see the word vampire I wrote like 80 times. I was like, have Kaya and Niall come out yet?
No.
We have to get in there.
Now.
Okay.
We have to find them.
So Zane begins moving with you.
We go back up to the dolls.
So, Kaya, you and Niall, were you guys going to leave, or were you going to keep looking around? I can't remember.
I think we were gonna leave.
Because I
feel
wasn't
like
sure if you
after-
were gonna kind of mingle that way or not. I couldn't remember.
I'm
I'm just asking. I'm not.
Because I
sure
mean,
what
we
you
can
wanna
do that next time if you want.
about to say, I feel like
If you want to look around more.
yeah. If no one saw me coming down the stairs and was suspicious, yeah, no, we'd probably do like the rest of that circuit.
So-
Yeah, I think that's a good stopping point then.
Yeah. So I will just throw out there that Alentia, you and Durin would rush up to the front gates, and Zane, Zane would, the dolls would look at him holding out their hand to stop him, and he would say, "I can't follow you, and I don't I don't have an umbrella. And he would step back.
Oh yeah, I guess he's not a red knight, but he works for District 12.
He's the.
He works for Station 12.
Station 12, yeah.
Yeah, but he just came in as a Sterling.
Okay. All right, I show my umbrella to the doll.
And the dolls look the two of you up and down. There's this guarded look at first, but they both...
I look down at the umbrella and like,
You may proceed.
thank you.
And they open the doors for you.
No weird horn. We're fine now.
Yeah. And we'll pick up there.
Yeah.
Horns like Vox?
That's crazy.
Ooh-wee.
Does that mean that he is like always in Rolana? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he can animate his body here, though.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have that ability.
What if he's simultaneous? Well, we are animated. We're just not in control.
Right, but I feel like he is.
Yeah, I agree. But what if he's like simultaneously in control of his two selves?
The how?
I don't know.
We should find out. Could be useful.
Why do we have his horns when we're like that? That's crazy. That's a
Maybe
big
it's
twist.
not so much his horn as it is just
A horn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks just like his?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Maybe we have them because he's the Aeon or whatever.
The omen.
Omen.
Maybe. Who knows?
Certainly not
You son of a... You do this every time.
Too bad they don't have like security footage, because I would love to find a recording of our bodies going from the park to in front of our 13.
I know, yeah.
My mind went. It's like,
I'm
oh,
like-
what happened with that?
Right? That was my thought. I'm like, ooh.
At least you guys got there safely.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, right? Like our
Yeah.
bodies didn't fall into a like crevice and just
So we
die.
can't use that as like a fast travel thing.
Not,
To like teleport inside of District 9.
Not overly, no.
No.
But
That's not how
the
that
question is, what happened in Analir when you
Yeah, when
disrupted
we-
the package?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
When
that's
we're
true.
drinking the...
You're just sitting there.
Yeah. What happens though to the egos when we're here? Are they still walking around? Like if we walk into District 9 now, are they walking back into the vampire lair? I don't know.
Oh man.
I hope not. Well, because we walked up to where she was, and her ego was not there.
Correct.
Correct.
So that implies that our egos like
Just
phase out of existence
maybe.
when we're not there.
Maybe.
Potentially. Or they're like in a limbo.
Maybe.
They're in the current.
There's
maybe.
also the Kaon thing.
In the
Yeah,
Kaon
what was
thing.
that? Your money that you got.
My theory is so like we have Kronos and this one is like time is currency. I'm thinking that world like memory is currency.
Do you think we could find Alentia's memories in Rolana
Oh, that would be awesome.
Maybe that's where all of them go.
when he takes them?
Maybe.
Corthus, like I'm so close on my Corthus research. That's driving me nuts. I'm like, I'm so close.
That's okay.
You'll
I'm
see
feeling maybe
one-
next time we
you'll-
do
At
research.
the end of
Yeah.
the course of research, you'll find one word: Rolana.
Oh.
Imagine.
You son of
Yeah, whatever. DM over here like, who knows? And you know.
a... Yeah.
Spooky.
That whole scene, like, shivers. the
Oh, I
entire
know.
Oh, I know.
Same. I was just like, I am.
The
My
idea of
nerves
just
were
all those
tingling.
faces,
Yeah.
like, looking out.
Yeah, no.
all the vampires just.
Yeah, the
standing
fact they're just there, yeah. Oh.
I imagine like lightning again. Like,
It's like 20 of them are just there. He's like, ugh.
ugh.
Yeah, which means when you were looking at the caskets, they were just sitting there.
They were above
watching
you.
me.
Yeah.
You just didn't know they were there.
Wasn't worth it to attack you yet, though. Apparently.
Oh. That's awesome.
Yep.
So creepy.
I love doing horror sequences
I
like
love
that. It's some of my favorite sessions to do.
When you had that one stick his face past the threshold, I was like freaked out. Like, I didn't think they could do that.
Don't touch me! Oh no, it's sucking my face!
I would have been freaking out. That's why I wanted Dune to push through it.
Make that endurance check of like,
Yeah.
come on, broker your teeth
Come on.
and bear it, come on.
He doesn't have a tongue. It's fine.
It's just a void.
Yeah.
No teeth, no gums, just a hole. And the black eyes with the white pupils.
It's terrible.
No nose. Just a blank, wet, white face.
Ugh. That's awesome.
I think of the Scream
Yeah.
picture. Van Gogh, right? Yeah.
Was that Van Gogh?
I feel like it was.
Do you know him? Is the picture with the screaming dude on the pier? Is that Van Gogh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought so.
Like 90% sure.
Yeah.
Because it was called The Scream.
The Scream. Yeah.
Edvard Munch.
Oh, it was Munch. Okay, fair enough. Munch. Aha. I think it's because Van Gogh and him were similar. Like they
There's a similar
styles.
style, yeah.
It was the Impressionist
That's what I thought.
style.
It does look like Van Gogh.
It's been a minute since art history. Yeah, I know.
I'll say I did a lot of art history because I freaking love art, but I don't remember a lot of it.
It was fine. I was as interested in art history as I was in every other history. Like, I want to know, but I'm not seeking it out.
I think I borderline could have had an art history minor. Actually.
Yeah,
I
that
think
would
it
make sense.
Go back and get it.
was just a minor.
They don't even
I
show
got a minor in
up.
ethics. That was plenty.
Minors don't even show up on your degree anyway.
Exactly.
Correct. They do not. It would just say, like, for mine,
What's the point?
because it gives there could be another area of expertise it gives. So for my example, I was a Bachelor of Arts in it was just a Bachelor of Arts in vocal performance, and my minor was in education. That's not listed on my degree, but because I did the minor in education and I was able to get a teaching license through the state of Minnesota, like I was able to do all of the requirements through that minor and then get additional certification. So that's one way. Like College of Engineering has, especially in electrical and computer engineering, they have a certificate that can also be paired with a minor that's like semiconductors. So it can just be a way to get additional expertise, or like if you're a Bachelor of Science in biology trying to go to med school, if you have a minor in psychology, that just looks good to a medical school that you're well-rounded. Yeah.
Can you just get like 4 minors?
Yeah, you could if you
No
wanted.
major?
No. No.
Like, I got a bachelor of. It was a great time.
Did you guys graduate?
That's called an Associate of Arts, actually.
Hey!
That's basically what an Associate of Arts is, because it's only 60 credits and it's made up like of general education stuff, but then the rest of it can just be electives and like whatever you want. So I'm like, that's kind of what that is.
It's so funny when I tell people at McAdee's that it's like, oh yeah, I've got a major in creative writing and religion. You can see how lucrative it is.
Someday.
You know.
So you already recorded the Psychomancer stuff?
No. We haven't recorded all of it. That was back when I was working through it, trying to do it. I'm still waiting. I actually texted Louie. I forgot to mention that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
They ran into hiccups trying to get the studio put together and
Oh,
everything.
Oh, I
so
do
they're
remember
still
you
working
mentioning
on
that.
Oh, okay. I did.
You
mention
did,
it, yeah.
you did.
They're working on that and everything. But I still need to sit down with him and the actual audio engineer to like talk about that and everything. Because again, they're putting together. I don't know if you heard all this, Sarah. We have a friend Louie. His dad, Robert Kurtzman, did the makeup for like Freddy Krueger. If you've heard of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a big guy in makeup and special effects and stuff like that. But Louie, his son, I grew up with. We're really good friends, and he lives in Columbus right now. And one of his roommates is an audio engineer. They're putting together a studio for sound, like in booth recording and stuff like that. And to test out the studio, they were like, "Why don't we just do Psychomancer as an audiobook? Like that would be a great way to like stretch our
That'd
legs
be
in the
awesome.
studio.
Yeah.
Get a
I
real big
told Garrison I
project.
think that would be great for exposure for Psychomancer.
Yeah,
You make like a YouTube for it.
Right, exactly. And I had talked with Louie, knew some guy who could do the male VAs. We were thinking about having Anna do the female VAs, and then I would do everything that wasn't spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so exciting.
It'd be really, really cool. And he wanted to do like kind of like what they do in Sandman. He wanted to go through and like when there's like a glass sliding across the bar, add a sound and stuff like that. Which I was like, I mean, if you want to go above and beyond,
lot of
do
work.
that,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd be awesome. I would love that. But like, I'm not asking for
Yeah.
all that. Like,
Right.
but
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
do
pay
it.
you.
I was like, but if you want to do it, that's great. Like, I already talked with Louis. I was like, I mean, if you want me to pay, I'll pay. And he was like, and Louis was so sweet. He was like, the privilege of working with you is all the payment I want. And I was like, oh, well, that's sweet.
Louis great.
Yeah, Louis awesome. And he's an extremely talented person. He's very hardworking. He's a really good actor. He's really worked for a long time to try and hone his writing. And he's got this extremely vast artistic mind that is so fun to pick at and talk with. I think that he just runs into a lot of the same problems that are common among artists, which is, you know, anxiety, you know, imposter syndrome and all that stuff where you're like, no, but like, is it worth it? And all of this other stuff. And just plain old depression sometimes, man. It's a real bugger when you're trying to write. Sometimes it's fuel. Sometimes it's not. But no, he's great. It'd be cool if you can meet Louis sometime. He's a
I
great
would
guy.
love that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. We usually see him like at least, if at no other time, because at one point he was living in Cincinnati, so that was a lot harder to visit and everything. But he would usually come and visit us every Christmas and stuff like that, or on his birthday or my birthday and stuff like that. But we need to get out there to see him. He's just in Columbus. I'm like, I gotta figure out a way to get out there and see him. But even getting down to Columbus is hard when I don't know my schedule until
Yeah, exactly.
Saturday, which I work tomorrow, so we should probably think about heading out pretty soon.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're gonna get all your stuff. Oh, the boy outside.
I'm excited to hear how this sounds.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound like crap. But
That's fine. Hey, we got to start
Adjust.
somewhere.
Yeah, adjust as we go.
Exactly.
But hey, hopefully the horror part at least came.
That was really
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest files.
Oh, it's gonna